All right, welcome back to Don't Think, Just Judge. I'm Dave, he's Harvey, and our special guest for the day is Tano for another Q&A with some hot takes. Let's get into it. Following on from our recent videos with Q&As and hot takes, which you all loved, one of our viewers at home who has some involvement in the game that we play, this guy right here, Tano, got in touch saying, boys, let me join in. Let me come and get involved with the hot takes, presumably a little bit from the pain of us getting a few things horribly wrong and also just desperate to get involved and join in the banter. So we put the messages out. Thank you, everyone, for your responses. We've got a load more questions, a load of hot takes. We're going to sit back, shoot the shit, hang out with Tano, and go through some of them. Now, before we get into it, Tano, say hello to the viewers. How are you doing? How is life post 353, ahead of 3.6? How are you finding things?
Things are good, you know, I don't know. Things are good. Honestly, you know, like I'm surprised by how little controversy we got from the patch. You know, with every patch nowadays, with the community growing and all that stuff, I'm always expecting like a huge backlash. There's always gonna be somebody that hates stuff, and honestly, it was kind of like, like, yeah, some people were like, I don't really like this, and I don't like that, maybe. But overall, it was like, considering the breadth of the patch and like the amount of things that were touched, people were like, yeah, all right, this is good. So I was like, all right.
Yeah. I know, the patch notes were absolutely enormous. Like,
yeah.
When we did that video, I was like, oh my God, these aren't actually ending. Like, we got halfway through, we had to take a break, and I was like, we need to speed the fuck up. Because
imagine me typing all that
Oh my
stuff.
God, it was so much stuff, yeah.
And it was definitely a point where we were both so tired at that point of recording when we hit that army point where we just like talked about that. I could just see Harvey like trying to keep his face on him to be like, gotta stay awake, gotta stay engaged. It was long, but yeah, it was. I've not seen much discourse about it, so it's clearly gone down quite well. And I think like when we wrapped up our review on it, it was a whole load of changes that's actually changed very little. So yeah, sweet spot, really, I think.
Yeah, the only people I've seen complaining are the Lust players. They're deeply upset by having 4-inch range bonus. That's the only group of players who seem to be united on a front against the patch, which is pretty good going, I think.
Yeah.
Because actually, the Chivalrous Kingdoms thing was way bigger of a change. And I've basically seen nobody talk about that, which is wild, right?
I saw a couple of comments of people being like, oh, man, this new rule for us is shit. But yeah, we needed, like, that was too strong before. And so even that
Peasant Gang rose up, didn't they?
Peasant Gang rose up.
They squished all the rebellion, you know? Everyone getting excited about 4-up morale on a peasant or whatever.
It's fucking great. But yeah, so good. Well, we've got a crap ton of things to get through. We put out another thread in the Discord. I thought that people would be burned out and we'd get like 5 questions or something. We have not. We've had to, and apologies to those of you who have submitted, some things have just had to be cut. Otherwise, this would be like a 6-hour recording. And we all need to sleep at some point. So we're going to go through some of the things that we've got here. We're going to pitch them. Now, Tano, you've had the idea that Harvey and I have a go at answering some of the questions and responding to the hot takes, and then you kind of come in, guide the hand, and you get to have a bit of a no, a bit of a yes, and then we all have a bit of a chat about it. So let's get into it, shall we?
By the way, just in terms of like the length of this thing, I also brought my own small list of hot takes. To discuss at the end. So, you know,
when we're most tired at the very end, that's when we'll bring out the spiciest of takes.
I'll make it fast.
No,
that'll be fun.
Great.
Cool. Let's get into it. So the first question, does Tano find that he has favorite armies? And if so, how does he manage his personal bias when balancing those armies? Now, that's a good one, actually. I think that's a really nice place to start because everyone who's particularly cynical is going to be going, Alien Hives player.
Alien Hives. You must be an Alien Hives player. I mean, to be fair, I would say they're also one of the earliest model ranges to get released, right? I think you could probably. If I was betting on what your favorite armies were, I would just bet on the order they were made, because if I had a games company and I was picking models to be designed, I would just pick
Mm.
the ones that I thought were rad and I wanted minis for. So with Alien Hives, one of the early ones, that I wouldn't be surprised. And then what else was early? Saurians,
Blessed
obviously, they got their own sci-fi
Mummified
versions.
Undead, yeah.
So I would place, I'd say Saurians and Alien Hives if I was calling favorites.
Now, here's a tricky one because jackals were really early too, if my knowledge is correct. And
yeah, that's true.
we've had some discourse about the jackals in the questions thread as well. But I'd like to know then, Tano. So, do you have favorite armies, and how do you manage your bias?
So first off, actually, the way that the armies were released was made via poll. So for the first 2 years or so of doing the 3D minis, we were always doing a poll, and based on the poll, the armies came out. So actually, now people that joined tier 3 got, I think it was in March, they got the really old sisters and dwarves, like the really old one. Those were actually the very first armies that we made because those were the top wanted armies. So literally until we started doing, I'm not sure. I think the last army that we did via poll, I'm not sure. It might have been Vinci, or it might have been. I'm not sure, but it was something that we did for the first year or two, and then at some point we abandoned because it was like you make a poll, and really what happens is, everybody that voted for an army, they're very happy, which is, let's say 30% of your community, and the other 70% are really sad. And so, that's not great. In terms of personal biases, to be honest, like there are some armies that I really like, but it's never really about the rules. For me, it's more about the look. So yes, I'm a big Saurian fan. I'm a big Ratman fan. I love the little beasties. I like Dao. I think Dao are really cool in terms of like vibe. But then I fall in love with all of them. I love Eternal Dynasty. I love the Jackals. So I think the bias thing is the idea that like whenever I hear people saying like, oh, he must love Alien Hives because they're so OP, and I'm like, no, it really is more of like when the games were originally made back in 2014, they were designed a certain way, and then over time they kept getting changed and redesigned and whatever. And some things just kind of like stayed over. So like the fact that, for example, the grunts have, they can get, before they could get more stuff, like they can get fast, they can get the piercing growth, they can get the bane, and before they could get furious, like they could get a bunch of stuff. That's just a holdover from back in the day. It has nothing to do with like a bias. And I think that as other armies did not have holdovers like those, things kind of got screwy. Plus, the Alien Hives really benefit from just a lot of little things that are kind of like calculator based. So like, they don't have to bring guns, so it means that their stuff is cheaper. It's more focused on melee, and they don't have to pay the tax of the guns. A lot of the rules at the time, like I said, a lot of stuff is holdover from back in the day. A lot of stuff was just kind of vibes based, which is why so many units have fast. In a melee army. I mean, we now made a change to the Soul Snatchers, but the fact that Soul Snatchers were like fast, scout, Strider, were they stealth at some point as well? I don't remember.
Ones were, but
yeah. And so, all of that is just like, well, that's how I made it 10 years ago, and it kind of like, stayed. So no, I don't personally, I don't have any bias towards or against an army. Even though maybe sometimes it might seem like that. For me, it's like, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the vibe I've always got from you is like, I'm not sure that question. That's kind of a question that would you even ask yourself when you're doing stuff, right? Like the vibe I get from you as a designer is you go like, this is kind of cool, that gets that, right? And
and also like
how am I allotting power amongst these lists, kind of thing. Like that's never really been, from my perspective, your focus on stuff, right? Like you say,
so the
cool
way
that guy has a blade, he needs a blade stat. So
so for a long time it was just like that. Now slowly we're slightly modifying that. But I think for me also a lot of the stuff is like, I usually think of a change across the entire game, not so much on an individual army. And so when things get adjusted on an individual army base, it's based on player feedback. So for example, the various nerfs we've seen every 6 months to a year to Alien Hives over the last couple of years were really just because players told me so. If players had not told me that those armies were overpowered, I would have not even I wouldn't have even truly realized, because I was like, well, nobody's complaining about this, and when I'm making the game-wide changes, these things are not being touched, so I'm not going to touch those things,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I imagine as well. There's got to be a point where you're pleased with 80-90% of your armies, and you're just kind of going through being like, yeah, this is good. Yeah, I like this. This is all right. This needs a bit more attention. And so the bias will kind of filter out. Could just be that, whatever you come to first might get the coolest toys, but with multiple passes, you just kind of love everything a little bit, right?
Maybe. Like I said, I don't usually really think about it on a per army basis. I usually think about it on a per game system.
Yeah,
like
that's reflected
Grimdark,
in the patch notes
fantasy.
as well, right? Like
Yeah.
basically every patch ever has been changes to fast, cost, or whatever, right? And then like a handful of changes to specific units based on game feedback stuff, right? Someone said that this is broken, that needs fixing, or I don't like that this is a tough 6, it should be a tough 9. Okay, that goes a tough 9.
There's
I
new
agree with you.
models.
Yeah,
There's new options,
that kind of
stuff like that. Of course, when we make our own army ranges, we also try to mix things up. But again, primarily 99% of those things are based on what's going to make for a cool model, what's going to look really nice, what's going to be interesting. It's very rare that we will make a change because it's like, oh, this army needs this from a gameplay perspective. I mean, sometimes of course you do,
yeah, you can
like
often
the
see it
Ratman
with,
clans.
like, support stuff.
Yeah,
people often say like, oh, this army's missing a support unit or whatever, right? And then you go like, okay, well maybe we'll add one of those. But
yeah.
Sure.
Cool. Brill. Then next question we have here is kind of an extension of that one. It's moving on, which is, how is the overall balance between armies handled when it comes to the amount of options available? And what's the underlying design philosophy when it comes to giving some armies more love in this regard than others? So we kind of we've talked about that, and also I think you've been quite open when you were going into 3.5 about how you were applying your changes in terms of everyone's going to get their specialty, their marks, their debuffs, yada yada.
I think
it's
this is
an interesting one.
This is more specifically, I think, a question about stuff like Ratmen, right? Who have like hazardous or whatever, right? Or protection feat or whatever for Saurians. I imagine that's more about this, right? Because some armies fit the kind of OPR styling very, very strictly. They have like, some AP4, they have some Furious or whatever like that, but they don't have their own special unique thing that really draws you to the list. Whereas things like Ratman obviously kind of have that in abundance somewhat.
I mean, if I understand the question correctly, I think this is maybe a bit more about how some armies have vehicles which have look at the orc vehicles. They have speed feat, they have the tires thing. They have Strider. They can get speed feat. They can extra transport. They can get extra this, right? And some other armies are like, well, you have guns. In terms of how that is balanced, again, a lot of stuff is just holdover. It's been here for 10 years. It's here for 10 years, right? Back in the day, it was the orc vehicles were red paint, right? I don't think it's called red paint anymore. Now it's called overclocked engine. But red paint was just there because it was a thing that fans wanted 10 years ago, and so it stayed. So a lot of that stuff is like that. But actually, with the upcoming changes, maybe not V3.6, but V3.7 and onwards, my plan is to kind of rethink that, basically rethink it in terms of I guess in 3 ways. Number one, it's rethinking, maybe 4 ways. Number one, rethinking actual unit types. We kind of have unit types in the game. Cavalry are usually fast and impact, and vehicles are, or walkers are stomp and monsters as well, stomp and fear, and vehicles are fast and impact and whatever, right? So those are unit types. So I'm thinking of reworking the unit types a bit. Another thing I'm thinking of reworking is the amount of special rules that different units have access to kind of consolidate that more, because I think that leads to that type of situation where, okay, in one army we have soul snatchers, which have 10 special rules, maybe not 10, but whatever, 5 special rules, and then another army, every unit only has 1 special rule. It's okay, where do we find the balance? Another thing that I would like to rework is I think right now there are some armies that have a lot of upgrade with any options where they have like
Yeah.
5 different things they can upgrade, and so they can just stack stuff. And one thing we were understanding, I think, as a community, is that rule stacking, especially with V3.5, rule stacking can be very dangerous, and also it makes the game less interesting because it's like it makes list building less interesting because it's like, well, I'll just take everything, and it's like, no, like the idea is, do you want your vehicle to be extra fast? Do you want it to have extra transport? Do you want it to be Strider? Do you want it to have an extra missile? Like, where is the thing? And then finally, I would like to, making meaningful decisions. And finally, I would actually like to sit down and kind of eventually look army by army and be like, okay, well, this army has fucking nothing. What do we do here that we can make more interesting? And I have some thoughts and ideas there, but this is like 2027 stuff. So yeah, it's fine.
It's only a year away.
I mean, yeah. So V3.6 is 4.5 months away. So, 16.5 months from now.
One of the I think one of my favorite changes from the last patch actually was the fast scout vanguard mix-up. Because first I think like choosing between fast and scout is an interesting choice, but also a lot of the old units that had like pack masters or whatever are now vanguard or unpredictable fighter, which I think is also a much better trade, because before scout was just scout's so good that you would never take it over more damage, right? Because really it's just such a
scout is gonna probably get a little nerf in V3.6. So
but now, like, choosing between vanguard and unpredictable fighter is way more interesting of a choice. And it got me actually thinking for the first time ever when I'm adding that unit to my army, which I think is great, right? So I think the more stuff like that there is in the game, the better. And especially for rules like those. So like scout and fast are both kind of impactful and interesting rules. So it's kind of exciting picking between them. I think, sometimes with weapons, you can see like AP1 and Rending, and you can see like, AP1 and Bane or whatever, and you go like, well, really, I don't care too much.
Yeah.
But big impactful things that change the way you play is good, right? I often think this with the I think it's gone now. But the Machine Cult's fighter used to have to choose between transport and weapons. It was a swap around. Now I think they just get to upgrade it with it, because it used to be you get like 3 piddly shots, or you get bombs, and you get bombs and the piddly shots, or you get transport and the piddly shots.
Yes.
And that was also a really interesting one. It probably made it too cheap, but it was like, oh, I'm like picking this unit just for its transport capabilities, and I don't get to double dip.
Yes, that's actually something that's the type of thing that I want to further work on. For example, in V3.7, I suppose, which is exactly like aircraft transport, and how do we make it a viable choice, rather than just like, some armies just get aircraft transport and it's just better, and it's like, okay, where is the trade-off?
Yeah, I think also like an extension from that is then talking about, like we spoke about it in the patch notes, I think, but like the transport trade-off kind of thing. Like there's a question later on, I think, talking about making certain transports def 3 to give a bit more variety within the transport bracket, because when you have 3 units with transports, which isn't uncommon in some of the lists, you then very quickly go like, which is the best one, right? Which one do I actually like? And most of the time it's the aircraft. So it'd be nice to see more like it between units as well, recognizing that there's a trade-off there as well. Yeah,
definitely.
I've often wondered, like we spoke about it and we've touched on it in the past, how tempted are you just to throw everything out, then all the armies, and build up again and just go, right, I want this army with this identity and this army with this identity, and just do away?
Impossible. There's too much baggage from people's existing miniature lines. Because one of the big things, especially when we first started, was like we were going through a period where a lot of people's units were just getting like binned from the games, and then it was like, well, come to OPR because your stuff will be here. We're not going to bin a unit. Like with how we work and the creator and I don't really see why we should bin units. We can combine units, we can work, we can find a way to make them interesting. But I don't. It's rare that I would like bin a unit without just actually finding another replacement for it, folding it in somewhere, and stuff like that.
Cool. Let's move on to the next one. Critics argue that giving every army the same types of rules, auras, debuffs, etc., makes them feel identical. And how do you plan to keep factions unique without breaking the math? It says the math here. I think this is getting at the structure.
Can you reread the beginning? What was the beginning?
Critics argue that giving every army the
Oh,
same types of rules.
Critics? What's critics?
Critics, people who criticize.
Critics.
Yeah,
Sorry,
critics.
yes. Critics
Accent.
argue. Oh my god, we have critics. Let's go. Yes.
Tano, you can speak 7 different languages, but you can't speak whatever Dave's speaking. Unfortunately,
No,
that's just
not
the
at
way.
all.
That's the way it goes. Yeah,
I'm unique, baby.
yeah.
Yeah, so I think as well, this is kind of like a little bit of a push into the top-down approach that you've taken quite recently was, everyone gets a hero with 5 auras and everyone gets a mark, a tag, a debuff or something like that. And I think aspects like that. So it's that, how do you plan to keep factions unique without breaking it? Which I think it's a fair point. It's one of the things that we do see quite often is that everyone, sweeping statement, everyone expected every army to be unique and different in 3.5, and then they felt like it wasn't. But we do see a lot of discussion around that, around people saying because the same design approach was taken for every army has this sentiment of feeling the same.
I mean, this is a piece of criticism we leveled, right? When the patch came out, it was one of the first things we were talking about, right? Our version of the refluffening or 3.5, whatever it was basically focused on that idea. It was like, well, let's strip away this concept of doing army-wides for everyone, and instead let's do, army-wides where it makes sense, and maybe something else where other makes sense. I think we've actually spoken about this before as well on the channel. Maybe last time you were on, we did a question about this, but. Yeah, I mean, my stance, obviously, is I would like every army to feel unique, right? I'd like to open up the page and go like, oh, this is orcs, therefore orcs means this, right? And I think like Speed Feet is a good example of that, right? Speed Feet feels quite orky. It's a big identity for them now because your basio is taking it, right? Because it's an interesting mechanic and it's once per game and it works. Whereas actually Ferocity or whatever their army-wide is, it's always been part of them. Yeah, the Explosion 6s. But in terms of feel for orcs, I would argue that is almost irrelevant now compared to stuff like Speed Feet, which feels a lot more orky. And so does Bad Shot. Actually, Bad Shot feels a lot more orky than just getting Exploded 6s. But yeah, I mean, I think also it's a little bit like going like, I want my pudding as well, really, because it's a massive ask to go like, okay, off you pop, lad, 52 armies or whatever it is.
Make every single one unique.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I think that first off, definitely there was I guess ultimately was a mistake on my part, but it was just like a communication thing where the fact that it was called, that I kept saying it's the refluffening, the fact that, it was talked about in a certain way, I think put certain expectations in people's heads, which didn't even necessarily reflect what I was literally saying in the streams. Like I would say refluffening, and I think already people's dreams went in one direction, and then when I explained what the refluffing was, they were not listening anymore. They were like, no, this means this and that and the other. But also the goals changed, right? One of the original parts of the refluffing was actually that, like, for example, army rules would not, well, against the refluffing, v3.5 actually consolidated naming of special rules to make them actually more generic, which is kind of like against the actual point of it, right? But I think it's like there's so many parts of this. Like one of the things at the core is it's a big push and pull, because it's like we all love OPR because it's simple and it's easy to pick up and it's intuitive and it's easy to switch from army to army and from game to game and understand each other's army. And part of the reason that it's like that, it's because it is very homogenous, right? If I tell you, well, my army has an aura, you know what an aura is. If my army has a feat, you know what a feat is, right? If you say, well, my army's thing is XYZ, you understand what that means, right? It's not like every army is like a completely new thing. So there is part of a push and pull there. I will argue, well, there's many points here, right? Like I will argue also that, like, I think there are certain things that people focus on when they look at, I was talking to somebody about this on Reddit recently, when they look at an army and they look at it and they're like, well, what's this army's thing? And they see, well, it has ferocious, and they're like, what, that's it? And I'm like, well, no, it's the combination of, this army. We were actually talking about Mummified Undead when I was in this thread, and I was saying, like, they were like, well, Mummified Undead, like, what makes them special? I'm like, well, they have the Royal Legion thing, which does this, but then they can also do, like, the difficult terrain debuff, and they have spotting vultures, and actually their army compared to other undead armies is much more focused on ranged units. They have, I was going shooting, but I guess it's more bowing and arrowing, right?
Yeah.
And also they're very diverse army. They can do a lot of different things. You can go statues, which can get, that stuff, and you can go with snakes and they do this stuff and all that stuff. And so it's like, to me, it's the combination of all of these things which makes armies work differently, but still within a paradigm that is like, okay, it maintains the simplicity where somebody shows up and you're not like, well, what the fuck is this army?
Yeah.
That being said, like I said, right now I've been working on a lot of these like game-wide changes. As we stabilize into the future, actually I have a little bit of a scoop here that we can talk about, but like as we stabilize into the future, I think I will want to then be like, okay, now let me go a little bit more army by army and see what could we do here that is different, fits the paradigm, there's so many things that need to make sense. Make sense with the miniatures, make sense with the options, can be expandable, works within the rules, doesn't completely break this, can be point costed, blah, 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 right? There's a million. I feel like that's one of the things people don't realize. It's like whenever like a rule is added to OPR or an army or a unit or whatever, there's like a million caveats that we have to go through. And you guys saw this like when you were helping out with the with V3.5 at the time, where it's like, you think it's like, well, just add this rule. It's like, well, you would love to add this rule, but this, and that. It's like, well, what if we do this? Yes, great, but this, and that, and so it becomes like this whole complex thing. So I guess the answer to the question is, eventually we will try and make the armies even more unique, but there will still always be a certain scope of OPR that we don't want to go over. And I think actually, especially early beta and to some extent early V3.5 started going a bit outside of that scope. And I think that's why a lot of players have been frustrated with V3.5. And I hope that with V3.6, we can further rein in a couple of things that made people feel like this is not OPR anymore.
Yeah.
I hope this answers the question.
I've said this on the channel before, but in like a paradoxical way, I almost feel like Age of Fantasy does a better job of distinguishing between the armies, despite a lot of them being much more similar. Because I think what Age of Fantasy has is like standout units for each army, right? Like if you say like, okay, you can get Minotaurs for Beastmen and you get Chariots for Beastmen, that's all you needed to go like, this is a Beastman army. Right, straight up, right? Okay, like that, like that's a 3/3 with 4 attacks and A2, and that's a chariot with a bunch of hits, and like my heroes can get on chariots. Okay, cool. Like I bought into it. I'm there. Which I think is harder to do in GDF because most things are guys with guns, right?
Yeah. Again, the problem is we bring the baggage of people's collections, and it's like, every army has your shooty guys, your guys with pistols and sword, your guys that have a jetpack, your guys that are on a bike. It has your transport vehicle, your tank, your air. Well, not everybody has an aircraft, It has your light. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah. It's why like certain armies like Dark Elf Raiders, who have such a like a transport focused thing, can immediately feel more unique because they kind of have that one standout unit. But but when we started playing, actually, we played exclusively AoF and skirmish and stuff, and when we started playing GDF, I remember like I think maybe Dave was like, let's just play a game of GDF, let's give it a go. And I remember looking through all the lists and going like, I feel exhausted by how little there is.
I remember that.
Right, like I was like,
that,
I'm not drawn to any of these factions at all. I want to go back to my safe space. I want to go back to AoF. Give me a zombie. Give me a ghost. Give me something that feels unique. So I
remember actually you were saying how bland it felt as well, because you just got so many instances of guys with guns, walkers, bikes, tanks.
Yeah, I was like, if I see the word plasma again, I'm gonna shoot myself with a plasma rifle.
It's a really interesting thing, that preconception of where something should be, and how it's another one of those points of shaping the design approach. Like I've said this certainly in our Discord quite a few times now. The more time I spend talking to you, Tano, about game design, either situations like this or in the Patreon channels or whatever other conversations we have, the more I think I can answer a question when someone pitches it in the Discord being like, hey, why can't this rule exist? I'm like, oh shit, I asked Tano that a year ago. What was his answer? His answer was this, and I can answer it.
Too
and
complex.
Be like, it was too complex. You get things where it's like, okay, that's pushing the complexity. I mean, even now though, I still pitch things like that, right? But there's a lot of things where it's just like, oh shit, no, we've seen this before. We've had this conversation. I know where this is going, and I know that we've seen the fallout from it. And so, yeah, definitely saying about that million different things on the list. I'm there going, right now I'm thinking, yeah, shit, no, I do know about that. I have seen that one coming through, and it's very tricky to do. It just depends really where the boundaries want to move. And you've mentioned there as well about the accessibility of the game, which is how high do you push the ceiling and how much does that pull the floor with it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Next one. Are there any plans to revamp the spell system in the game? I feel like they're far from being either fun or balanced in their current iteration, though I do have to say they're a lot better after the nerfs. Also, I feel like certain spell lists, like High Elves, is incredible, whilst also having access to Conduit, while Ossified Undead is amazingly bad, while also being hard to access. So there's quite a few things there, but spells and Spellcaster is the big thrust of that question.
Yeah, my thing on that is, I think one, like I think this is going to be what Tano says as well, but the Ossified Undead versus High Elf thing or whatever, it's intentional, right? Like some lists are just not meant to have good casters. There's a reason why they only have access to like caster 2 or highly limited. Not every list is supposed to be good either, right? Like obviously part of it is just kind of getting some variety into the game, but part of it is just like, yeah, like we're not trying to pick out one good spell for everybody, right? We're just going like, yeah, these guys should have Bane Aura, like fuck it, why not? In terms of revamping the spell system, my stance on it is there are whole board games based around casting spells, right? Like whole ass board games, right? And spell casting is in people's mind flashy and exciting, and risks obviously tends to be like a risk involved with it. And to meet those needs, I think you need a complex system, and that is really not OPR. And actually, just taking a D6 and rolling it once with a 50-50 chance of it going off or not if you don't boost it is probably as close as you can get in the simplest version of it.
Yeah.
And I would love a revamped spell system, but I really, really do not want my games to come down to everyone's running a spellcaster or we're slogging and counting points somewhere in like a more like robust way. I don't want to see a pool of dice somewhere that I have to add to, and I don't want to see like the winds of magic change every turn or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
It's
that's kind of my
interesting.
stance on it. I think there's more that can be done with the current system to make it more exciting, but I don't think that adding complexity necessarily is the way of doing that. Yeah.
There's like a couple of points. I mean, like I know that you've been approaching a possibility to a change in caster in 3.6, and you've been talking about that in the Patreon chat. And the current idea has been thrown out because of a couple of reasons that I'm sure you'll want to talk about. But there's also going to be this natural point of going, does someone mean I want it to be more interesting, or do they mean I want it to be more complex with no actual payoff? Because more dice, more options is more complex, but is the benefit to the game there for the choice? Because there's been so much conversation about this, I'm really interested to hear what you have to say about an idea of revamping spellcasting.
Well, going down the history of OPR, spellcasting has actually been revamped many times. By now, we're probably in like the 6th or 7th iteration of it. And no matter what we did, it was nobody was ever happy. There was always somebody that didn't like it. And I think part of the issue is this. It reminds me a bit of that issue that we had with Wolf Brothers during the beta, where we changed their army-wide rule like 7 times, I don't remember, and then I was like, you know what, fuck it, here's a poll, here's your 6 options, you tell me, and then like it was kind of like evenly spread out, and it was like, okay, so we cannot make everyone happy because people each have a very different idea of what the Wolf Brothers are about, right? And I feel like it's the same with spellcasting. In terms of complexity, there's multiple things going on. Number one, yes, this game is not a game about spellcasting. It is meant to be a war game. It's meant to go fast. And to some extent, compared to almost all interaction in the game, spellcasting is already like a huge slowdown, right? I see this especially when playing with somebody that has either like a new army, or it's the first time that they're playing, or like, one of the first time that they're playing, because it's like, you can see how the rounds go, right? It's like, okay, I activate this unit, it moves, we shoot, we roll our dice, that's it. I activate this unit, we do this. I activate this unit, I activate this caster. Okay, hold on. Let me go check fuck, let me read 6 spells. How many caster points do I have? Where are we? What can I do? Right? And it's like already there, it's like it slows down the game. So I don't want to necessarily make it something that adds more time. Actually, nowadays I don't do these math so much anymore, but when I first started developing OPR, a lot of the math behind how the game was developed was based on playtime and a specific curve of how the game is meant to flow. So the reason, for example, why we don't have a third defense roll, well, except for regen and stuff like that, or the reason why Shaken works a certain way is because the curve of how much time you spend playing each round is meant to be kind of like a bell curve-ish. And if you add those systems, all you do is you make it longer, but it doesn't mean that it's more enjoyable, right? You're just extending the game. And so it's the same thing with caster, where it's like, we used to have, for example, a system where you had a bunch of dice, you had a spell dice pool, and then you could assign those and all that stuff. And it just slowed down the game, but it didn't actually make anything better. The current caster system is already much more advanced than what we had in V2.5, I suppose. V2.50 was called at the time. Whatever we had before V3, which is basically, you have the points can grow, you can use this to boost, you can use this to this spell. By the way, I know that many players don't realize, but if you have a unit that has caster points for some reason, spell points, and is not actually a caster, they can still dispel and they can still boost and negate spells. So that's another part of it. There is the whole thing of like, am I spending 3 points to like even be able to cast this spell, or am I spending 2 points to be able to cast this spell and then 1? So already there's like a lot of like little interactions there, and then
like
over time,
the longest rule in the game, right?
Yeah, maybe transport, because transport has so many like little caveats where it's like, yeah, but it's this, but actually this unit can enter, but we cannot have you a vehicle enter a vehicle, that type of stuff. But yeah, and already now, sorry, let me just finish this one.
Sorry. Yeah,
already now we added so many more things. We have spell conduit, which we didn't have before. We have spell accumulator, which we didn't have before. And so slowly over time, over the years, we can keep adding those type of interactions, right? So optional, additional ways for people to, modify casting in some ways. In V3.6, we're adding caster staves, I suppose.
Yeah.
Plural. Sorry, Harvey, please.
Well, one thing I was going to say is actually what change I would like to see to caster is got nothing to do with how it works. What often happens when we play is someone goes, I'm going to cast Devouring Maw. And I go, what the fuck is Devouring Maw? And then they have to pass their sheet over to me. It would be cool to see, in the same vein of like the aura feats and all that generic naming that came on, the same thing for casting to happen, right? Whereby we have like an easy way of referencing spells, right? If it was like Baneful Strike 6, right? Then I know it's 6 hits with Bane, right? And if it was like Baneful Snipe or whatever, then I know it's 6. Then I know it's 6 hits with Bane, but on a specific target. And then all of a sudden people can read those names without having to read the spell description every time. I think, and that would be kind of in line with all the other stuff.
You will have some people that love the idea, and you will have a lot of people that will hate it because they'll be like, it was supposed to be the refluffening, not the removing the fluff,
but it is an interesting idea.
Take. We do have generic names coming out though, so it'd be cool to see it maybe as an add-on to that also. I don't know. Either way. The other thing, I think that the thing with casting, I think the space where I think you can actually play to make it more interesting is just more spell effects, I think, right? Like we don't, and probably this probably happened in the past or whatever, but we don't have spells that move people, right? We have spells that give them teleport or whatever, right? But not actively moving things out of order.
We used to have spells that move terrain. We used to have spells that remove terrain.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. But it brings so many other issues,
Yeah, I'm sure it does, right? But like stuff like that, I think, is a way of adding complexity, inverted commas, to casting, or variety, I suppose, more than complexity. Like if you could summon things onto the battlefield and you printed off little, like living spells or whatever they're called. I've never actually played a game with them, but if you guys made minis for a little fireball or whatever, and then you could put that on the table and then measure from them or whatever.
We do have a ton of that stuff, and it's in the advanced rulebook.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. But like that's the kind of thing that could be in, like a very dumbed down version could just be in spells if there was an expansion.
I think the problem is, I like the idea, and of course I'm open to keep adding new types of things. Actually, there was a thing that you guys suggested in a video, I don't know, 6 months ago that I had been thinking about, and I'm thinking of introducing again, maybe with V3.7, which is
was it me or Dave? Was it me or Dave?
I don't know. It was both.
Oh, what?
We'll know.
And
We're
it was this
expecting
thing
credits in the patch notes.
where like instead of having a mark select a person or select a unit, it would be a token that you place. And then it affects an area and stuff like that. That's an interesting thing. I think part of the issue with a lot of those like advanced spell rules is also that like, you know, a spell is meant to be like 1 line of text, 2 lines of text, again, to make the game flow. If the spell is, okay, you can move a unit, but then, fuck, we have to specify that you cannot move units through other units because this is, and suddenly it's like, and now that spell is huge, and so it's like, ugh.
Yeah. That's fair. I'm always reminded of, I don't know if you remember, was it called Defensive Aura in High Elves? Before the Aura updates, I don't. It was like when we first started the game, but it was an upgrade that basically it was this unit gets +1 defense plus 2 other units within 9 inches of it until the end of the round or something. At the start of every round, you pick units, and it was like and in skirmish, it was you'd like pick units, and then from those units, you'd pick more units, right? And when that got removed, I was really sad because I was like, that was such a cool high elfy thing. But also, I did read it like 8 times
like
when I first looked at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was completely unique to them. But like, yeah, when I first read it, I was like, sorry, what am I doing? How am I doing this? So yeah, I kind of get the complexity, especially when it comes to measuring within measuring.
I do think it's interesting, the idea of a rule that propagates. Well, let me take a note. Maybe it's a thing that we could find a way to bring back. Again, by the way, I have a huge list of like potential rule ideas. It's always that thing of then you have to actually make it work. But I'm gonna write it down. I'm gonna add it to my list.
Yeah, add Strider back to Ghostly Undead.
You stay away from Ghostly Undead. Leave them where they are. Leave them where they are. But it's interesting actually because I've spent a lot of time in the Army Forge studio at the moment, and I keep looking at the spells, and you can actually make, this is why I know Harvey hasn't been in Army Forge studio, because you can, in there, just make spells that do that shit. Like there's like, pick one enemy unit which must move X inches immediately, and you can pick like 1 through 6, and you can add a condition to that for must take a morale check. So it's kind of like the mind control thing. And so there's definitely going to be something there for pick a friendly unit to eventually advance tactics. And I've just seen one that I haven't looked at before.
Oh, we can talk about advanced tactics if you want.
Okay, is it coming back?
I'm not sure. So there's a couple of things that I've been thinking about. And so what is the thing about advanced tactics that could be interesting? One of the problems we've seen for some players with V3.5 is that there's a lot of rules that have added speed to the game. And I think the real problem, I mean, this is my, tinfoil hat, my conspiracy theory is that it's not really the problem that they're adding speed to the game. It's the problem is that they're adding speed to actions that can lead to damage to the game. So, for example, if you look at, say, what are they called? Big boys, you love them, Dave. Eternal Wardens, but no, but the other ones.
Custodians,
Custodians, right?
Custodian Brothers.
Custodian Brothers, right? We removed teleport from them because part of the problem there with teleport was that, you could move 6 inches, get 6 more inches, and then charge or whatever, get 6 inches and charge 12 inches, right? So it's like, oh, wow, you have a huge charge, which is actually why it was changed to be like it's +3 inches if it's a damage action, and if it's +6 inches, so it kind of has that. And the reason I made dash the way that I made it is because the idea is like, let me give you some extra mobility that you need as a custodian player, but let me tag it after the damage so that it doesn't become, you don't become a missile, right? And so one of the things that I like about the idea of advanced tactics is that in a way, depending on the thing, it's kind of like that. It's like, it's not giving me a 6-inch boost now, which I can then use to further damage someone. It's more like giving somebody else a movement. But again, caveats over caveats over caveats. So that's something that would need to be explored. So maybe instead of giving a unit, maybe an army that right now has, let's say, a rapid charge aura might have a advanced charge action, which basically is like you give, if rapid charge aura is +4, well, maybe this would be you pick another unit and then that unit can move 4. I don't know, right? And so the idea is you're basically just layering it. Things to be thought of. Of course, it's more tokens. No, wait, actually, this one is not more tokens.
That was not, yeah.
Yeah.
Advanced tactics feat, though, would be.
Yeah.
That's
Advanced tactics feat, yes.
Yes.
Or like mark for advanced tactics, right? Like we already have mark for rapid charge in there.
Yes.
So
But you couldn't mark for advanced. We used to have actually like a lot more types of marks, and they were all removed because they just were a little weird. So like we used to have, I think it was like marked for fast. And so the idea was like, well, if you whatever, if you target that unit, or like we had marked for stealth, which actually meant that you mark the enemy unit and your units get stealth against attacks from that unit. And it just became like confusing for people and was like, all right, we don't need this. And so, let me just mark them for let me just give them -1 to hit, and then it's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
It's the precision debuff.
it's
By the
that
way,
aspect.
can I say something? If you guys or anyone in your community has a good idea of how to change those rules that say boost buff, I am very open to ideas.
Enhance.
Yeah.
No, because
the name.
Yeah, there's enhanced buff. But like,
you mean the name or actually the mechanics of the rules?
No. The way the names are built, because the way that it works right now, it's like, imagine you have ferocious boost. If it's a buff, then it's a ferocious boost buff, and people are like, boost buff sounds silly. And I've been trying to find a way to make it work. And originally, actually, the way it worked is the boost came before, so it was kind of like enhanced ferocious, and so it would have been enhanced ferocious buff or superior, yeah. But then the problem is that sometimes grammatically you would have to change the actual name. So it would have been superior stealthy buff, and then people are like, what's stealthy? And it's like, it's stealth. But I understand. It does make sense. Anyway.
Well,
you should go. Let's go for Roman numerals then. Let's have ferocious two in Roman numerals.
Maybe. I did think about actually having like finding a way to making them all one single word and literally having like a plus after. So with ferocious, ferocious plus. But I don't know.
That X plus was immediately where my mind went to.
It's very video gamey, isn't it?
Very video gamey.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. Everyone watching, get in the comments, give your ideas for that one, and Tano can prowl through that along with the millions of Discord comments he gets every single time. Oh, that's fun. I like talking about spellcasting. It's always an interesting one. I'm definitely would want to brainstorm 100 different ridiculous ideas, and then you actually sit down and look at it and go, that whole point that you've made about just like extending the graph is such a relevant thing to think about. Are you actually is this improving anything, or are you just making it longer?
Yeah. When we were doing the design work for the game that we were making, spellcasting was a huge conversation we were having about it. And one of the things that we spoke about was like, how much do we want this game to be about spellcasting, right? Because like, if we could design a really cool spellcasting system and then go, well, everyone gets a spellcaster, right? And then all of a sudden it could be part of your whole game thing. But if you don't want that, then you kind of very, very quickly go like, that's too much, until you come up with something very small, which I think is good, right? Because what you don't want to do is rock up to a game day and someone's like, oh, I've got 8 spellcasters. You're not going to watch me play for the next 45 minutes.
Cool. Next question. While I love OPR's formula balanced approach, have you thought about breaking that mold, like giving armies specific discounts or making signature units cheaper? So I guess this is kind of the idea of like allowing. Look at it shaking the head. No,
never.
But like if you made it that each army book could have one unique unit and that got like a 25% discount. I think that's kind of what it's like looking at there. I'm too attached in my own mind to the formula right now, so I'd struggle to think about how you could justify that.
I mean, like 1 unit per army, like, what you're really going to give them like 10% off, right?
Yeah.
Like we're talking like 20 points or something like that. Like that's not, and I don't think that adds like anything interesting to the game.
No, I was going to say, I'd rather see.
What is 20 points, right?
I'd rather see more protection feat, more hazardous more hazardous. Like I'd rather see more special than less points. Points aren't special.
Yeah, like the point system that underlies the game, I think. I've said this lots of times, right? When the beta hit the point where it was just like points cost changes or whatever, I switched off, right? Because I was like, I don't care what the points are. I care about solving the problem once the points are decided, right? Like I don't care about the flux of the points, right? I don't care like that's too much, that's too little. I want to be presented with a system where points are my limiting factor, and then I play with that. So yeah, I mean, to your point, Dave, I think I'd much rather just see like, this is an interesting unit, right? And I think stuff like specialists for orcs, who maybe tread the line a bit, but the super specialists who get like they've got like frosty boost but bad shot, and they've got like the bombs that they can take as well, or like even the normal specialists.
Both specialists in orcs, but yeah, that's the orc thing, right? They've all got the bad shot, so even your base specialists, which are a 4 up to hit, have ferocity boost. So on a 5 and a 6 at 9 inches, everything doubles.
But they also used to have shot cannons, right? So it was a completely unique unit that you couldn't find anywhere else, right? That used to be called Taser, maybe. That whole unit, it was completely unique to it, and it didn't require a point cost difference. Even like the fact that the normal specialists, I don't know if they still do, I presume they do, can get bomb spears, which are just like replace their flamethrowers with melee weapons, which I love. I think it's like that's such a unique thing that no one really has access to elsewhere. And I think that's a way more exciting way of distributing units and things and going like, okay, these guys, like what would you do for Titan Lords, right? You go like, oh, they're the Walker faction, so I'm going to give them a full 10% across the board. So yeah.
Yeah, and then you're just going to have players that are just going to go and pick the cheapest unit from each army, right? The one with the discount, and be like, hey, this is totally
Or people saying like, why are you playing orcs if you're not taking this thing that's so cheap, right? Which is not really in the spirit of it all.
Cool. I like that we answered that question. Tano, so little
easy question.
Yeah. He was shaking his head at the start.
Ooh, okay, we're back to the Alien Hives chat. How and why is it that Alien Hives have been in such an obviously overtuned state for 2 to 3 years now, with little effort to address this when they dominate tournaments and casual play?
I think this is a boil a frog thing. Is that the expression, boil a frog? Are you boiling frogs?
Yeah. How do you boil a frog? Slowly.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, right? Like, if one day Tano is like, right, I've completely changed everything about Alien Hives. I've removed all the mobility. I've removed all this. I've got rid of their AP4 on every single thing. You just have a bunch of pissed off players, right? And like, as we did in our tier review recently, right? Like, they're not so broken, right, that they're ruining the game. And we've seen it over time, right? I think the Shadow Hunter, is that what it's called? That got nerfed, right? It broke Dave's heart when it happened, but it did, right? It got brought from A8 down to A6. And I actually think that slow approach, I appreciate more, because I don't think anything's ruining the game so much that it needs an immediate change. And this way you kind of slowly reach the point and you kind of see how many people are complaining, and gently it comes down. I do think, however, that with Alien Hives, the morale buff thing was like introducing a new problem on top of it, just because of the whole like Snatcher Lords are 3 up, and then it's got a 2 up morale. So now they can get 2 up morale for a really cheap cost. And especially now that Scout and Fast are interchangeable, they now can slot that into any unit and stuff. But like, I think that's the natural flow of OPR anyway, right? Like some things are a bit too powerful and they come back down slowly, right? And they go back up again. It just so happens that it's landed on Alien Hives this time.
Do you remember in beta when Tano cut the number of attacks that AP4 weapons got on Alien Hives specifically? The fallout. Like, I didn't talk in the Alien Hives thread. That was thousands of comments a day. And I saw that and I thought that's a really good change. And the fury in the player base was insane there.
Dude, when Bloodthirsty was their first rule, which was like,
exploding
wands when they defend.
Yeah.
If they roll a 1 to defend, you do an extra hit. That's what it used to be. And
because when you roll a 1 to defend, you get an extra attack.
And initially, I don't know if this made it to beta.
This was blast.
I remember it was the blast thing, right? But I remember Tano, a conversation with you about this, and I went, hold on. You mean this only happens once, right? Because at the moment it goes infinite. And you I remember you messaging me being like, no, I want it to be able to go infinite. That's cool. And I don't know if that's made it into beta or just hit beta and everyone lost their mind. But like,
it was in Saurians for a while as well, right? The whatever, I think it's called Primal now, isn't it? Primal. There was a moment where you were playing with the idea of you kind of going around in circles with that, letting it infinitely explode to make it closer in power to like the 6s exploding kind of rules. Which would have been interesting, I guess.
Dude, here's the thing. You're 100% on point. It's about like slowly making changes, and if you actually think about it, Alien Hives has been actually one of the armies that has been specifically targeted for nerfs every 6 months.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I don't want to go from 0 to 100 and then suddenly people are like, well, I'm going to just throw my whole collection. It's more like, okay, at which point do people stop complaining? And I mean, and even now, like, look at this update, right? Like, so surprise attack, which some people complained about, was nerfed. The fast scout thing was nerfed. The fast plus agile that the guys,
Assault
whatever
grunts
the assault grunts used to get, has been nerfed. They actually now have to choose between fast or piercing, or so like there has been a lot of little adjustments, and actually with V3.6 there's even more adjustments coming, of course, because of many weapon things and whatever. Oh, I forgot to tell you about the scoop. We'll get there.
Oh yeah.
And so yes, I think it's definitely a slowly, getting to the point. But there is also a thing of sometimes, oh, this is a tough pill to swallow, but sometimes you can't necessarily trust the feedback. I'm gonna give you an example. So like do you guys remember this game called Wolfenstein Assault? Was it called Assault? Fuck, it was like in the 90s. Wolfenstein Return to Castle Wolfenstein. No.
Yeah. Oh
No.
no, there's. Oh, hold on, I'm getting confused because there's loads of Wolfenstein games.
Wait, it
Million
was
of them.
Wolfenstein.
Just on the topic of Alien Hives while you're looking this up, I also think that the people complaining about Alien Hives, they're obviously GDF players, and if they played AoF, they'd see that Alien Hives is basically the AoF format, right? And they'd feel a lot more normal about it, right? But the matter of fact is what you said before, right? Alien Hives is a melee list in a ranged game, right? And that can feel really oppressing if you let your opponent run next to you, which Fast and Strider lets you do and stuff, right? So, but if you were playing AoF, you'd be like, that's literally the whole game down there, right? We're all looking for Fast and Strider, we're all running at each other, we're just blowing things up, and that's how it goes. So yeah, when you bring your really expensive Battle Brother unit and it gets beaten up by an assault grunt, you do feel a little bit bad. But
yeah. Also like the fact that they have these like 20-man units. Anyway, it was called Enemy Territory. Anyway,
Territory.
and so when Enemy Territory first came out, players complained. So it's Germans versus Americans, and you have the Germans with the MP40, and you have the Americans with the Thompson. And players complained that I think the MP40 was like, or maybe the Thompson, one of the two guns was way stronger than the other. Like it was insane. It was so much stronger than the other. And they were complaining, and the devs were like, what the fuck is going on? Because behind the scenes, the guns had the exact same stats, right?
Yeah.
But one of them sounded like really strong, and so people were like influenced by that. And so to some extent, going back to Alien Hives, I feel like it's the same thing where like people are hearing other people talk about Alien Hives being really strong, and also they are now seeing content that was made 6 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, right? When maybe they're looking at a tier list from 2023 and they're like, wow, I heard Alien Hives are super overpowered, they can do this, this, and that. And it's like, yeah, but if you actually look at them now in May 2026, they can't do this, this, and that.
Yeah.
So I think it's also going to be like with time, I suppose it will change, and we'll see. We'll see slowly.
I think also a thing about Alien Hives as well, which I think is subtle but probably relevant, is you can build whatever list you want out of Alien Hives and they're all good, right? So some lists, if you build a list like Blessed Sisters, say, right, and you're like, I'm going to bring just Blessed Sisters warriors and their destroyers, you'll probably get absolutely rolled, right? Because you've missed out on some of their more like effective units. Whereas Alien Hives, it's really, really hard to spend 2,000 points there because everything's so low to the ground, so efficient, because it's all melee. It's really hard to spend 2,000 points and not come away with something that is playable. So people bringing whatever they want to are going to run into Alien Hives, which no matter how they rearrange their pieces, is going to be relatively okay, right? Someone might go like, oh, I want 2 Hive Lords. Well, brilliant, that works, because you probably then take some Assault Grunts, or maybe you just take more big monsters because you've got space for them.
Oh yeah, that's also true. I think it is an army, and I see this as well. We were talking about Age of Fantasy. I see this as well in Age of Fantasy. I think it's an army where it's, without understanding the game, it's very normal to naturally build a good army, because you look at it and you're like, oh, big monsters, little guys, these must be swarms, these must be this, right? It's the same thing in fantasy, where you're like, okay, I have infantry, big blocks of infantry, some archers, a piece of artillery. I'm not going to take 10, I'm going to take 1, I'll take a big monster, a hero on a dragon, and like I'm good to go. Whereas I feel like a lot of times people build a GDF army and they're like, it's not GDF, by the way, it's GF, just saying, a GF army, and it's like, oh, well, what do I do? And they're like, well, let me just bring like 20 jetpacks and 1 battle tank, and it's like, I don't know, buddy, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've
Yeah,
just
I
called
mean-
Harvey out on something that I gave up on calling him out on months ago.
Got GDF.
Yeah.
Oh,
What,
yeah.
what's wrong with grim, dark future?
No,
Grim
it's
Dark's
on one word.
What do you mean? Grim, dark future.
Yeah, Grimdark is
I'm not
one
gonna-
word.
I'm not gonna look-
He
By the
pulls
way,
up the merch.
I'm going to look for any code in here that says GDF. It's over.
My biggest pet peeve is people saying turn instead of round. That's my biggest
well,
pet peeve.
I mean, we've tried so hard to fight that instinct on this channel.
Yeah.
We really have. We're constantly rechanging our
I
minds
listen
about it.
to, I'm going to put my first pound in the swear jar. I listen to Warboss Fitz a lot. And
And he still says
constantly
turn.
He says turn.
Kills my
And
brain.
I see that. And who else was I watching? Maybe Good Enough Gaming. It was one of the other big ones. And like, I think Good Enough Gaming has the visual that comes up on his bat reps and it says turn 3. And I'm like, that's the 3rd activation of round 1.
Yes.
Yeah. It's so hard to shift your head out of that, but I understand
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Another thing as well about Alien Hives, which I think is being addressed in the next patch, is everything in Alien Hives hits its battle vol cap, right? Everything that's tough 3 has A4, right? Everything that's tough 1 is A2, basically, right? Which with the new update, obviously that will go away, and you're changing all these things around. So I think people who are pissed off at Alien Hives, you only need to wait, whatever it is, 5 months, and you'll
Yes.
probably be less pissed off.
There is also one thing that I have to say. For those that don't remember, because they were not here, Alien Hives used to be considered one of the worst armies for probably the first 5, 6, 7 years of OPR, which people don't remember. They were like squishy, they were too easy to kill, they were blah, 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 blah. They didn't have enough weapons to tackle different things. And actually, at some point, because also, people don't remember this, but back in the day, we didn't have the 4 core weapon types. So in Grimdark Future, we have flamers, right? You have some sort of blast reliable, what nowadays called blast reliable. Back in the day was A6, but whatever. You have a blast weapon, you have an AP2, AP4 weapon that's distance based, so against heavy. You have some sort of rending or bane weapon, so ignores regeneration weapon, and then you have some sort of deadly weapon, right? Because the idea is like these are the 4 main Swiss Army knives things, maybe not Swiss Army knife, whatever. The 4 main tools you need to tackle things. And so they were spread throughout the game. That's why every basic infantry unit has access to those. Back in the day, that didn't used to exist. So, for example, Alien Hives grunts did not have any upgrades at all. They only had, the fasting and the agile. Well, no, sorry. At the time, it was Furious, Bane, Fast, I suppose. Whatever, it doesn't matter. My point being, when we did that update to Alien Hives, I made a mistake, I think, which is we gave every unit access to all 4 of those.
Yep.
And I think that's part of the issue there. And then we made models even worse, which means now people have models and now we're kind of stuck for a while. I'm not sure if maybe we'll change that in the future, but it's like, if I was to redo that now, I would probably not give every unit access to all 4 types of attacks. And actually with V3.6, there are some units, especially some monsters, where I'm taking them away because it's not necessary. So for instance, I think it's like the Toxicorex, right now I think can still get all of them, and then it's going to be like, well, the model doesn't have it, it doesn't really make sense, so it just has like its Bane weapons because it's Bane based. Oh yeah, that was another nerf that Alien Hives got. You don't have regeneration and resistance on every unit. That's
that hit the Hive Lord, I think, the biggest, right? Because it used to have access to flying and resistance and
flying,
regen,
resistance,
I think.
regen, yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure you're ever taking all
Fantastic
3 of them because it's
also
so
kind of-
expensive, but yeah.
Yeah, you could do flying shielded. They didn't have resistance.
Yeah.
Flying shielded regen.
Yeah.
Anyway. The scoop.
Yeah, Scoop.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone, for watching an hour in. Let's make it
Yes.
worth it.
I am not sure about this, but this is an idea that I've been floating in my head. But
skip to the next
I-
timestamp if you get too invested in things.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
You go
don't
the
get
next one.
invested. Don't get invested,
Yeah.
But I've been thinking about this a lot, and it's like we are reaching the point where I think, I might be wrong, but I think V3.6 will be the last update to the core rules in a while. I think at that point we will have everything more or less in place where it's like we don't really need to update the core rules maybe for a couple of years. Unless maybe I need to change like a hotfix, right? Like, oh, there was a typo here or whatever, right? But nothing like, we're going to introduce assault. That's going to be a big thing, right? We're changing the 9-inch requirements to like action requirements. That's a big thing, right? But that type of stuff will stop. And after that, of course, we'll be still working on like, mission packs and the armies, of course, and all that stuff, right? But like the core rules would stop changing. So I've been thinking about maybe we will not call it V3.6. Maybe this will become 4th edition. And then it would be 4th edition. We would make new cover art for all the games, which honestly is one of the big reasons I would want to do this, because I like to make new art. But kind of like to signify like, hey, like we are entering a new era for a while where it's like, this is kind of like the end point for now of the core rules, because I also don't have many more ideas of what needs to be changed. Like all of the stuff that's been happening with V3.5 and V3.6 is addressing long-standing issues, right? Assault is addressing hybrid issues. Army-wide rules are addressing boringness of the armies. Anyway, this is a thought. Nothing is confirmed. I will probably talk about this in the streams. But yes, V3.6 maybe will become V4.
That's fine. You're giving me my YouTube title. Tano confirmed. End of updates.
Yeah.
So I heard that.
New
End of OPR question mark.
New version confirmed.
Yeah.
I think you could have done that with 3.5, right? I understand why you haven't, because in 3.5 the core rules barely changed, and with this,
the reason it was not done is because V3.5 was split.
Yeah.
V3.6 was supposed to be part of V3.5.
I remember.
That's why. Because otherwise, I probably would have done that already then. Yes.
Yeah. But I think we actually, I don't know how much of the discussion is going to make it into this video, especially given that we're like 5 questions in after an hour.
Okay. How many questions
we were having
do you have?
a conversation. Lots.
Okay.
Maybe
we should go faster.
Yeah. We can pick up the pace. But we were having a conversation in our Discord earlier today about like some people being like, I wish that the design approach of OPR would push the complexity. We don't need to focus on the simplicity. There are definite things that could be more complex. And I make the same point every time, which is OPR is really, really simple because the core rules are really, really simple. The complexity is in the armies and the special rules. And I think that you could literally say, sorry, my cat's interrupted me. I think you could literally say, I am never touching the core rules again. And I wouldn't care, because the crunch, the detail, the fun flavor that you get from OPR is in the armies and the special rules. You could give me the exact same 2 pages core rules every single time, and I'd be like, cool, yeah, I know this. What's my army? And that's I think
and by the way, the advanced rules are filled with stuff, and there's all the free expansions, and there is all the paid expansions. Like, there's plenty of stuff.
I just think OPR is simple, but that doesn't mean it's not complex in a way, right? Like it's simple to understand, but that doesn't mean actually playing the game is simple, right? Yes. Like it's not like we sit down and we put our minis down and then that's all the fun done, right? Like it's still a good game to play. So yeah.
All right, let's speed through some questions, maybe.
Let's right. So the next question actually is that whole thing about Alien Hives, but in reverse for jackals. People pointing out that jackals just feel shit, and
don't immediately break the rule about going fast here, okay? Don't immediately do that.
All right.
Otherwise, you'll be invited back otherwise.
I'm a little bit like, I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, I constantly keep trying to buff them, but, the model range is what it is. The models are what they are. Definitely, they have some hybrid problem, which will be solved with V3.6 for sure. But also, I think really what a lot of people want is they just want some fucking fusion rifles in the army. They just want some AP4 Deadly 3, and it's like some armies are not meant to have AP4 Deadly 3. That's why they have we have the difference between fusion rifle armies and rocket launcher armies, like orcs, they're rocket launcher army, like I guess remember the infected colonies are rocket launcher army, I think, whatever. And again, it comes to the point of, do you want me to make every army the same?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
It's an interesting point. Like, Harvey, you go for it. I think there are ways that you can change jackals. There are ways that you could change it. There are ways that I could pitch and would no doubt hit the usual walls of, but here's why not. But yeah, they're definitely an interesting one. The thing that I do love is how much passion there is for jackals. People fucking love jackals.
Yeah.
They really want it. Every time something talks about, to be like, oh, can you do something new and cool and unique with jackals? I think as well there's an aspect of expectation versus reality, which is always going to be difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
I mean, I'm a Jackals
sorry, just
enjoyer.
one thing.
I think go on.
I'm just checking. I think part of also V3.5 was, I'm just double checking, that we now gave them weapons that are specifically AP +2 against.
They had Scratch.
Shatter is the new one, I think, right? Yeah.
Shatter against units for most
tough 3.
Yes,
Yeah.
AP +2. So another type of, well, whatever. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I'm a big Jackals enjoyer. I think my biggest complaint with Jackals is just that like some of the units are fit for purpose and other ones are just like a bit crap. Like the Beast Gunners, right? Like that might be one of the worst units in the game. Like honestly, like I don't know if you've ever actually put one of those on a board, but it's the most underwhelming shit ever.
It's a hybrid problem, right?
Well, yeah, it's also like a 30-inch gun thing, right, on a tough 3 unit, right? Like they're
There's
so
also
expensive.
Qual 5.
Yeah, but Qual 5, but they're still 200 points. Like it's I think stuff like that really is actually the Jackal's problem. The variety of units that you can pick between, it feels like there are some major trap options and there are other options which are okay. And I think if someone goes like, oh, I think it's really cool that we can get Beast Gunners, and they start bringing those, then it's kind of like the opposite of the Alien Hives problem, where it's like it's too easy to build a bad list. Because I know there's a guy in the UK Discord who's a big Jackals guy, and every time he's like, "Oh, Jackals don't work," I go like, "Well, have you tried this?" And he goes, "I don't want to use Stalkers. I don't want to use thingy. I don't like." He's like, "I want to use the guys with the guns with the 30-inch range." And I'm like, "Well, unfortunately, that is the problem, right? Like, they just kind of suck." Give Jackals Dow army wide. That'll solve the problem.
I mean, they have precision tag, right? That's kind of that was also again V3.5 trying to find a way to solve their problem by being like, well, you can tag the unit that's 30 inches away, and now your 5-ups become 4-ups, and now
this is not in the Q&A.
I know what he's going to say.
Yeah,
I know what he's going to say.
Why did precision tag got to get changed to be consumable, but the other precision tag, precision target, I think it's called, that's like permanent +1. And then you got precision tag, which is you put down 1 token, but you can spend it immediately. Yeah.
So they were first of the. What do you mean with they were changed? They were not changed in V3.5.3.
No, but it was reduced down. Like it used to be, you get 2, but you spend them. But now it's 1, but you obviously like one of these is like a buff for like 20 points that gives you a permanent +1. The one's a buff for 10 points that gives you a one-off +1, which to me is the power difference is wild there. What was the reasoning behind reducing it?
Honestly, it was just too many tokens. That was part of it. But also, that's one of the reasons. Hold on, let me put the precision. I have the thing open on the side. That's actually one of the reasons that like kind of like changed the ranges, right? So precision. Target is 18 inches. Precision tag is 24, and then precision spotter is 30. Which in part, in my opinion, precision tag should be 30. But and precision spotter should be 24. But when I did that, people were crying because, I have to roll a 4-up to get this horrendous rule. It's terrible. I will never use this. And I'm like, all right, fine. And so I changed it. Also, I definitely want to change it. I think in part of the issue also for precision target which is changing in V3.6 is that you can stack it, whereas it's not meant to be stackable.
Okay.
And that was a mistake that I made in how the rule was written.
Is that the permanent +1? The target
yes, exactly. So the idea is you cannot put like 5 permanent +1s or whatever on one, whereas precision tag you could.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a shame to see the rule nerfed so heavily. I think I'd rather just see it reworked into like Surge, right?
Yeah.
So it's like distinct, but
I think maybe part of the problem is that like it puts, so it's an X rule, but the X is on the same target. Because part of the issue, of course, is that we didn't want, because what you did is basically you took your entire army always to +2 on stuff, and so like every unit can kind of do it, and it becomes really, really powerful. And so maybe if it was like, imagine if it was 2, it was like pick 2 different units, and then, well, if you want, you can, if you have multiple tags, then you can start tagging together, but it's harder for you to be able to be like, well, that guy, I have +2 against that guy. Because even though it's only once, as you know, +2 is way more important than +1. And so
Yeah, for
it's kind of
sure.
that thing. But I'll take a note. I have some stuff that I'm working on v3.6 regarding these.
If you're taking a note and you're thinking about placing markers as a special rule, I think jackals are a prime army for that sort of testing. Of put down traps, put down a marker, enemy units within 6 inches, you get +1 to hit it. I think that's going to be, if you wanted to.
We hate measuring. We hate measuring.
I don't hate measuring entirely. Someone said this in one of the questions that Dave hates measuring, and I don't think I'm even going to get the chance to defend myself on that.
So the thing of placing a marker is a great idea, not v3.6.
Yeah, I think actually what I'd like to see for if one is consumable and one's not, one's a permanent buff and one's a temporary buff, I'd like to see the temporary buff, like, yeah, sure, +2 to hit's too much, but what if it was +1 to hit and +1 AP?
And AP,
right? Yeah, so then that, or like +1 to hit and Bane or whatever, right? And made it like, or maybe even
+1
like
to hit and scratch or whatever.
Yeah, something like that, right? Just so that it was like, okay, well, this is consumable, but it feels more powerful, but it's not the point where my whole army is, I'm not like bringing a bunch of these marks and then hitting you with a really expensive unit that's hitting on 2-ups.
Tag 4. Oh, tag 4. What's the rule when you kill things that you get buffs?
Oh god, that's so many tokens. You're a token
addict.
What is that?
I'm a token addict. So I keep on thinking about that.
Maybe even just like versatile tag or whatever, so you can choose at least, right? Just so it has some more power over just the base +1. I don't know.
You're just making the rule more complex.
Yeah, that's true.
That's it.
That's
all right.
fair. Yeah.
Also, what would you call it? Would one be precision piercing tag and the other one would be piercing precision tag? This is a joke.
No, one's versatile tag, right?
No, sure. But before you said it would have +1.
Oh, both. Yeah.
Whatever. Doesn't matter.
I'd call it hurty tag.
Precision.
But I took a note.
I
do. Yeah. I have been playing around with it lately. You can already see some changes I put in v3.6. But I'm playing around with it.
Yeah.
We are, I think, so as we said, viewers, we have cut a lot of questions and we're going to be cutting more, I think. So I'm going to start to probably skip through a couple of these.
I mean, we can do a speed round.
We can do quickly, right? Yeah.
What if we
let's
do a
just
speed
pick
round?
5 and rapid them out, because some of these are so short.
Like, what if we have, how many questions do you still have?
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, fucking tons.
How many do you actually
tons
have?
before we get to okay, ready?
I think this
actually counts again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, I'm not done, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and then I plan to have a lightning round.
Okay. Wait, and then a lightning round?
Yeah, then hot takes.
That's the hot take.
Okay.
Yeah,
and how many have we answered so far?
5, maybe.
Okay,
5.
so we have answered 5, which is 1/5 of the whole thing.
Oh, 6.
Yeah.
Sorry, 6. Yeah.
Okay, so how about this? How about you give me the next 10 questions and only I answer, and I will answer like in one phrase, and that way we just cut that thing in half.
Yeah.
Sweet.
And
Ready?
I'll put a 10-second timer on my phone.
Give me 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds.
All right, go on.
Alien Hives got a lot of Titans reduced to T15. This seemed like a great idea. Why is it limited to Alien Hives, and do you plan on rolling it out to other factions' Titans?
No.
Cool.
Right, you've got another 28 seconds.
Yeah, you can keep going. Why?
No. Next one. That's a no.
All right,
go.
Fine. Can you please consider fixing some of the lesser played and underwhelming existing armies before introducing new ones, e.g. Rebel Guerrillas, Human Inquisitions, Sky City Dwarves, and Deep Sea Elves? This could be through better army wides or an additional effective unit. What is the current... Well, this is even 2 questions. Let's go for that one first. Rework, underplayed unit, armies.
So we have a plan. We have 2 armies planned to be very much overwhelmed, which is Rebel Guerrillas and what's the other one called?
Colonies.
Yeah, infected colonies. For the other armies, we're very limited by model ranges, so until we don't have our own models, it's tough. But like I said before, I am planning to do an army by army review at some point, and so then we might get something more interesting.
What is the current priority of new armies versus balancing existing armies?
Completely unrelated.
They're 2 separate teams, right? Surely.
Yeah.
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 One is model related, and one is just rules related.
Gangs of New Eden and Guilds of the Nexus are skirmish only, but I love the theming options. I know you've been asked to do it and you won't, but why can't they be made into full battle armies?
They actually had a very small stint where they were available as full battle armies. I just don't think that they are developed enough to work as full battle armies, and it's just more noise. So I'm not really keen on that.
I'm actually like so in favor of not adding any more factions to the game. Right, like the amount of factions in this game is insane, right? So like the choice is bonkers, right? So for anyone who wants the game to be more deep on a faction level, yeah, like we don't need the 29th faction, right? So that's not going to help.
What's the reasoning behind making slow less of a discount? I think this is a 3.5.3 specific points change question.
Yes, it is.
Honestly, it's one that I'm a bit on the fence about. Basically, the idea is, going faster is much more valuable than going slower, but then it also kind of depends, because if you are going slower, depending on the army, it's one thing, but if you make somebody else go slower, it's actually more valuable. So honestly, I think right now it's more of kind of like a stopgap solution, but I do have it already in my notes that we're gonna kind of review this, because I think we need to better rework how a lot of these things work. So for example, one of the reasons you can see that melee shrouding is really cheap, I think on the Dow hover tank, I think the Dow vehicles have melee shrouding,
like 10
is
points.
because I think the math is not fully sound there, because it's assuming things that it should assume more stuff than just what it's currently assuming.
Yeah.
That's it.
5 points. I had actually missed that. That's mad.
Yeah. Also, is Furious broken as well? Furious is really cheap across the whole board right now. I don't know if you've noticed that, but Furious auras are on heroes.
Alien
5
Hives
points.
is like 5 points.
Unclear. I would have to look at that as well.
Yeah.
Is the Furious aura super cheap or just Furious?
5 points.
5 points. Yeah, 5 points on hero auras.
I have to look into it. We have fixed the math behind like on 6 things. I'll have to look at that. Let me write it down.
Awesome. Next one, would you consider releasing STL files that are optimized for FDM printers? Lots of us are not interested in resin printers. I buy many STLs and would love to buy official OPR files for STL printing, says this
Unfortunately not.
Unfortunately not. Next, 3.5.3 and 3.6 both tone down lethality and AP. This helps defense 2 to 4, but has minimal effect on defense 5 to 6. Do you think this will push the meta more towards elite and tough armies, or do you have rebalancing plans to avoid this? Ooh.
I cannot predict where the meta is going, especially because I don't think there truly is a meta. There are many, many local metas and many, many people that just play at home and have fun and don't care. Generally speaking, though, the feedback we have been getting for a long time now is that elite armies are underpowered compared to horde armies. So if it were to shift the meta to more elite armies a bit, then supposedly, based on the feedback we get, it would be a good thing. But again, I cannot predict a meta shift like that.
The interest of speed is killing me here. I want to talk about all of these things. Next one. Since movement-based army-wide rules got nerfed, will those armies get some attention in 3.6? The impact of those nerfs seems far more impactful than other army-wide rules changes in 3.5.3.
Just on this one, when I read this question, I was like, to me, it sounds like they're saying, like, the nerf my things. Are you going to buff them again?
Yeah, it did sound like that.
No.
No, but also, like, I do feel like people kind of exaggerate a bit, because it's like, okay, something went from +3 inches to +2 inches. Sure, if you look at the math, it's 33% less. That's a huge deal, but like, +3 inches on your 12-inch charge. You went from charging 15 to charging 14. Come on. Let's all relax for a second.
This is also a GDF AoF thing, right? Sorry, a GF AoF thing. Actually, is it AF? Is
AoF.
Is the OV? We're allowed the OV. We're not allowed the dark. Okay, sure. So in AoF, mobility is an arms race, right? You want to be just faster than your opponent, right? Because you basically want to move up so they can't charge you. Whereas in GF, there's so much more shooting that actually movement is no longer an arms race, and mobility is then like more emphasized because it's about getting around the board while you're shooting. So I think that's also like, it's where the two games kind of like differ in like a style way, and it's very hard to find a middle ground.
Yeah, and also in terms of costing, it actually makes things really hard to cost because let's imagine that moving 6 inches has cost A, and then moving 12 inches has cost A times 2, for example, right? And then you say, well, moving 13 inches is, whatever, A times whatever, right? Okay. But actually, just having that 1 extra inch, once you're on the table, that extra inch can make the biggest difference in the world, because it just means like, well, you will never be able to charge me first. So now, or whatever, I'll always be able to charge you first. And so that's actually really, really hard to balance in terms of points, because it's like, where do you, how do I suddenly, musician gives +1 inch, which is like, whatever, it's 1 inch, but it's like, but that 1 inch has a lot of value in
if
this
I have
situation.
That and you don't.
Yeah. So it's very tough to balance, actually. And that's part of the thing I was talking about before with melee shrouding, where it's like, it's just -3 inches charge, but actually -3 inches charge. It's very, very,
yeah.
Yeah.
I think anything like that's kind of hard to even conceptualize how you do begin to balance it, right? Because like 2 inch extra on advance is kind of equivalent to having 2 inch extra range in your guns.
Yeah.
If you costed it as having 2 inch extra range in your guns, then all of a sudden the 30-inch range guns, which have like the scaling, cost even more, but actually they're benefiting it from the least because they already had the range, right? So the whole thing is very strange. Really, like 2 inch extra movement should like shoot up the cost of a 12-inch gun, because now like they can threaten 14 inches or 22 inches or whatever it is when you add them together.
It's forgetting, and I've spoken about this on the channel before, it's forgetting that linear increase has actually a cubic result or a squared result, because the game is played in 2D space, not 1D space.
Yes.
So there's so much to it.
Yeah.
No. Brill. When sifting through the mountain of player feedback, what is your mental filter for deciding what is a legitimate issue versus what can be ignored?
Is it from Adam? Ignore.
Never about the person that gave the feedback. Very, very context based. It depends on the feedback that I'm getting, right? It's what is the feedback about? Is it something that I'm aware of? How much of this feedback am I getting? I will say usually what would happen is like, of course, the more often I see a feedback, the more likely it is that I will take a look at it immediately. But even if I see some feedback where I'm like, okay, this one guy said this thing, and unless I see like, okay, I can legitimately see how this could be an issue for everyone, I'll be like, okay, I keep in the back of my brain, and let me pay attention to this. Like maybe next time I look at that army, maybe next time I look at that rule, maybe next time I start getting more feedback about that army, I'm like, okay, well, actually, could this thing that I just, I don't know, some issue with DAO, could this issue that's being told to me about DAO actually be related to this other thing that this other guy had brought up about, rapid advance aura? And I'm like, oh, okay. So it's very context dependent.
I've got a follow-up question. Are you more likely to take the feedback seriously if it's in the format that you have in the games feedback section, where you have to put like what army it is, how many games you've played, what is it you've witnessed? Do you have like an internal thing where you're like, oh, you bastard, why are you using my format?
It will be much easier for me to process. And I think that's actually one thing that I hate to say it, but I am a human. So as a human, I have to process things. And so when somebody comes to me and is like, here is a 500-word essay without punctuation, all jumbled up, I'm like, and ultimately all you're trying to tell me is like, fast should be +3 +6. I'm like, dude, you're making it very hard for me to get to this information. And so I think asking for that format kind of already puts players in the mindset of that's the format of the feedback they're giving. But of course, some people are just like, here's a wall of text and good luck. And I'm like, my brother, I'm going to skim this if I have time, but like I have a million things to do and a million pieces of feedback. And if it sounds like you're just mad and rambly, I don't know that I'm going to read the full thing,
My favorite,
and that's
my
not
favorite
great.
feedback is when people link a document. I love seeing that, because I just imagine what
that's crazy.
Like, here's like my five PDFs I've thrown together for you, just if you've got time. It's like, oh my god.
Also, I have to say, and I understand the passion and of giving the feedback. I think a lot of times people over explain and over analyze. Like sometimes all I need for you to tell me is like, I think rapid rush is too slow, And that's enough. You know, it doesn't allow me to reach objectives that I need. Okay, great. You don't need to give me your 10-page analysis of, well, actually, cubically speaking, the movement here, and then if you think about it, is 6. I'm like, baby, relax. Just tell me rapid rush is too slow, and maybe this, you know, okay, cool. A lot of times it's like that, where it's like, you give me a huge wall of text just to say this one thing, and I didn't need the whole wall of text. Also, I think for their time, you know, like, you have other things to do.
So the next question on the list is, how does feedback work best for you? And are there things we can do to make your life easier?
Who's we?
The players giving feedback.
Okay. I thought you guys as don't think just charge.
Specifically. We will give you a 3-hour video essay every single week.
And you'll like it.
Oh, you said something in a recent video where you said, like, I would rather give feedback via video than by a thing. Please, it's so much harder for me to keep track of it, because, like, imagine I'm listening to you guys whilst I'm on a walk, and you're giving me, and I'm like, if it was in written form, I'm like, okay, boom, I copy paste it into my notes and it's done, right?
Yeah, but this way we have things to talk about, right? When it comes to the next patch and you haven't implemented it, you know, then I can say the same thing again, and then it all works out.
But I do think also part of it is that maybe you are better at giving context when you speak than when you write,
for
and
sure.
that does make a
1000%.
difference, you know.
But
in terms of how to give feedback, sorry, just so we don't stay here for another 20 minutes. Get to the point, bullet points, no need for a big analysis. You can provide suggestions, but keep them simple, you know? And I think that's like, if somebody gave me like that, like, okay, rapid rush is too short, right? Boom, you let me know what it's about. You know, whenever I go and the objectives are 6 inches apart, I cannot reach them. Okay, maybe it should be 5 inches. Okay, cool. Thank you. You've given me your thoughts. I understand it. I don't need a full analysis with screenshots and graphs and whatever. Keep it short. Keep it simple. I guess one of the things is, remember that I know the games off by heart. So a lot of times I don't need an explanation. I'm like, oh yeah, I got it. Like you said this, and I'm like, I know what's happening and I'll fix it, you know?
The Army Forge bot should have an added feature where it responds to people in games feedback if they're above a certain character limit, or it doesn't detect bullet points, and it just goes like,
oh,
hey, just to let you know, this is not in the right format for me to be reading. You might want to try this, kind of a bit like Clippy. I see you trying to write some feedback.
4G. Yeah, maybe 4G could be a thing. Maybe. We haven't had a lot of time to put into bots and stuff like that.
No.
Cool. How often does Tano get to play OPR? Who with? And is it ever just for fun, or are you always on the clock?
He hates the
not
game.
often enough, for sure, nowadays. I get to play with friends. I get to play with coworkers. I don't very often get to play with strangers, so maybe I'll play with like friends of friends. Rarely nowadays do I get to play with people on the Discord, unfortunately. Most of the time, I'm playing alone. Because a lot of the times it's just like, I need to test this one thing, and I'll be like, let me set up this scenario, let me test this thing. Okay, let me set up this different scenario, let me test this thing. Let me set up this scenario that somebody gave me, let me test this thing. A lot of times, testing will happen without a board, depending on the thing, right? Maybe it's just a pure math thing, you know, and it's like, I have any dice open, I have statistics open, I have a measuring tape. I don't have it here. Actually, I have glue here, but I had a measuring tape. It's there in the cupboard, whatever. And I'll literally just be like, okay, here's 2 miniatures. Let me measure, let me understand, let me kind of try and, you know, figure it out. So a lot of times it's that. Now that I have Broken Truth, the box, I actually got to play last weekend a couple times, which was very cool. But yeah.
I've got one that's kind of related. What was the last mini you painted?
Sorry.
The last mini I actually painted was a wood elf, what's he called? A wood elf, 3-man brute, and it was in November.
There we go.
Yeah.
Defender, that's a while ago.
I wish the last time I painted was in November. Fucking hell.
I will play with grey minis because I have to test or stuff like that, you know? So also I do have the privilege that I have a bunch of minis that were painted not for me, but like they were painted for some convention, and I just have them, and so I play with a bunch of painted minis. I didn't paint them, so
yeah. When you play with people, do you often find that they're really lazy with learning the rules because like you're the creator and all, you should know them?
No, I am often surprised by how fucking competitive people are. Like every time I present the game, I'm like, it's a chill game, it's a simple game, have fun. And then somebody will be like, okay, if I position my guy there because there is the 1-inch rule, he cannot move around. And I'm like, just don't. I literally said this the last time. I was like, don't think, just charge. And they were like, but actually, if I do this, I was like, man, it's the first time you're playing this game and you're competitive. That's crazy.
The 1-inch
so, yeah.
rule is by far the sweatiest rule in OPR.
Oh, yeah.
Like by far, right? Oh my god, when we play in tournaments, that's literally every game has. Yeah, it's always the 1-inch rule.
Makes sense. It's there for a reason, you know.
It's there for a reason. Social distancing, you know, we're fresh out of the pandemic.
It's introduced with COVID.
What are your thoughts on narrative heroes being less generic heroes with a special model and a non-standard aura? So they've expanded. I'd love to see narrative heroes be something a little more faction flavorful, like an annihilator character who gives bonuses for other annihilator units, or a stealth character who gives bonuses to units with ambush. Make us want to experiment with fun army comps.
This is a little bit like that Wolf Brother and spellcasting thing, where I think there's just two camps of people, three camps of people. There's camp of people that says OPR should not have narrative heroes at all. I'm sorry, they're here. Goodbye. There are some people that are like, and you don't have to use them. So, there are some people that are like, I want them to be super special. I want them to do crazy stuff and whatever. And then we have the camp of people that are like, I just want some cool model to play with. And the reality is, like I said, we cannot really cater to the people that don't want them beyond not making them mandatory. They're actually like optional. You can, if you don't check that box, you will never see them. And then it's important for me that we don't give people the perception that we make our narrative heroes stronger so that it feels like you must take them. I don't want anyone to be like, oh, well, of course you have all these narrative heroes because you're trying to sell more models, so you're making them more powerful and so on and so forth. So I don't want that at all. So for me, yes, they should be a twist on what we have in the faction. Could we do more? For sure. But again, it's that type of thing where I have to be kind of careful when and what do I use. But already now there are some heroes, and I want to keep doing this, which are using stuff from the beta that never made it. Like reckless piercing, for example, I think one of them has it, and stuff like that. You know, maybe I'm gonna have the points thing. I don't know if you remember the points rule.
Yeah,
and stuff like that. I think that's cool. But tight.
Yeah. I mean, I think they'd be a great test bed for new rules, right? Like, I think, you know, you got an idea for a rule, throw on a narrative hero, see how it sticks. If everyone complains about that one narrative hero, then you know it's a new rule.
But also don't forget that everything ends up in the builder, which means it has to be made to work properly with whatever people make, and it has to be able to be costed properly. Just saying.
I did not realize until we did our Q&A the other week how many people are completely very, very passionate about the idea that if named things are good, it will ruin the game. Like I didn't realize how passionate people were about this concept of like named stuff should not be good because I want my own army, right? I don't want Sir Brave the Brave. I want like the character I've written to be the best thing about it, and I don't want it to be what you've given me. I had no idea that existed in the community, but god damn it, they allowed audience.
Yes.
Well, has the team ever thought about tying in new units and model updates to narrative campaigns to generate hype? As an example, the newest narrative campaign as Jackals and Robot Legions focused was adding a new unit to Jackals or updating any fiddly Robot Legions models thought of.
First off, have we thought of X? Most likely, yes. It's been 10 years, right? Like, we've thought about everything. Well, not everything, but, we've thought about a bunch of stuff. Yes, we have definitely floated the idea. There are multiple reasons we are not really keen on doing that. Number one, it feels like, our main audience that is supporting us for the 3 printed minis is on Patreon. And already, now I think it's kind of become okay, but already at the beginning, when we started doing these like out of Patreon campaigns, we had people complaining. They were like, well, I'm supporting you every month. Why do I now have to go outside of the Patreon to pay for these 4 narrative characters, to pay for this narrative campaign, to pay for this, right? And so I think it would be an even bigger slap in the face if it was like, hey, you see this awesome, cool army you have? Yeah, there's 2 new units for it, and the only way you can get them is out here. So it's a bit of like a you shouldn't bite the hand that feeds you, I guess.
Yeah.
Situation. And also, to be honest, it's like we don't want to necessarily keep bloating armies if we have other things that we're prioritizing, and yeah. And also, I'm not sure that it would create that much hype. I'm not sure.
I asked this question of you, I think, as well. At one point, and you went, that's also going to just create an expectation that I release a campaign, I'm releasing a new unit, and then eventually you'll get to a campaign where it's like, I actually just want it for this narrative, and people are saying, where's my new unit?
Yeah. We have that problem, quote unquote, with the Titans, actually, which is like, you know, every month we have some sort of Titan, plus we have a legendary, and then we have loyalty rewards, which means that's 18 big models every year. And that's why we started doing things like the epic versions of them, where it's like it's the same stats but an epic version, or we're doing the dioramas, like, okay, let me catch up on some old stuff and introduce units in a way that it can go on the page, and right, it's literally the thing that we're trying to solve, right? And in a way that it's not adding another huge model to the game. Yeah. And we're probably going to keep experimenting with that over time, because there's a limit. There's a limit at some point, you know? We cannot just keep adding Titans forever.
Yeah. What is the rationale behind not splitting out the stat blocks? For a new player, it's confusing to have to look at the special rules to know that you have a -1 to shooting due to bad shot subtracted from your quality stat, or that you move 6 inches, but not on that guy because it says slow at the bottom, so you have to subtract 2 or 4. It seems like, this is an interesting point, but I don't know if I agree with it. It seems like that is needless levels of complexity for a game that's supposed to be beginner friendly.
So I think actually it's the other way around.
Yeah, I think a little bit
for
too.
me, it's like the idea with the OPR core stats was the only things that should be the stats are things that everybody always has. If any unit doesn't have this thing, it should not be a core stat, which is why it's quality and it's defense, and that's it, right? Because everybody has quality and defense, and the movement is supposedly the same for most units. To me, actually, having a speed stat, which then, you know, looks kind of like you're seeing 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 8, 9. What's happening here? To me, that's personally, I find it harder to read and to process than, well, this guy has fast and I know what fast does because, you know, I know what fast does. I've even played. A lot of stuff is also like the more you play, the easier it gets. It's like, oh, this is fast. Okay, done. You know, or this is slow. That's what it means, and whatever. So it's that.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely empathize with what they're saying, though, because I've introduced a couple of people to the game, and oftentimes, until you kind of like get it in your head that it's always 6 inches, there's a lot of looking on the sheet for the answer, right?
Yes.
There's a lot of them going like, wait, how far can I move? And like, wait, if I shoot, like, so I think that is maybe just a teething issue more than anything else.
But, I mean, one thing that we're doing soon, hopefully, you know, we have a lot of stuff stacked up at the same time, is we want to release the demo mode, which basically like strips a bunch of rules from the game, because I think, introducing someone to the game, I would, for example, avoid casters, I would avoid fast units, I would avoid slow units, right? I would just be like, here's a bunch of regular dudes, you know, here's some Ratman warriors and human warriors, and they just, you know,
smash. Yeah.
I think anytime you're explaining something to someone and you say like, this is the case, unless that's when immediately you lose someone, right? Like when one of my friends, when he first played Robot Legions, and on his first game, I was like, everybody moves 6 inches, apart from most of your guys, and you need to look for the slow tag. And then he immediately was like, so yeah.
The way I usually frame it is, I will kind of frame things as like, that's your thing. So like when I was explaining, for example, Broken Truth, I was okay, you're the robots, your thing is your army is slow, and whenever they get wounds, you know, you have a chance to like negate it, and that's your thing. And then they were like, okay, well, it's my thing. And then it's like, well, actually, these guys are faster.
Oh, it's my thing.
And
like,
okay,
actually, I quite like that.
Yeah.
Frill. I'd like if you could ask him to talk about tough 6 melee units. Pretty much everyone knows they don't work very well. It's an incredibly common piece of feedback, and yet the only change we've seen so far is for them to get their valves slightly tweaked. That doesn't seem to address the problem that everything else outscales them via combining. I've not got the names on this one, but I wonder if I know who the commenter is. But yes, tough 6.
Well, can you give me your opinions first? I would be interested in hearing this, because I do think it's a quote-unquote controversial topic.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the tough 6 problem is breakpoints, right? Being able to deal 6 wounds is enormous in OPR because of the way the units are set up, right? So you get units of 3, you get units of 6. Okay, 6 wounds kills those. You get units of 5, they die to 6 wounds. Units of 10, they get a morale check from 6 wounds. Tough 3, 2 of them units die. That's a morale check. Tough 6, they're dead. Tough 9, it's morale check. Tough 12 is a morale check. So there's this magical breakpoint where if you can deal 6 wounds, it's enormously favorable to you. Now, if you take a tough 6 unit and you kit it out as best you can, quality 2 with 8 attacks, it doesn't get to that 6 wound on average, which I'm not really a fan of most of the time, but it doesn't reach that magical breakpoint. So I think what most people's experience with tough 6 is they charge them in, they hit like 3 attacks, and then the unit destroys them in return, and they go like, that's not what I'd imagined when I charged my chariot into your beastmen or whatever, right? Like I thought that was going to work. So I know that the idea of doubling up tough 6 units gets floated all the time, and I like it from like a thematic way. I think it's kind of fun, right? Like 2 chariots together going round, or 2 small cyclopses or whatever. But to be honest, I feel like tough 6 is in a state where like, yeah, doubling up might be an exciting and fun thing they can do. It might be nice to see that as the breakpoint instead of tough 3, because right now I'm just like, well, I feel like it's a bit of a trap option to take tough 6. They end up playing kind of a swarm-like role more than anything else, where you like, they're like expensive swarms. They don't really have offensive prowess, even if they are like quality 3 with Furious. And they end up being like relegated to the wings of the board, where they basically just run around and try and cause trouble. So that's my tough 6 take.
Yeah. At the same time, there's a perception when you put the mini down, because tough 6 models are usually something a bit bigger, something a bit cooler. Like I think about the Blessed Sisters exosuits, which are tough 6. Those models are, I don't have one to hand, they're in the garage, but like they're the size of a Games Workshop dreadnought. Like they're big things, right? The Wood Elves ancient, the bug thing, I can't remember the name of it right now as well, right? It's a big thing, and it's tough 6. And so when you put down a big chunky thing, you have this impression that it's going to be a big brick wall. But when you get like the exosuit, for example, that's defense 3, quality 4, I don't think it has fearless, and it takes 3 hits and it shakes, and it's like, oh, this is a cool model. I thought it would do a bit more than this. There's also that visual disconnect, I think.
I honestly believe that you could take all the tough 6s of the game and make them tough 9s, and tough 6 then just be the hero equivalent of stuff, right? So like tough 1's hero equivalent is tough 3, tough 3's hero equivalent is tough 6, and then everything else is tough 9. And that would also probably just solve the problem, because I think tough 9s are a really nice middle ground, because they can deal enough damage, but they're not this big dominant tough 12 piece.
I mean, I think you guys nailed the thing on the head with some of the things. I think it's definitely a perception problem, in part because of the size of the minis, maybe. Especially OPR minis, especially older minis. I don't think we're scaled very well, and we've been trying to improve on that over the last couple of years to be sure that, like, you know, I think, for example, the walkers from the sisters are all a bit too big, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I think, Harvey, your thing that you were saying before at the end, I think that is the thing where the problem lies, which is, you said, well, and then people just kind of like use them as this thing that goes around and causes trouble, right?
Yeah.
That is the role of T6s. T6s are meant to be supporting troublemakers. They're not supposed to be the ones that charge in. They're supposed to be the ones that like finish off units. They're supposed to be your hammer, not your anvil, I guess, right? They're supposed to be kind of like flankers. So if you think about chariots, for example, the idea of chariots is they're fast, they have impact, they can like strike things down. And so the idea is like, okay, go and destroy that unit of 5 archers. Go and destroy that unit of like 5 hounds. Go and destroy that unguarded artillery piece, right? That's meant to be the role on the one side, and on the other side, the role is meant to be go mop up this unit that's shaken, go mop up this unit that's already wounded, go mop up this unit that is did I say shaken already? Fatigued.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. Go mop up this unit that's fatigued and now cannot strike you back, right? And so I think the problem is definitely that perception where, like, I think people look at them and think they should behave like tough 9s, but they behave like tough 6s, which is a support piece. That's actually one of the reasons, like, a lot of as we scaled back the marks and debuffs and stuff like that in v3.5.3, a lot of them were moved to tough 6s in a way to also encourage, like, hey, this is a support piece. This is meant to tag something, have you destroyed or have you attack it, and then come in and do the final blow. This is meant to use the tag to help itself deliver that final blow. So I think there's a problem there of perception versus what the design is, and that doesn't necessarily mean that people are wrong. It might be that I am wrong by trying to have units that are meant to be support units when people don't want support units.
Yeah, we always talk about the like an APC being like the ultimate support unit because it's like a big model.
Which one, sorry?
Block, like APCs, right? APCs, they've got transport, so that's innately very supporty. They don't tend to have a lot of guns, so it's very clear that their role is not to shoot things. And then they're big models, so you can just park them in front of stuff and then your opponent can't get past them. So like for me, that's like very clearly a support unit. When I look at like, I don't know, the I can't really call it, like the beasts in Dark Elves, which are 3/4s with 6
Dark Elf
attacks and tough
Raiders.
6, Dark Elf Raiders. Yeah, I mean, even the Medusa, really, to be honest, in normal Dark Elves. Then I look at that and go like, ooh, this doesn't have like even with marks, it doesn't really have the utility that like, I was getting from my APC. It's not a big mini, so it's not really blocking in the same way. And yeah, it's not fast. It's not Strider, like things that would make that like more obvious. So I think maybe
part of the
some of the
issue
tough 6 just
is-
struggle.
Yeah, maybe part of the issue is that, again, as a holdover for how things used to be designed, where it was like, well, we're just making this thing. As we move forward with refining the games and the armies and whatever, we should take a look at, okay, if tough 6 have X role, then they should at least have Y, Z, right? So it's like, okay, if you're a tough 6, you should at least have something like Scout or Fast or Strider or ambush or fly, like whatever. You should have something that makes it more clear that you're not meant to be a go in and strike, but a supportive thing. That's definitely something that could be done. For example, those units that you meant, that you were talking about, the beasts, that those guys have Vanguard or Scout, one of the twos.
I think,
and again, the idea is,
Maybe Vanguard
well,
now, yeah.
you find that they left their snipers unguarded. Well, you're gonna scout these guys near them, and then they're just gonna go and eat some snipers, and then they're gonna get trashed, right? They're not meant to be like, okay, this guy now goes and fights your 10 Battle Brothers, but people will throw them at 10 Battle Brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Has there been any thought towards making light vehicles defense 3 instead of defense 2? Many of the smaller monsters have D3, and changing things like APCs and light trucks to Def 3 as well would make mixed games with both AoF and GDF armies a bit less skewed.
So definitely not thinking about it in terms of GDF versus AoF games. I think that's
Tano, GF.
You see, now you're entering my brain. Yeah. So not thinking so much about GF versus AoF. It's more, because that's a thing you can do, but that's not the main way that it's designed, right? It works, but it's not how it's meant to be, so to say. Definitely something that I've thought about, and it's kind of more part of that thing I was talking about with v3.7, where it's like looking at the roles. So for example, an idea that I had, again, nothing confirmed, right? It's just an idea. It's like, well, maybe one way that we could define the monster role is, well, all monsters, for example, are def 3 up instead of def 2 up, and they have regeneration, and maybe all walkers are def 3 up and have fortified, for example, whereas tanks have def 2. And so maybe that's a way to be like, okay, well, we're kind of like messing around with things and defining roles a bit differently. But yeah, that's more of like a v3.7 thing.
I mean, I do like the idea of like Jeeps being the ones that get access to Strider, have def 3 and fast, whereas APCs don't get access to Strider, but are def 2 instead. And then you have, once again, like clear role, right? Like this one's like, I'm shooting it down the board and it's really mobile, but it might die. And the APC is like more of an armored personnel carrier moving up the board slowly.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things
so,
I thought about, I haven't done it yet, but for example, for V3.7, where it's like the choices thing, actually it was supposed to be called like the choices update. I think that was what it was called. Was stuff like that where it's like, well, do you want your APC to have, the regular wheels and then it's fast, or do you want to have it have the plow and it loses fast but it gains strider? So it's like, again, that decision there. Whereas now you can make them fast and strider, and some of them also stealth at the same time, and you can add a limited missile launcher. Yeah, and it's like, okay, maybe it should be a choice between one of these, and then you choose your role, and then you play.
We just call them aircraft for shorthand around
here. Great. In the interest of unifying the player base, has that...
Where are we at in the questions?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left.
Okay.
Before some quick fire. No. Let's keep going. Let's hit the hot takes.
Okay.
Let's hit the hot takes.
Okay.
In the interest of unifying the player base, has there been any consideration to matching the recommended army points and force org restrictions between the two systems? With tough costs going back up and the general removal of quality 6 and defense 6 units, fantasy players might now be at a point where more points for armies would be welcomed.
Can I jump in?
Yes, please.
Before you say no.
Yes.
I actually really like this idea. I like it for two reasons. One, selfishly, because I think it would make mixed formats a lot clearer because you'd have one unified force org. Because I think that currently the biggest problem with the mixed format is, while it's not necessarily designed to work together from like this army can beat this army, it does. It just, force org is the one thing that stops it, because having 13 activations versus 10 is just too much of a difference. So I'd love to see them go both to 2K and then have that. And I also think, like, honestly, I watch a lot of Warboss Fitz, and he always does 2K AoF, and his armies just look a bit cooler than 1500 ones, right? Because he has because you can double things up. You can get these huge stacks of warriors, you can then get your big monsters in there, and it looks more like a fantasy battle because there's more bodies on the board, which is the reason why it's smaller, right? Because you wanted to try and keep them roughly the same. But I think there's something about fantasy that says, like, I have 20 guys with swords and shields and they're all going to die.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, part of it is also we want to make a quote unquote, okay, first off, there used to be no recommended point sizes. There was none. It was just go ahead and play and have fun. Then at some point there was, we recommend, and the recommended size was what is now called the starter size. Theoretically, a game of Age of Fantasy was designed as a 750 points game. That's actually the original how it's meant to be played. Then eventually changed, and we recommended 1,500. The thing is, these are meant to be small, fast games. You're meant to be able to play multiple games in an evening. So we don't want to be like, hey, especially because a lot of players are like, this is the recommended size, so I'm only going to play that. We don't want to put it at 2,000 and be like, well, fuck, now I'm forced to paint way more miniatures. Because in fantasy, 500 points can include 100 miniatures if you want. I mean, maybe not 100, but, like, it can include 50 miniatures if you're playing Ratmen, slaves, or whatever they're called. Recruits? No,
Militia.
What are they called now? Militia, right? Yeah. And so, that being said, I do think that there is a point to the mixed force org thing. I think it could be interesting, but I'm not even sure how it would work on an app level if there was a system for a force org that is specific to play Age of Fantasy versus Grimdark Future. Where maybe it's, I don't know, 1,750 points, and then this amount of activity, whatever it might be, right? Finding some sort of in between. I don't even know where that would live. I don't even know how that would work.
Tick box.
Another tick box. Another tick box.
My God, we have so many tick boxes. Yeah, but like, where would that tick box be in a way that actually feels natural, that makes sense? I'm not sure.
Next
maybe
to the force org one, right? You have a force org tick box already, right? So if I was,
guess so. It would be like mixed force org,
mix or force org. Yeah.
Because I mean, I would love that, because there's a lot of mixed events going on because people don't want to tell people don't bring your toys, basically. Like, we see a lot of mixed stuff like that, but it's always AoF or Alien Hives in the top 3, right? That's just always how it works, right? So
I'm gonna write this down. The question for me though is, where does that live as a PDF?
we're not thinking about that.
Yeah, exactly.
When you say that,
PDF.
do you mean that
I
on
mean-
the core rules it's got the Force Org written onto it?
Yes,
Yeah.
the core rules have the Force Org.
Oh.
Then I'll tell you where that lives. That lives in
A
the
new
tournament
PDF.
pack.
A new,
No,
yeah.
you have a tournament pack that has.
You would have to have a third tournament pack.
I mean, you could play in the advanced rules, right? How to play mixed.
Yeah, but then it's gate kept. I think having a mixed tournament pack would be the best.
Yeah.
I almost wonder
could-
if it would
If you
make
could do
sense.
it for UKG as well, that'd be the best. Yeah, if you could just turn that around in the next 20 days, that'd
Tough.
be great.
But
yeah.
I'm gonna could live
Tournament
in the
guidelines. Sorry, that's
tournament
what I was
pack.
thinking of.
I'm gonna write this down. Maybe V3.6, of course. Unfortunately, but maybe. And then I'll talk to Adam, and then we'll see.
Yeah.
Cool.
Shouts out to Adam. We love him. Best part about OPR, Adam.
Yes.
No offense to you, Tano. But...
Oh, absolutely not. We all love Adam.
Hey, Tano, what's your favorite board game and video or mobile game that you're playing? And in which of those directions would you develop OPR games primarily if you had to?
Well, you answer this first, Dave.
Oh yeah, do you want to answer this first?
What do we think Tano's favorite video games
Oh, that's
are?
actually
And,
interesting.
and mobile games, yeah.
Go for it.
What do we think? Do we think
What do I
Tano's...
think Tano's favorite video game is?
I think he's a single-player gamer, right?
Tano is I reckon.
I can't see him being a sweaty first-person shooter player. I just can't see
No.
that, you know.
But I think you like the classics. I reckon you're a Doom lover.
Doom lover.
I think you're a Doom lover.
A rogue thing.
I don't know.
I don't think you're an
reckon-
MMO player. I don't think. Maybe
No.
World of Warcraft when he was
you
in his
do
teens.
not have enough time
but-
to play an MMO. I
No,
can
not
tell you
anymore.
that. I reckon you like a Civilization 5 kind of game, right?
no.
The one where you click your turn and then you go back to work.
you can play
an idle game.
alongside it.
Like an idle kind
No,
of game.
I know. I see like Slay the Spire roguelikes. You know, that kind of like fast, kind of iterative gameplay. I think I can see that as your style. How close are we?
Far and close. So first off, I'm definitely not the type of person that has like a favorite game. And I play all sorts of games. So, and actually, funny enough, depending on the period of my life and how much time I have, I might play more of one game over the other. So, for example, right now, because I don't have that much time, I'm playing a lot of first-person shooters. I'm a very big first-person shooter player. Yes. But also, I've played Civ. I played a lot of Civ. I played a lot of Doom. Oh my god, I loved Doom Eternal. I bought Doom, the whatever it's called, the Dark Ages. I haven't had time to play it yet. But I love all sorts of games and board games. I also used to play competitive. If you know, that might be a surprise.
What? Anything CS or?
Yeah. I was playing. I guess I played 1.6, and I played. What was this? Source. Competitively, CS:GO. CS2 I didn't. I played Call of Duty competitively. I played a couple of like fighting games. So you know,
fighting games. They weren't even in our head.
Fighting games, good stuff. I love.
What fighting games are you into?
Okay. I always
talking
suck
like
with the names.
your Mortal Kombats and your Street Fighters, or are we talking more like
I was never a
Smash
very
Bros?
big Mortal Kombat guy. I liked. Okay, Virtua Fighter was probably the first one that I played in 5. Virtua Fighter was a big one. I was not a big Tekken guy. I played Super Street Fighter 2 was a big one at the time, and then I got into it again with Street Fighter 3, I think it was. Was that the one where like they introduced that thing where you had like the black? I forget the names of everything. Whatever.
It's lost on me. I'm not a back to block kind of guy. I'm a button to block. So if the game is back to block, I'm not playing it. Right? If it's Smash Bros with shields and grabs,
I played Smash Bros. I played some of those like Smash Bros clones that came out recently, like there was like a Nickelodeon one.
The
was it
Nickelodeon one, yeah.
And then there was another one that I played. I was playing some game with a friend recently. Marvel vs. Capcom, that was a big one.
Yeah.
Trying to think of all the names. I tried. Oh, have you ever played Dive Kick? Where like you literally.
Oh
just,
yeah. Dive kick's right.
Yeah.
That was cool.
So on my Switch, I've got a game called One Strike, which is dive kick. Dive kick's the one hit you die thing, right?
Uh-huh.
And One Strike's the same, but it's like an indie dev version where you're like samurais and stuff. And it is the best party game ever made because it's one of those games where like nobody has any idea what's going on and everyone's laughing all the time. Because even the most experienced player can just get randomly killed by a noob who just like dashes forwards and hits them and they're like, what the fuck's going on? I love that game so much.
Did you ever
really
play, I think it was called Nidhogg, where like you're fencing?
Yeah, same thing with Nidhogg, right? Yeah. You get absolutely rolled by your friend until you finally kill him and you're like,
yeah. So I play tons of games. I love video games. I also like board games. There was a period of my life where I was playing a lot of board games. Then there was a period where I kind of stopped, and lately I've been getting back into it. I've been playing the MGS, the Metal Gear Solid board game with friends. We've been playing through a campaign. Really cool, I have to say. Like, if you want to, it's a very interesting game because it's like it has two parts to it. You can play like stealth missions, and you can play bosses. The bosses are fine, but playing a stealth game as a board game is really cool. Like you have the guards patrolling and you're stealthing around, you knock on a door and then they go there. Very, very cool.
Was this any inspiration for Quest? Because what you've just described is how I play Quest, right?
Knocking on walls.
So one of the big inspirations for Quest was Descent. It was called Descent 2, I think. Into the Darkness. Descent. I'm sure you know this if you look at it. Just write Descent 2, I guess. No, Descent into the Darkness.
Descent into Darkness.
Descent into Darkness. Board game.
Descent. Journeys in the Dark.
Journeys to the Dark. I played a lot of Descent. That was cool.
It's FFG.
I played. What else did I play? So I played a couple of these like dungeon crawler games. And they were definitely an inspiration for.
Co-op board games have just never really sat with me. I always find like when you end a co-op board game, no one's really happy that you won, and no one's really sad that you lost. Everyone's just glad the game is over. That's the vibe I always get in.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the game because I totally agree. Especially if a co-op board game is not designed well, you just end up like it's one player really playing and telling everybody else.
Yeah. That's
which is
the
never
problem I
good.
have with it.
I'm not hearing any Nintendo games here.
Because
Pokemon hasn't been mentioned at all.
Yeah,
Pokemon,
so when I was a kid, I didn't
Zelda.
have consoles, but I discovered ROMs. I don't know, maybe we were in Germany at the time, so this must be 98, 99 maybe. And so the first Pokemon game I played was Pokemon Green, which was because in Japan it was out, but not here, and so I was like, oh fuck, let me get that one. I played. Okay, which ones did I play? I played Green. I played Yellow. I played Red. I think I played into the 3rd gen, which I guess is like Diamond. I don't remember.
Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald is Gen 3.
Is that the one with the chicken?
Torchic.
Yeah. So I played the chicken. And then I think by the 4th I was like, what's the 4th one? I don't remember. Is that
Diamond,
the monkey?
Pearl, Platinum. The monkey, Chimchar. Yeah, that sounds right.
No, then I was out by then. I was,
So you're a fire starter kind of guy.
Yeah, for sure. I played Nintendo games. I love Nintendo in terms of design. I think they're really, really smart. But I'm not a super huge platform player. I kind of suck depending on the game. I played, of course, Mario 64. I played the Super Mario on SNES, Yoshi's Island. I loved Yoshi's Island. Maybe that was my favorite one. Then, of course, I played stuff like Pikmin. I loved Pikmin because I love when Nintendo is like, here's a concept that nobody else is doing, and we're executing. Yeah. I remember another game. This was not Nintendo. I think it was on PlayStation. It was Takamari Damashi. Where,
the
you
rolly
have a ball. And it gets bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
Amazing. I played lots of games like that. Dreamcast as well. So I had what the fuck? But I was always just ROM. I was always using emulators and stuff like that because I never had a console in my life. But yeah, so there has been some Nintendo stuff. Splatoon, I think, was probably their last game that was like super inventive. But I don't have a console. So I played Breath of the Wild. But I got bored after, I don't know, 20 hours or something.
So what about So one of my favorite games of all time is Subnautica. Have you played that?
I love. Oh my god, I love Subnautica. I wish
Correct
I
response.
could. I wish
Yeah,
I could.
literally.
I could erase my brain
Yeah.
and play Subnautica
Yeah.
again. Subnautica into the D? No, ice, whatever.
The ice one, yeah.
Yeah, it's more Subnautica.
That one missed the mark, I think. Yeah, it was more
definitely missed the
Subnautica,
mark. But I love Subnautica. I love lots of indie games. I love like experimental games. I really love experimental games. But you mentioned Slay the Spire, of course. I love Slay the Spire.
Yeah.
Into the Breach. Have you played Into the Breach? It's
Into Breach is great. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a real like throw it up on the screen, just like just brain off, like figuring things out. Good.
Balatro.
My God, very dangerous game. Very dangerous game.
I don't play mobile games. I'm not really a mobile player. I always try to get I have a pretty small mobile phone, and I always try to get the smallest mobile phone that I can get. And I'm not really a phone person, so I don't really play. But I do have Balatro on there because if I'm on a long flight, that song is amazing, and I just have to. I just have to gamble.
Have you played Return of the Obra Dinn?
Only a little. I didn't have enough time to go into it, but I love the idea. I love the idea of Return of the Obra Dinn.
That's another game, a bit like Subnautica, where you can only play it once, and it's just you just get struck by these moments where you're like, wow, that was so clever. There's just some games like that that's amazing.
Hold on, let me see. I have my Steam here. I played a game recently. Well, I say recently, it was last year. That was also like that, which I loved. Which was Buckshot Roulette. If you've never played that, check it out. Incredible game. It was called. No.
I'm gonna rock the boat here. Subnautica. I got to the point where I got attacked by a creature from the deep. I shit myself. I turned it off, and I never turned it back on again.
Shocking.
Oh, dude, I have so many games here. Spirits and the Mouse. Highly recommended. I Am Your Beast. Devil Daggers. Fuck Cloudpunk. King of the Bridge. Check that game out. Super short, but amazing. King of the Bridge. Okay, King of the Bridge is a game. You should definitely check it out if you love game design. It's like you are somebody that's trying to cross a bridge. A goblin owns the bridge, and he's like, you have to play chess with me. And then as you play chess, he keeps adding wonky rules. So it's like you can only move left, or you can only do this. And so it's kind of like, the game that I was looking for was Chants of Sennar. Really cool.
Chants of Sennar. Yeah, that is a great game. Yeah,
amazing game.
Yeah, me and my friend do this thing where we do like puzzle games together. And he plays them, and we just sit and do stuff. Games like that, when you occasionally get puzzle games. Most puzzle games, you play them, and it's like you're going through the motions, and then you get stuff like Return of the Obra Dinn, like Blueprints, like Chants of Sennar or whatever, right? Where you start to see.
Blueprints the one where like you're building a castle?
Yeah,
kind
it's like a roguelike
I didn't have
house
a chance to play
thing.
it.
That is really good. That is really, really good. Yeah, I've actually got a list of my favorite games that me and my brother made a while ago.
Dude, send it to me on Discord. I'm always looking for new games.
We've got a single player list and a multiplayer list here. But
send it all.
Have you ever played Titan Souls? Titan Souls is another game that I really loved.
Titan Souls. Is that the one which is like a boss rush?
Yeah, it's a boss rush game where you die in one hit, but so do the bosses.
This is the one that. Oh my god! Yeah.
I love that game. That's another game. It's like
Harvey
so clever.
told me nothing about that game. He just sat me down in front of his computer and went, "Here's a can of cider. Here's mine. I'm going to watch you play this game." And I was like, "What's this game?" And he went, "No. I'm telling you nothing.
You
play."
That game has literally the best sound effect in any game ever, and it's the sound when the arrow hits the boss, and it's like the slapping sound, and it will be in my head for literally forever.
Sound.
It's because you're fighting so hard to kill this boss, and then you hear the slapping sound, and you're literally and then when you pull it back, it goes like, "Woo!" Yeah. It's so good, so clever.
The dopamine hit. I can remember the last boss of that game so clearly, and the amount of times I did it, and just the smug look on Harvey's face as well of knowing that I was going through a life-altering moment there, and he got to experience it. He was just so happy to be there with me, and then I got it, and that was so good. Yeah, God, Titan Souls. I'd forgotten about that game. We've also forgotten about the question.
What was the question?
So what are you playing? In which of? Okay, I'm gonna rephrase it a little bit. Have any of those games that have been so impactful on you that you've enjoyed so much shaped your game design approach for OPR?
Yeah, all of them. All of them in their own ways. All of them in different ways. Unfortunately, it had to change over time. For example, originally when I designed quest, which at the time was called Slav 28, because it was
Yeah.
meant to be like a Slavic-inspired game.
Yeah.
Actually was very inspired by Left 4 Dead and Left 4 Dead 2, of course. But let me think about like the main games. I know that like I tried to do some stuff a bit inspired by Doom Eternal, but I'm not sure if it ended up really being there. I don't know. I feel like it's very hard for me to now. You should have asked me this question a couple of years ago when I was still designing a lot of the core elements from scratch, because now so many things are just like I'm just used to them, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think about
how often does video game inspire army design?
rarely.
Like the visuals for it. You never said
visuals
that.
all the time.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Visuals all the time. When we first started designing the miniatures actually in house, because originally they were outsourced. One of the big things
Oshuna, right?
Sorry?
Oshuna Minis was your first designer, right?
Kyoshuneko.
Oh, okay.
Yes. That was one, and the other one was Garen from the Maker's Cult. And then after that, we switched and we were working with a company called Punga Miniatures. And then eventually we started doing things in-house. But when we started designing stuff in-house, one of the things was if things like Warhammer were very inspired by the stuff of their time, Dungeons and Dragons, but also like new metal. It was not new metal at the time, right? Metal, rock, like those album covers, all that stuff, fantasy stuff of the time. What's it called? The Dark Crystal, like all that stuff, right? I was like, well, we are in a different age. We should be much more inspired by video games and stuff like that. So I think if you look closely, you can find a lot of our inspirations are more from video games, anime, or animation in general and stuff like that. Especially the buddies, they're very inspired by like Disney and stuff like that. And
when are we getting a dabbing Titan then?
That
seems like a whole. That's a huge hole in the game right there.
Stuff like HDF, right? HDF are very inspired from, you have Halo, you have Helldivers, you have Titanfall in there, and so which
honestly, like the HDF look rad, right? Honestly, it's one of those things where like that looks cool. Like you don't need to go crazy. Make your own cool thing. Like the angular helmet is just a cool thing to have, right?
Yeah. For some people, it's not cool enough. I understand,
Well,
but again, I always think about it when it comes to the design of the minis. Like all of these things are our V1. Eventually, in 10 years, I don't know, we will have quote unquote run out of armies, and we'll get to the point where it's like, okay, let's now make a new version of the army, right? We haven't released Alien Hives in 15 years. Let's remake the Alien Hives, and then it will all be like, okay, well, we know what's cool, and how do we make it even cooler? Because I think a lot of times, a simple example is when you see something like, oh, you see a Batman Space Marine, and you're like, ooh, that's really, really cool. And it's like, and people are like, you should do stuff like this. And I'm like, yeah, but that only works because it's two references that and you've been used to for, 20 years, and now they're remixed, and now it works. If I started from scratch, it would be like, well, this is a reference to something that you don't get, or it becomes a reference to something in real life that could potentially lead us to trouble, but also that like, it would not make things ours. Like I saw some guy, I forget the name, shout out to Polish guy that I really love that makes lots of Space Marines. And he made orcs. Fuck, I forget his name. Really cool guy. I met him at a convention. He makes orcs that look like Ninja Turtles, and he made the Ninja Turtles van. Right? What's his name? Sorry?
Is it
Puppets
War
Minis?
Yeah.
Amazing. Great guy. And he made those, and I'm like, that's super cool. But that is Ninja Turtles. Like we cannot make Ninja Turtles, and so that's not what we're trying to do, right? So yeah. To the second part of that question. Oh, sorry, please.
Well, I was going to say, you said 10 years for all the armies, which obviously is not, it's just a number you plucked out anywhere. But obviously, you have a current pace with which minis are being released.
8 years.
Like most
2034.
Like, so it's what is it 3 months is a whole set right now?
6 months. 2034 we're going to be done.
2034. Is there ever any plans to speed that up, or are you completely like 2034? Like what would need? Is it just an income thing, or
we might slow down in terms of like we might add new armies in there that were not originally planned, and then that means it gets longer. It's a big push and pull. It's not even about money. It's about a lot of things. It's about pace and customer satisfaction, let's say. Like imagine we
Sure.
released one full army every month. It's just too many minis. Like it just wouldn't work. And so it's like we found that this pace of about 6 months for an army is a good pace where people that are fans that like to print all the armies, that like to have fun, that like to join us for a while, whatever, 6 months ish is a good pace where they come in, they're excited about the new army, then they kind of get used to it. By the end, they're like, all right, I'm kind of done. And then the new army comes in and that works. It's not a question of if we can, it's a question of if we should.
How fast will we go? Okay,
Yeah.
Fair enough.
How fast do we go? To the second part of that question, which I think was, would you go more towards board games or towards video games? I don't know. It really depends. Like, in my heart, I know that we could start making board games very quickly, but we don't have the audience to support that right now. So, and it's kind of the same thing for video games. So if we did that, it would have to be outsourced to another studio. I think the thing is, like, we just don't have a strong enough IP where it makes sense right now. But I would love to do both, of course.
Oh yeah.
But I don't think we have a
be a
strong
lot of
enough
fun,
IP
right?
right now for either. So, as always, don't forget that, because a lot of people, of course, compare us to Games Workshop. Don't forget that by the time Games Workshop had their first video game out, they had been a company for 15 years already.
Yeah, it was like nearly 20 years, wasn't it?
It was like 90
now
something.
Now they have way too many.
So, I mean, don't you remember, like a couple, maybe 5 to 10 years ago, there was this period where they were like, they were shitting out one game after the other, mobile games. They were trying, You try a lot of stuff, sometimes you get a hit, sometimes you don't. But yes,
yeah, they were literally
basically,
taking like the top 20 games and being like, right, make it a Space Marine, make
Make
that a
it
Space Marine, make that a Space Marine, make that a Chaos
chess.
Space Marine.
They even had like a chess game.
Did they? Yeah, wild.
Bro, I love. There's going to be a point where someone's going to realize what I'm about to say, which is we've just let three nerds talk about video games and board games without any sort of holdback.
Yeah, and we could keep going. I'm sure
we could, right? Like, I'm thinking, like, I want to keep going through the questions, but I also just had a moment when you guys were talking about like indie games, and like Harvey's way more passionate about indie games than me, more time than me. I was just like, I'm just gonna happily sit here right now because like you guys are just having too much fun for me to want to chip in. It's like,
also, you didn't like Subnautica, so we don't even want to talk to you anyway. So.
Well, yeah, exactly. I'm the outsider here. I am the outsider. Hey, I got scared of something coming from the fucking depths and eating me.
That's the game. That's the game. That's why it's good.
Know, right? Right, back to this. Tano, what's the generic naming in response to a specific question that you saw over and over?
Yes, not a loud enough at one moment question that I think people noticed.
Okay.
So I think some things, it's like people notice that there's a lot of feedback about it because it happens all at once and from a lot of people, or at least people that are very loud. Whereas this was more of like a piecemeal thing, It probably started when we started giving more specific names to the various beastmen, beasts, right? And Dolly, and then you have the Wayeni and all that stuff, right? I think maybe the culmination where I felt like, okay, we really need to do this was probably when we did the dwarves. Because it was like, okay, we are renaming, like, this thing used to be called a bear, now it's called a mecha beast. I don't remember the exact name, right? And I understand that as a player, you might be like, what the fuck? Like, I've had bears forever, now it's called this. This makes no sense. And then it was also in preparation to some extent for orcs, because orcs were going to be renamed from, orcs and wild orcs to like iron orcs and bone orcs and stuff like that. Goblins became hob swamplings and stuff like that. And of course, ultimately, this is all in preparation for one day changing the names of the armies, right? Again, you slowly introduce things and get people into it. And it was very easy to do also. I think, because like sometimes I see people saying like, OPR is wasting their time doing these things. They should spend their time. It's like, this took like nothing to make. It took like half hour, to implement. It took maybe an hour to implement. I don't know. It took like half hour for me to write the names, and then it was done. So it's like,
Yeah, but that was an hour you could have spent nerfing Alien Hives. So
that's an hour I could have spent sleeping.
Actually, I was going to say it's actually an hour you could have spent buffing jackals.
Yeah.
Is actually what I was going to go for. Cool, thank you. Two more. You have mentioned a new version of World Books. Is the story and background going to get rewritten, or are the stories and backgrounds going to get rewritten?
To some extent, yes. So the story of Grimdark Future is the one that's going to have the bigger change, in terms of like where, how. Okay, I think there's two big changes. Number one, it's like the literal format of the book is going to change. Well, format maybe is the wrong way to talk about it, but like right now the way that the world book works is like you have an intro, then you have about like 10 pages of like origins and
pulling it out.
story. Ah, yeah, there we go. And then after that we have a long section where we talk about like we talk for a bit about factions, and then we talk a lot about like the world. Well, actually, first we talk about the world a bit, then we talk about the factions, about the Sirius sector, then we talk about the universe as a whole, then we go into inner sphere, outer sphere, and frontier, and then the book ends, right? And what a lot of people felt, or the feedback that we got from a lot of people is like, well, I wanted to know more about the Sirius sector, and I wanted to know more about the factions. I didn't care so much to know about like how does travel work here and how does that work, and I didn't need to know about the inner sphere and outer sphere, and it all felt very like generic, because it was talking about all these things that didn't really touch people. And so the idea is to basically change the format of the book. Also, in terms of right now, the book is very much written, the history is written like, I don't know, the first 5 pages are just about humans, and then it goes into like what happens in the Sirius sector. And I think that is something we want to shift. But in terms of proportions, we want to shift to like, okay, we still want to have like a nice 10-page or something history at the beginning. We probably want to have a couple of conflicts in there because people enjoy those from the faction books. We want to have a much smaller section about like general concept, like psychic powers and wormhole travel and jump gates and all that stuff. We want to have much smaller sections about like inner sphere, outer sphere, frontier, and then the bulk of the book will be about factions. So the idea is to have about like 2 or so pages per faction where we can be like, hey, here is this faction, here's some cool art, here is like some names of locations, here's some names of character, like explain the faction. And the thing is, it's a lot of factions, so it's like, I don't know, like at least 20 factions are probably going to be in there. So that it's like 40 pages.
That's what I was going to ask, because in this one, I think you have like 9 factions actually described or something like that. Like the Sirius sector is focused around like the dwarves and the humans and the elves and the robot legions and like there's like a handful of the jackals, stuff like that, right? But then there's a bunch of factions that just don't really feature in the book at all. So the new one is going to be more expanded then. The idea
is that it's going to be more focused on the Sirius sector, the factions that you know and love. A bit more about the conflicts that are happening. Basically, like the original idea was to build the lore book as a sort of like primer to the universe, and then delve into the specifics with the faction books. And I think maybe in part because of the pace in which the faction books are released, but also just player expectations, I think that's just not what players wanted. As much as we wanted it, of course. And so it's about shifting that. But in terms of actual changes to the lore, there are some changes coming to the lore of the humans and Battle Brothers and stuff like that. So some of that core part. But there's also some changes happening to the scope of some of the stuff that happens and the conflicts that happen in Grimdark Future. And generally speaking, although I'm going to say this very carefully because it's not going to be what people want maybe, but the tone is going to slightly change. We are generally working on shifting the tone on a lot of things. We're working on slowly shifting the tone on miniatures and on art and on writing, but that doesn't mean we're going to go grim dark and all that stuff. It's just we have recognized that there are some things that people expect where it's like, oh, if you just do this tiny change, then it's like, okay, this is what I wanted, rather than, well, now everything is grimdark, for example, right? I think sometimes it's as simple as, for example, some people just don't like the fact that in the Goblin Reclaimers, a lot of them are like full on smiling. They like the ones that smirk, that are like, or that are like kind of naughty, like, hey, I'm gonna fuck you up. But the ones that are just like smiling, they're like, what is this doing here? And I'm like,
why is this little
okay.
shit smiling, huh?
yeah, well, yeah, exactly. And I'm like, okay, I get it.
Titan. Yeah.
It's
interesting, 'cause, like-
are we getting a book with lore names for all the factions? Because that was my biggest gripe with this book, right? Every time you reference like Ratman clans, it's references like capital R, capital C, and there wasn't enough. Because like to me, that's like, okay, well, that's the game name for it, right? And I think there's a lot of game names in here, right? Like they're called the same as they are in Army Forge, which to me kind of pulled me out of it a bit, right? What I wanted to see was like Ratman clans. Here's some examples of some clans. Here's what they're doing. Here's what makes them different. But instead, it was always really like the Ratmen clans as a collective, which also is quite like immersion breaking for me because they wouldn't call themselves the Ratmen clans, right? They wouldn't call themselves Ratmen because they are the primary race, right? They wouldn't go like we're the Ratmen because rat is a human term and man is a human term. They would have a name for themselves that isn't either of those things.
There's a balance to this, right? Because I read the short stories, and one of the ones that stuck out with me is one that was from the Change Demons perspective, but they referred to each other as Change Demons. And whilst I don't want to hear them referring to themselves as that is just something that you just bounce off of, I was wondering if there's going to be a transition towards something that is a bit more in-universe flavorful, but obviously not the full way one or the other, because the naming it what it's called on Army Forge is a bit of a disconnect. But obviously I don't want to direct translation to read something in a language I don't understand.
Yeah.
So the answer is yes and no. The thing is, this is a very, very tough subject or a tough situation to find the right middle ground, because even though we want to have we want to make our own thing, but we still want to have things at least be recognizable. So like we could totally change Ratman clans and call them, I don't know, Rhodian Emotepsnians, and you're like, great, that's an in-lore name, and it's like, great, nobody's gonna buy those models because they're not even gonna know how to find them. Nobody's gonna care. So that's part of the problem. But
for me, like the Beastman is the ultimate solution, right? Like they're called Beastmen, right? That's easy to search for, whatever. But within it, we've got Indoli Elites, and we know what that is because we've got Elite still in the name. Like that kind of stuff makes sense. You can kind of figure out what things are by looking at them.
Yes.
And the names are also kind of like close enough to roughly what they represent. I don't know what, like, they're not all exact, for like, but there's something about the names that I can buy into them being the creatures that they are like a merge of.
So
what I will say about this book is the second half of it reads a lot like a D&D setting book, right? Like it's got all that kind of fine detail, which would be great for a role-playing game. So whoever did write the second half, if you ever are thinking of doing like more like deep dive quest lore where you make it a bit more world buildy, you should get that person to do the whole book next time, because I really, really, the parts of people you said people didn't enjoy as much, I really enjoyed that stuff because I'm a D&D nerd. So I was looking at all the artwork, right? There's like so much artwork in the back end of the book of creatures that just like don't exist within the game.
Yeah, I noticed that. That was something I was like, I want more of that shit, right?
Yeah, like
I keep seeing
like these fellas, right? They're just like, they're just like.
I mean, the problem is, again, so number one, it was written as a sort of RPG book because it was meant to be an introduction to the world as a whole, right? The universe as a whole. And I think the problem is that I agree with you. I think that's really cool stuff, really interesting. The reality is a lot of people are like, well, what the fuck? I want to know more about Jackals. I want to know more about, Ratman. I want to know more about these guys. So they're not that interested. And I think maybe in a way it's also like we jumped the gun. Like maybe that's the sort of stuff that should happen, unfortunately, 10, 15, 20 years from now when everything is very well established, and then we can go and expand. I also think that there has been a bit of a shift, and in part it's because more miniatures are out, more faction books are out and stuff like that, where I think when that book was written, it was written, actually took fucking 3 years to make, so it was written originally even before, but it was much more of a landscape where people were playing OPR much more as a I'll do anything, and it was like, well, I have these guys are called Ratmen, but somebody's making Korean fedora wearing birds, right? And they were like, yeah, who cares, this is awesome. And I think as that shifted also, I think less people care about, well, it's a universe where anything could happen, which was a big part of why that book was written that way, because it was like, look, like yeah, sure, we have these 25 factions in Grimdark Future, but you could totally have, that weird guy with the staff, or like, whatever. There's like a
Yeah.
weird floating guy with like 3 babies inside, like
Yeah,
all these
yeah.
cool, all these
Yeah,
really
really
cool, these cool things. In terms of, fuck, now you were saying something before, and I wanted to answer your question, and now I forget what the fuck you were saying. You were saying. The book, the names.
The
In terms of
names,
the
yeah.
names, so we definitely want to shift the names of some factions, some more than others.
Yep.
Every faction. Here's the thing: every faction has an in-universe name, but it doesn't mean that that's the name that we're gonna then use publicly facing. So like Army Forge and whatever. So for
Yeah.
example, I don't know. The Eternal Dynasty, actually, they're the Huan Dynasty, and they have all these things, but it's like, we're going to keep calling them Eternal Dynasty. If you buy a box of malls, it's going to be Eternal Dynasty. But as you read the lore, you'll find out more about the Huan and like all of their things and the clan wars. So probably something like Ratman Clans might remain Ratman Clans, or I think we could have written like something like Ratman Star Clans or something like that. But then they actually call themselves blah blah blah, and we actually developed shout out to Robbie, he's our lead writer. He actually developed like, I don't even know, 30 different languages with grammar, with everything.
Yeah,
like
I've
we
seen
made
that shit.
there's
Like,
a
that's
huge
intense.
amount of work that has been made that has never been fully out yet, and it's slowly being released. And also it's tough with the faction book because there's also like so much extra work that needs to be done to have those type of references. Whatever, we're working on it. Hopefully 2027 will be the time.
Fair enough.
Yeah. There's so much to talk about with the Wild Book. Just Harvey's exactly right to say that there's so much artwork in there that I'm just like, that's sick. I want to know more. Like the last page.
I'm ripping that for my next D&D character. You can't stop me. I'm photocopying that shit.
I mean, we're playing a D&D campaign at the moment, and I was really tempted to set it interior and be like, I'm gonna fucking make the lore, and I'm gonna write it, and I'm gonna publish it somewhere. And I was like, I do not have the time to do that. But yeah, it's good. Well, it's exciting to see that that's being developed, because that is something as well. That is one of the criticisms that we do see in the community so much, which is people being like, one of two things as well. Like your comments on Midground is so fucking hard to deal with, because some people are like, I don't give a shit about your lore. I want somewhere where I'm going to play this game. And other people are like, hey, I'm buying in. I want more. I want it to feel more immersive, right? And so what do you do? And I sit in the camp of, I want more lore. I want to be invested, get into it. Like, I love that I can go and pick up some Puppets War minis and play it as whatever in OPR. That's cool. But at the same time, I mean, Harvey and Adam slate me for this, because there's so often either you'll push out a new release like Rats and Orcs this month, and I've literally been simping over those since the spoilers started for them, or I'll just be like clicking through whatever, making an army. I was recently like trying to build Beastmen lists because I've never really played with them, and I was looking at the STLs, and I was like, you know what? The Beastmen STLs are fucking sick. I really love them. And like, I can't remember who said it first, but one of them was like, oh, here's Dave simping for STLs again. But it's that, like, I am enjoying it. I do want to get more involved with it. So for me, it's really exciting to hear more
I also
work coming.
think about the middle ground, it's like, it's so tough. Like, again, let's look at Games Workshop for a second. Like, there are some people that were like, Dark Eldar was a great name.
Yeah.
Why the fuck did you change to Drukhari? Like, what the fuck is
I think
Drukhari?
I said this in the last video. Yeah,
but some other people are like, Drukhari is amazing. I don't give a fuck about Dark Eldar.
Yeah.
And so I think it's also like, it's kind of like the whole thing about Spellcast, right? It's all these things where it's like, some people like this, some people like that. And as a company, you're trying to figure it out. Like, I don't know. Do we think Karadorn Overlords tells us anything? For some people, yes. For some other people, no. Why are they called Votan? For some people, that's great. Some other people would have preferred something completely different.
Yeah. I mean, I do like the idea of generic names where they're, where the game exists, and non-generic names where the lore exists. That feels very natural to me, right?
Yes, but even within lore, right? My point is, like, Dark Eldar is already a fully Games Workshop lore name.
Yeah, okay, fair.
Well, so why did they change that to Drukhari? I understand
they changed
why.
it because they fucking lost the lawsuit.
But my point is, like, like...
Yeah. Well, it's that aspect of what is the narrator, right? because so I think about I'm reading Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archive at the moment, and I think about that, and names in that are very important, and identity is as well. And you've obviously got the people who'd be a different race from a different planet who would call themselves the way they would, but the narrator is guided through a human's perspective.
Yes.
And so you will most often hear things referred to in the way that the humans would.
Yes.
But you also know that what's going on in the background. And I think
Yes.
that that's something as well to like
in
find the
OPR,
balance of.
that is our rule. It's all being told from a human perspective.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's the humans crashing into Sirius because of the Radiance Cascade.
Not
I've
just
read
that, but like
book.
the names of stuff and blah, blah, blah. Because also, like, sometimes we will have an in-lore name, and then we will always say, but this is the name. So, for instance, I don't know if you read the Vampiric Undead book, right? You have I forget the name now. Kreyalka, whatever.
I read it when it came out.
Whatever.
It will be in my
It's
downloads.
the King's Gift, right? The King's Gift is the whatever.
Yeah.
And so we have the real name. And so, for instance, one of the rules that we kind of have when writing the lore is like, okay, when you start mentioning it, talk about it and put those two names together, and then eventually like only use one name, because like get people used to the idea that like, hey, this has this name, but from now on we're just gonna say the King's Gift because that's easier for people to understand rather than continuing say Kreljaka or whatever. I forget the name.
Yeah.
It's Slavic, I should remember, but whatever.
Well,
okay.
there's a transition, right? It's like I'm saying.
Yeah.
You boil a frog slowly. Cool. And
are we on the last one?
We're on the last one, and then I will give you lightning round ones that we will promise we'll shut up for before we move on to the hot takes. This is amazing that we've gotten so far. The last one for the long form questions. This is direct to you, can you please convince Dave and Harvey that the tournament packs are fine and that the base game of OPR isn't ideal for that setting? Scenarios that break the normal game setup are key to making players have to think outside the box. Varied match setups that make it hard to build an army list to be ideal for all is important, and tournaments shouldn't be basic. It's challenging and fun. Dave and Harvey must hate fun and should just get good.
And that's what we've got time for, folks. Thanks for showing up.
Thank you. Bye. I mean, I definitely think that the tournament packs could be better, and they're going to keep getting improved. So I don't know that right now they are the way to go necessarily. That being said, I just think these are two different formats. Like I've heard you guys talk about like it should just be base OPR, and I'm like, yeah, if you want to run a base OPR tournament, I think you totally should, and you should enjoy it, and you don't need to change anything and whatever. In the meantime, I like the idea of continuously working on the tournament packs to make them more interesting. And also, it is that thing of like, hey, this year, this is kind of what we're focusing on. It's like, okay, well, this year, Strider is better, and so everybody's kind of focusing on Strider. And next year, I don't know, Furious is better, and now we're focusing on Furious. And it's a way for us, without changing the rules, to kind of be like, hey, try something different this year. You know, play a bit like this or play a bit like that. But yeah, I totally agree that like if you prefer base OPR, you should totally run a base OPR tournament. Base OPR works.
The question was obviously a little bit putting words in our mouth because we don't actually believe that base OPR is the only way to play OPR. We constantly recommend it to people because people often try and overcomplicate OPR. They go like, I need a very complex tournament pack to justify it being a competitive thing or whatever. We're going like, the base game will do that. You don't need any more than that. This is my least favorite tournament pack you've made of the two, but I'm still playing it and still
my least favorite
right?
of the two.
So,
of the two.
Exactly.
So this was something
the
else
other
I
one was my
say,
second
right?
least favorite. You see.
The other one was the best you've ever made. Like we're gonna get the context of this right as the years roll on through. If it's going to be an annual thing, next year we'll have another one and be like, well, this is fucking back to core basics, or this is wildly different for this reason and this reason. And then the year after, we'll be looking back and going, do you remember 25, 26? Good times.
And by the way, the tournament packs are also a way to put something out there that's not mandatory and from which we can learn. So, for example, I don't know that if it wasn't for this tournament pack and the feedback we got, that we would be looking so closely at reworking progressive scoring. You know? And so that changed how we felt, or, you know, fast plus scout, or all that sort of stuff, which is like, oh, okay, this tournament pack has revealed something to us that we weren't thinking about before that does apply to the whole game. And I think, of course, the difficulty will always be like, to which extent do you understand? Like, are we recognizing something that's a problem with the game, or that's just a particular thing about this pack, right? And that's also
Yeah.
important to distinguish, because it's like, well, if you go by this tournament pack, you could say, well, Scout should be nerfed into the ground, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And I don't think that's true.
Thank you. That rounds out our long form questions. Let's razz through
long form questions.
We're going to razz through some lightning round questions, Tano,
Okay.
where you have 10 seconds to answer each one of these questions.
Sure.
Fantasy war fleets when?
Maybe someday.
Maybe some-
Give us
wait. I actually have a better answer. Once the point calculator for war fleets is introduced, much more likely, maybe someday.
Cool.
Would it be naval battles, or how would you?
If
you were
I'm
going
thinking
to.
kind of hybrid potentially.
Okay.
So naval with flying.
Like dragons and
cool.
stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be sick. Will there be a new faction this year?
Like a new faction added to the game? No.
Any plans to branch out into the fantasy sports generally?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Any hints? Any teasers?
I mean, we made Deathball. We ran Deathball for many years. Eventually, it was removed because it was just too much clutter. And I would love to bring it back, but I think it needs to be. Again, nowadays the expectations are so much higher. It needs to be integrated in Army Forge. It needs to have a builder. It needs to have a point cost calculator. It needs to have a way for you to build your own things. It needs to be tested. It needs to be miniatures. People, of course, will want miniatures. How does it work? Does it have a field? Does it use squares? Is it American football? Is it football? Soccer, as they call it. Is it basketball? So it's like there's lots of questions there to be asked. So yes,
cool.
But
Can you give us any breadcrumbs on Too Broken, Too Truth?
Yeah, I can totally give you some breadcrumbs. We have the cover art done for the box, which means that we already know the factions that are in there. We already know the models that are in there. So we already know a lot of it. It's going to be, in OPR terms, I'm going to say a very classic matchup in terms of OPR lore, let's say.
Halflings versus.
And then expect more of the same and more.
DTLs versus Vinci, calling it.
Wait, do we know if it's AoF or GF?
No, we don't know that, I think.
We don't know that yet.
I don't think that's been done.
Okay.
It's like, oh, want to tell
it's
you?
been
Because
discussed,
classic lore is not like. I mean, that's just GF, isn't it? There's no AF lore. So is it dwarves versus?
there is
orcs?
AF lore.
That's a
classic. Hold on, didn't
but not a book, right?
Well, book come out first.
Oh, did it? I've not seen that at all. I didn't realize.
Yeah, there's an Age of Fantasy World book, and there's like 3 faction books already. I think.
Oh,
3?
okay, fair enough.
2?
Well, if there's 2, there's only just enough for a rivalry. So
yeah, there's a 3rd one coming. Yeah.
The potential for a mid-scale game, so between skirmish and epic size. This was aimed, I think, in the long form at something like historicals, something a bit more than regiments.
Wait, what is a mid-range game?
So I think.
So are you saying that battle size games
bigger.
are platoon scale?
Yeah, I think so.
And then regiments is above that, and then much above that would be epic, and then somewhere in between regiments and epic?
I think, I think that's kind of
smaller than battle, I thought.
Smaller than battle, but bigger than skirmish? What is a mid-range game?
Between skirmish and epic is just the base game.
Yeah,
so the person doesn't know.
That's what I thought.
Go on to Army Forge.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the question is. Sorry.
Okay, I guess, is there any plans for a new scale of game then?
So eventually, of course, we want to do small scale. And I think I've been pretty open with my plans, right? It's like, I would love to do small scale. I would love to do Deathball. That stuff for sure. Eventually, of course, I would love to do Warfleet models. So, not sure about war sales models. Yeah, because it would call war sales. I love the idea of a mech game, but I have a very hard time understanding exactly where to fit it. Because to some extent, a mech game just ends up being a small scale game.
Yeah. And you probably get a
Uh,
lot of BattleTech people, which is like the
yeah.
the furthest from OPR design principles that you ever could
Yes.
have. So,
But there is audiences that love mechs and want OPR, right? So that's what you're doing.
yeah, I think Adam played a new one relatively recently. He sent us some pictures of him and his wife playing
Maybe.
a small scale mech game with simple rules. So, yeah, I guess there is a need out there or a want.
And then what else? Hold on, I have a list, of course, of ideas. Okay. There is the dream in my mind. I don't know why I would ever do this of doing Grimdark Future regiments. I think there is no demand beyond me, so I'm not sure if I should do it. Yeah. So commander and generals, then war fleets and war sails. There was the question of should there be an X-wing style. So skirmish.
Don't get Harvey horny.
There should be.
But also, should there be a armada? Like, should there be an even bigger?
Yeah.
Like, basically, once you have skirmish, battle, and epic, what if you just do that but in space? So you have skirmish, battle, epic. Quest and Star Quest we have. There was War Mechs, of course. That's one of the ideas. Deathball, of course. Roleplay is another idea. Unclear if that will ever happen. There is 2 more games there, which are called Spec Ops and Champions. Those were some games that I wanted to do, but not sure. There's, of course, the arena games that we would love to do at some point again. Lots of ideas.
So obviously the design principles for base game and skirmish and stuff are like keep it simple, keep it easy to introduce people into it. Is that going to be applied across the whole OPR brand for every game you ever release, or would you consider something more complex?
So the last 2 games I mentioned, Spec Ops and Champions, would be the we lost Dave. Would be the more, at least I lost him. I don't see his camera anymore.
Yeah, no, yeah, I've lost him as well.
Okay. Those 2 games would be the designed specifically for competitive play. So in a way, the Spec Ops game would be, let's say, OPR Infinity. So sci-fi, much more competitive based. And Age of Fantasy Champions would be, let's say, OPR's War Machine. So, for example, those systems could work with 2d6. That would be the idea, using 2d6 as the base, focusing more on competitive play. In terms of scale, it would probably be that scale. So somewhere between skirmish and battle, but not full battle. That would be kind of the idea.
I mean, I've always had the opinion that, like, I don't like painting, right? I like owning the minis, right? I like having them painted. But I don't like the process of painting, right? So for me, I've always just wanted a skirmish style game that plays like a battle game, because it's like, well, if I can paint 1 mini and it represents 5 minis, then that sounds great, right? I can just have, a limited amount of things. So yeah, I mean, if you want to release something in the middling scale designed for competitive play, I think.
I mean, what you're describing is a small scale game, right? It's like 10
Yeah, I suppose
game,
so. Yeah.
Where it's easy to paint and you're making a huge battle. I don't know. So like, oftentimes I think about like, what would I do? What would I design if I could start from scratch and like, and I had the freedom and the audience to do whatever. And I definitely think something like that could be interesting. Some sort of like mid-ground skirmish competitive game. But alas.
For the factions in the game as well, it's a question I've always thought. Obviously, OPR has got factions to represent for people's minis who are coming from different games and want to come over. If you had it your way, is there a number of factions that you would actually have? Because, you think like StarCraft has literally 3 factions and that's it. And then OPR, obviously, it seems enormous compared to it with like 25.
So if I had it my way, I had this idea for this game. Honestly, so if I were to be able to make a game from scratch, and again, I could have the audience and I could have, not worrying about that stuff.
If you could just transplant everything you've got right now into a new game, basically.
No, yes, but no, because it would mean then transplanting this audience with this mindset, and that's not necessarily what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's more like if I could make a game without having to worry about building an audience, right? Let's just say that. Like, I can make a game, it's going to come out, it's going to have 10,000 players, great, right? I actually would make a game that's factionless. Like, I think, yes, my idea would be
faction agnostic.
I mean, maybe it's not a great comparison. Think about Magic, where you build your deck, you build your team, right? And the idea would be that it's a game where, because one of the problems I see with wargaming sometimes is that, well, this thing came out, it's really cool, it's not my faction, I'm not going to be able to play it,
I
right?
can't play it. Yep.
Exactly. And the idea is like, no, it's a game where anything can play together. It's a skirmish sized game where you probably have like heroes and maybe small groups of 3 models. That would be basically
Yep.
like the biggest size. Very much competitive, very based on like moving and like
Yep.
whatever, right? Not so much necessarily based on like, well, my thing hits harder, but like positioning and all that stuff, right? Pushing, pulling, all those
Yep.
things that, for example, I think made War Machine very interesting. If you ever played this game called Wrath of Kings, I think,
No.
very interesting game. Definitely, yeah, you should definitely check it out and understand how it worked. They had another game, this was from Cool Mini, they had another game called Dark Age, I think, which was also quite interesting, but I think Wrath of Kings had some really good ideas, especially in how it worked, where it's like you had basically an army, and then if you added a sergeant, let's say it was called, then within its range, those units would get a special rule, but then you could also add like a general, let's say, and that would basically change the rules of the entire army. So it was very much like, oh, you change 2 things, and suddenly
And
your
the whole
army plays
yeah.
differently, which I
Yeah.
thought was very cool. And so, yeah, I would love this idea of like a game where you can keep introducing stuff, everyone can play with it. It's very much
Yeah.
about composition. Of course, this would be a competitively minded game, right? And maybe we would have stuff like
Yeah.
Magic, where it's like, okay, after 3 years, stuff cycles out of the competitive scene
Yeah.
and can be played as casual and whatever. And then that way you can keep balancing. Yeah, I think that would be very interesting. But
Yeah. XCOM actually had, I don't know if you ever play XCOM, but XCOM,
yes,
its multiplayer was a bit like that, where you had a number of points to spend, and you would like
yes,
pick up a medic or a sniper and whatever, but you could also pick up from the alien side.
yes.
And it basically no one played it, but
played
that
with
was
friends.
that kind of vibe, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
well, yeah, I thought
XCOM
it was
was-
really fun.
Yeah, I think it was the closest we got to a sort of skirmish war game multiplayer.
Yeah,
for a
sure.
while.
I mean, I played a lot of XCOM. I really,
Yeah.
I really love that game.
I played
It's great.
XCOM
It's
2 as well.
very similar to Into the Breach.
Oh yeah.
Same kind of vibe, where it's just like, I'm just gonna sit and think about this for a second, and then I'm gonna execute and hope I
Did
don't
you play
die.
a Tactical Breach Wizards? I think it was called.
No, I know I've seen that. I've never picked it up.
Same.
Yeah.
I wanted to know if you liked it.
No, I had no idea. But yeah, so XCOM very similar kind of vibes, in that you kind of build your army like that, and it's like there's no factions or things to draft from. I do really love that idea as well. I love the idea of like, because like then you say one new thing comes along, and everyone gets excited about it because they're like, oh, how does this fit with this? What am I synergizing it with? What am I doing with it?
Like maybe you
which
still want to have some sort of limits, kind of like Magic, where it's like, you have red, green, blue, whatever. So you could have some sort of whatever alignment that can influence things, but still where it's like, well, I'm making a blue-green deck, right? And then those work differently. Yeah.
We actually last UKG we played Star Wars Unlimited, which is their like new card game.
Ooh, I played it as well.
Have you played that? Yeah, so and in that you have like a base, and your base has colors, and they're the colors you can draft with, and everything else I think you can still draft it in, but it costs points or something. It costs more to play.
Yeah.
Which I thought was a super, super interesting way of having like a faction system.
Yeah. Without
where you're like making
people.
Yeah. So you could do stuff like that as well, which I think would be.
So wait,
super,
are you into
super
card
rad.
games as well? I used to love playing Netrunner. I don't know if you ever played Netrunner.
No, yeah. So me and Dave grew up playing MTG. Every single lunchtime at school was like MTG hour, right? Like we'd literally all just immediately congregate, and we get like 45 minutes. Everyone pulls out their decks. Everyone's got new stuff going on. We had like one of the rooms in our school was like a science room, so it was like big long benches, and it was just like being in a convention, right? Like it's just like rows and rows of people playing. We just sucked more and more people as time went on. Yeah, pretty great.
Last one. Please give, Tano, please give us your top 5 reasons that Warboss Fitz is better than Don't Think, Just Charge. Thanks for everything you do for this game. Love it and appreciate the time you put into it, and that goes to the Brits too. Thank you for slandering us and thanking us in the same question. Top 5 reasons that Fitz is great. Go.
1,000% grumpy wolf.
In no particular order. In no particular order. He actually plays the games.
Whoa.
Like on video.
Yeah, we've got a couple of live streams, okay?
You do? Oh, like the Tabletop Simulator.
TCS, yeah.
Okay, so I was going to say, second point, he plays games with actual miniatures.
Yeah.
He has a fun accent and attitude.
Yeah.
He's a huge, lovable bear. I met him in real life. Amazing. And 5, Uncle C is really funny.
Yeah,
There
I can't disagree with those.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Are you are you going to come to UKGE this year?
Unclear. I've spoken about this publicly. I have Crohn's disease.
Yeah.
And I actually have to do some treatments at the end of the month. I'm actually tomorrow. I think I'm gonna be able to call them and see if I can, like, prepone them. How do you say prepone them? Advance them? No, it's not
Bring them
advance.
Yeah,
forwards.
bring them forwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then maybe I could go to UKG. So I don't know. It's a big maybe, but maybe.
Well, because then you get to meet us and see that we do play the game. We do play the game in real.
Yeah,
and
yeah, we have
that
real
we can
minis.
be
You should
lovable as
record
well.
it. You should record it.
Oh my God.
We've spoken about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, so before Don't Think Just Charge, there was Don't Think Just Charge with Ed, and Dave and Ed had a bunch of like in real life
I
mini
watched those.
recording, yeah.
A lot of
Yeah.
Stormcast Eternals there.
Yeah, a lot of red and white.
And I've
we
only
ha-
expanded my range since then.
Yeah, one of these days, me and Dave are going to go through his garage and we're going to throw out all the crap that's in there and we're going to reset up the little studio and we record some games. One of
That'll be-
these days. Yeah.
It's on the to-do list.
Yeah.
Brilliant. All right, thank you very much. Let's go and get some brain spice going here. Let's do some hot takes. Now, Tano, you did say that you've got some for us. Do you want to do those first? Or should we get through all of these and then let you hit us?
Yeah, let's go through yours. I don't know how
Okay.
spicy mine are. I don't think they're super spicy.
Okay.
Let's go through
You
yours
gotta
first.
back yourself. You've got the spiciest takes, but let's see what else everyone's got first.
We're doing
First
lightning
one.
round again?
Yeah.
It's 3 hours already?
Yeah.
We can try, right? But
Yeah.
that's never the way we do things
Yeah.
here. We just end up having a nice time and chatting. Number one, first one. It's fine to have an army in OPR not function like its parent inspiration army from other games.
Hot take. I agree. But then
Yeah.
again, the
The
players
community.
might not. Yeah.
Nothing
I agree,
survives
I agree.
contact with the players.
Yeah. And I mean, already
One of
now we
the-
kind of do. I think V3.5 introduced a lot of that stuff where it's like, it works a bit differently, you know?
Did you see my idea about making variants? So like, you know, you have like war demons, like you have demons and then you've got like war change, whatever. So like for Tau, for example, you can have Tau base, which is like plays like Tau in Warhammer, but then you have like OPR Tau, which could be called like Shadow Tau or something like that, which is more your take on it. And then that could come along with the mini range. So then you kind of keep both people happy.
It's an interesting idea, definitely for the far future. But it's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
It's kind of like we've had this idea for a long time. Oh my god, these fast takes are not going to be fast. Whatever, lightning round is not lightning. We had a lot of ideas about a couple of things. Number one, the idea of kind of like selling skins, as in it's the same army, same
Okay.
rules, but it's a different version. And then the other idea was kind of like, I mean, it's kind of related. It's like, you know how Pokemon at some point did like their island stuff, where it's like it's the same Pokemon but kind of
variant,
different,
yeah.
like
The regional forms.
and that's something that we could kind of do, which would be kind of that idea of like, hey, this is Tau, or this is Jackals, but this is
there's like
many
some
years in
taste
the
of that in
future.
the world book, right? Like I think bio elves are referenced and something about orcs or whatever, right? So like it's already kind of out there, I guess.
Yes, bio elves are a cool idea.
Oh, are they? Are they a cool idea?
Yeah, it's basically wood elves in space. So
I know.
yeah.
Don't get me. I love wood elves,
Yeah.
and if you give me wood elves in space, it's like my printer's broken at the moment, and
Fix
I
it.
haven't printed any
And the
Ratman
world's
clans
happy
yet,
for
and
it.
it's just like I've got the resin. I was gonna say I've got the resin on my floor. It is, boxed and in bottles. It's safe. But I have the resin right here, but the printer is broken. Right. Cool. The players, those damn bastards, ruining all the fun things. Next one. The second saves should be cumulative, so there's only one reroll made. For example, on the Orc Berserkers from Orc Marauders, protected and regeneration should be one roll of a 4+ rather than a 6 and a 5.
Love the idea. Tried to make it work for a long time. Have not found a way to make it work intuitively. It's just the way you have to phrase it becomes really weird. The most the best way mathematically for it to work would be that, imagine it's regeneration X, and then you roll, and if you hit a 7 plus whatever it is, right? I don't know exactly the number, then it goes up. And so then basically it's just, so regeneration would be, imagine if it's 7 up, right? What's it called? Protected would be regeneration 1, regeneration would be regeneration 2, and then if you had protected plus regeneration, well, that would be regeneration 3, which means if you roll 4 plus 3, then it's 7, and now you. Great. Mathematically it works, but it's brain teaser.
Actually making it translate into a game that you want someone to pick up a page and go, oh, I understand that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's the wound roll problem, right? Though to be fair, I think maybe the next hot take or something like that, it talks about rolling under.
Oh,
so regen X could be, regen 3. You need to roll 3 or less.
That one, right? Ready? This next one is and I'm skipping to this one. OPR should be a roll under game, so that when I say it's got a high def, I don't feel compelled to go by which I mean 2+. Tano, please fix this for my brain.
Never. People like high numbers to be the successes.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. It's I've spent a lot of time with Worlds Beyond Brawl coming up. I've been looking at a lot of the other systems and the other games. Warzone Eternal is one that's on there, and that's a roll under D20 game, which looks really, really cool. The only thing that I've had to translate my brain with looking at that is that when you calculate the value of the thing that you have to go to, you've got to add up like 4 or 5 different numbers to get there. You've got like a target number on the defense to roll under that you then subtract like the damage profile of the gun and then the variables on the board. And that's cool and crunchy. But at the same time, if you want to pick up the game and go, oh, sweet, I need a 5 up to hit you. Oh, and you've been hit.
Yeah.
You've got a 4 up defense. Like that translation doesn't come across there.
Yeah.
The secret to utilizing roll under is get your opponent to roll it. That way you're celebrating them rolling low, That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Cool. Tano is a walker or mech fanboy.
Sorry.
Oh.
By the way, I think there was a time when you rolled your opponent's defense, it was inspired by Kings of War, where in Kings of War only the active player rolls.
Yeah.
People hated it.
Yeah. People want to be doing things and
and they want to feel like
feels...
I saved it, not that you killed me. If that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Anyway, let's go.
Agency is a big thing. Next one. Tano is a walker and mech fanboy, which is why they are some of the best units across the games.
Not at all. No. Again, it's we had this conversation at the very beginning where it's like I just don't look at it or think about it that way.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, you're gonna like these next ones.
Tano is an Alien Hives fanboy.
Is that the next one?
No, it's not like that. Merge Battle Brothers with Prime Brothers. Keep the detachments and their unique units, but there's no real need to have these as separate factions anymore.
I disagree.
Let's expand on that, because I do want to hear a bit more about this, because
I
disagree.
I disagree in the short run, but especially in the long run. I disagree in the short run because, again, model ranges, people want to have their models, and one of the big things that we always said with OPR is we don't want to erase your models. If anything, we can merge things. And actually, I am working on some stuff for V3.6 with the Prime Brothers. If you can check it out in labs, actually. I think it flew under the radar. I've been making changes, but I haven't been talking about changes because I had stuff to do. But if you check out the Prime Brothers, you can see we're actually, I've actually combined all of the support bros into one. And I've combined some of the jetpack stuff so that you don't have... So like we cut like 4, 5, 6 entries from the list, which actually in some ways makes it even more like Battle Brothers. But anyway, there's a model problem, which is like, people have their minis, they want to use those. And so, makes sense. But I also think in the long run, if things go the way we think they go, in the long run, we will have the opportunity to do much more of our own thing with Battle Brothers and start differentiating it more as Prime Brothers become the de facto Battle Brothers faction and Battle Brothers becomes our faction. Who knows? Maybe at that point, I like the idea that there would be in English, do you say schism or schism?
Schism.
Okay, there will be a schism within the faction, and lore-wise, they would actually fully separate, and then we could do even more interesting things. It is what it is.
I mean, I'm always surprised people say merge them because I don't really know what you get from that. Like from a player perspective, like why does it matter if they're split out? Like, even if you think one's redundant, I think they're different enough in the model selection, not the model selection, like the unit selection that you have available to them that make them kind of justifiably different. Yeah, they may be like the same thing, kind of, but I don't really care. I'm not going to start going like, no, that shouldn't exist now. Bring that back in, because I don't think that's really a great solution for anyone.
I agree.
There is. We maybe have we even talked about it? We've been here for a while. There's, I think, the thing I empathize with is now that Reinforced has been moved from all of them just to the base Prime Brothers.
Yes,
they are both 3/3 armies with the same detachment name, with the same army-wide rule, with Fearless, with very similar gun options, with the same auras in there, and it just feels like, why do we have 10 armies when we could have 5? And for that, I can kind of get it.
Oh, baby. I have to go and update 10 armies. So I would love to get rid of additional 6 armies in the game, So yeah, I'm on board with that. It's a lot of extra work.
Players and minis.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair enough.
While we're at it, let's remove Rebel Guerrillas because they're too similar to HDF because they have 5/5s with guns.
Well,
let's add in most of the GDF factions.
I do think Rebel Guerrillas are too similar. They're kind of like a mix between DAO and HDF-ish.
Yeah.
But with the new rework, I think we're starting to take them into like their own direction. I don't know if you checked it out.
I've not had a chance to look through that. I had a glance through it. I saw some names for different creatures. I think is it like a lizard person or like an insectoid person or something like that?
There's iguanoid.
Iguanas. Yeah.
Iguanoids.
I was like, I got as far as that and I was like, that's sweet. I'll look at this again in 5 months' time.
Ursids, iguanoids. Yeah.
That'll be fun to see.
Yeah.
The next one, Tano hates elite armies. We've already actually kind of touched on this a little bit. And Prime Brothers in particular, the recent changes just made them a shit version of Vassal Brothers, and they're awful compared to Horde armies like Orc Marauders.
Again, disagree. All the things we spoke about before, right? Like no changes are targeted. Generally speaking, maybe the changes that are coming with V3.6 will make elite armies a bit better, which could be good, and so on and so forth. So,
yeah, I think the thing with elite armies is like durability in OPR isn't really a thing because it's so deadly, right? Like even the most durable thing dies relatively quickly, and also because it's an activation game, more activations tends to be more flexibility, more options, then better as a result. And I think with 3.6, where there's kind of like a more clear direction for what weapons do what against things, that's probably going to help them a bit because then durability becomes an actual thing that exists.
Yeah.
Because right now it is really just stack as much A2 and AP4 as you can and hope that your opponent just dies instantly.
Yeah. The next one, we have grouped these together intentionally. It wasn't just one person 3 times. Is elite armies with 6 total units or less should be a viable strategy to win games in OPR. Current costings and the state of the games prohibits this.
Sad but true. I don't know exactly how to fix it.
I think it's interesting enough that the one, so Titan Lords actually, after the update, prior to this update, started doing really well, and I think that's because of Caster, right? So they had access to Caster 2 and Caster 3 and stuff, and so that let them affect multiple units.
They still do, by the way.
Activations. Yeah, but it's now Caster 1, right?
Yeah.
But wait, only the tough 6 models are Caster 1.
Tough 9.
Yeah, tough 9. But yeah, but that was kind of it. Or you just like flood Caster everywhere. Right, and then all your guys could do 6 hits at 12 inches, which is a level 2, and then that would let you like shoot them while charging these guys, and that actually massively solved the problem because really it's how many things can you affect, not how many activations do you have. So I guess maybe that could be a way of solving the elite problem. But like the more elite things are, the more the design principles allow them to start affecting more units. Because that would still allow low activation counts to exist. Because the other solution is kind of like the Titan Lords thing, where you have like a delay action thing, which I think is like an awkward way of trying to solve that problem.
You do have elite armies that have veterans, and veterans can upgrade any model, like so you can do like you know,
Yeah.
these
Yeah,
two
yeah.
guys have a flamer and this guy has a missile launcher, and so you can affect two things, and then you could put a caster in there. Yeah, it could be an interesting thing. Again, right now that's just not how things were
No.
designed,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
so it's yeah.
It's something that like it is a natural part of an activation-based game that fewer activations is going to suffer.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it is then a case of going, is it enough of a problem to change the army design principles for it? And then there's Harvey stats. Things like caster are ways of doing it. And there are other ways through, as you say, like guns, but the gun thing doesn't work so much for Age of Fantasy. So where do you go there? But yeah, it's
and
also
also
like-
I will say, unfortunately, I think it's the type of thing that will be fixed very slowly over a long time, as this gets tweaked and this gets tweaked and this gets tweaked, and then slowly the design changes. And then by that point, people will say, well, this other thing doesn't work. And then it's the endless
Why are
cycle.
swarms
I
so
was going to
bad?
say that, right?
Yeah.
Like we made the jokey comment, I think in our last video or the one before, of who knows what OPR is going to be like in 5 years, right? There could be someone who's found this dead game on the internet, sat in a dark bar with a neon flickering line, thinking, light going on, going, why is this gone? Or, you know, it could be soaring off to the moon with 10,000 employees and so on.
Yeah.
But I'd be
10,000
really
employees.
interested.
Let's relax.
I'd be really interested to know, like, if these things that are hot takes now are still hot takes for similar-ish reasons in 2, 4, 5, 10 years' time, right? Are swarms still going to be something that are a hotly contested topic, or is it instead going to be the new thing? And in fact, either it's been fixed or something. And I wonder how much of this is things that, like, we'll see 3.6, 3.7, or 4 and 4.1, whatever we're going to call them, will change that. I think from what I've seen from labs, 3.6 / version 4 is going to be a huge change.
One thing I think about stuff like the elite problem, inverted commas, the swarm problem, right? I think when you talk about these things, it's very easy to go like, well, I've got a solution to that problem, right? Like, okay, like let's introduce objective control score, right? Okay, swarms have very low, elite have very high. Therefore, if they're on the board, they can capture objectives better. And now all of a sudden I'm incentivized to take elite, which sounds like a perfect solution, apart from the fact that I think it would ruin the game, right? Like, I think if I had to do objective control all the time, then my hour game becomes an hour and a half game, and that's not what I want, right? So these kind of problems, which are kind of very fundamental to the game, also the solutions are way, way too complicated to actually be a reasonable solution to the problem without jeopardizing the game. So sometimes I think it's a bit of going like, well, yes, your elite army may be suffering under these conditions, but you don't want the alternative, all right? At least not the ideas we've got now.
I mean, there's also one thing, which is like a lot of these things, once again, are quote unquote solved in the advanced rulebook. So for example, in the advanced rules, there is a part called intimidation, and that is essentially objective control based on unit power. And so if you want to play with objective control, use the intimidation rules, because the intimidation rules do exactly that, where essentially it's like you calculate the points, and then if one side has like 50% more than the other, then, you know, you're just gonna win it. You're gonna intimidate the enemy and you contest it. You capture it. So it's also one of those things where it's like there are solutions out there, but it doesn't mean that they have to be in the core rules.
No.
Okay, should we speed run this? I feel like we are immediately slowing down again.
We just loved Natter and Blab.
Oh, me too.
Really.
You know, that's why I do the live streams as well, right?
It's great. It's just nice to talk about something like we're all friggin' passionate as hell about. Sweet. Swarms. Swarms is the next one. Swarms are fine. There will always be. This is actually I like this one. There will always be a unit that's the cheapest option that exists while still working as warm bodies to take an objective. I think it's perfectly fine as a role for swarms. Plus, swarm models look really cool visually. They deserve to be part of the game and have their niche.
I agree. Swarms are fine. It also depends. A lot of things is like who is playing the game, how. You know, like most players are like, this is cool. I'll take a little swarm and whatever. Some players play competitive and they're like, I'm maxing out 3 swarms, each doubled up. Then I have my 36,000 wounds, and then I will do this and the other thing, right? Could they be tweaked? For sure. I do think I'm not gonna do it now. I have thought about this in the far future to do like a full overhaul of how costs are calculated and try to have a more comprehensive cost that includes things like the speed that includes things like the cost of the body that contains all these things, but very tough, complicated, and ultimately, is it really a problem? I don't know.
No, I don't think there is actually a swarm problem. I think the closest to a swarm problem are the swarms that have access to like attacking things. So like rat swarms have access to unpredictable fighter, which makes them in theory 4 attacks, quality 4, def 6, right? Which is then a unit that can actually charge in and do stuff, but then also is relatively cheap because of the def 6, like that. And that's not a swarm problem. That's a high quality, low defense problem, which is a different thing. So I think I think swarms are absolutely fine. Also, don't nerf my naked heroes.
I think your naked heroes might get nerfed a little in
No.
Yeah.
Burn him, Tano.
Don't we all love a grunt though? Naked grunt.
It's really like there's 2 things that my eyes are very much open to in doing this channel. One is that the 5 and 10% thing that we talked about when doing our tier list, right? That people will say swarm problem, hybrid problem. Problem is not max efficiency or slightly over efficient.
Yeah.
The hybrid thing as a problem is that you can't opt out for maximum efficiency, and so people feel weighed down by it and therefore will avoid it. Is it a problem? It's a different thing. The swarm problem, they're efficient, they're effective. Is it warping and ruining the game? Is it detracting from your player experience? And then the thing that kind of piles on top of that is how many people are actually talking about this? I had one of my favorite interactions on the official Discord with someone going, oh, "You're Dave from Don't Think Just Charge. I really enjoy your content." And someone else joining in and being like, "Oh, is that who you are? Yeah, I don't really care for your content." I was like, "Cool. Why?" And they're like, "Oh, I don't know.
Mute.
No.
You're
I said why, and they were like, "Oh, I just don't really play the game that way." And I'm like, "Cool. That's absolutely fine." Like we talk about that we cater to people who want to improve at the game and so on, but also we just fucking love just rolling dice and playing the game, which is what most of the people who play the game do. And it's very easy when you're having these focused conversations to get to just completely lose sight of that. And that this is something that's really niche, and because you spend so long talking about it, it feels way bigger than it is.
Yeah, for sure.
So the comment here, there will always be units that are the cheapest option that exists for being warm bodies. I think that sums it up really nicely. Someone's always the villain. That was me blabbing. I've taken up too much time back.
I'm cutting out. I'm editing it out. You're not allowed to talk like that, Dave. Okay, you're here to introduce the questions and shut up.
Yes, Dad. OPR would benefit from some sort of objective control stat, or maybe just using existing health and wounds on the objective to determine who controls it.
I think we just spoke about it, right?
Yeah.
Advanced rules, psychology, you can find something there.
Psychology.
That's what the section is under the advanced rules, yeah.
Oh,
it's in the psychology section.
Yeah.
I was like, well, okay, we're going to talk about psychology now as well. One of your special interests, Dave. Brilliant. We'll be there for the half an hour.
The glasses. Actually, shaken. Oh my God, I can see now. I put my glasses on for the first time. Shaken and routing are too impactful in swinging mechanics and should be replaced by a version of Last Stand from the advanced rules. Losing stats, special abilities, movement, and the ability to capture. Having diminished units still on the mats, on the table, would allow for you to still practice activation prioritization, compensating for the very strong snowballing effect of losing too many units.
I don't think
this is the 1 hour game question, right?
Again, it's like it's available in the advanced rules. It doesn't have to be in the core. There is a reason why units get shaken, right? Part of it is to speed up the game over time. It's like, okay, well, if you have a unit with 2 models, why is this still, available? I think there's a big divide, and honestly, if we like it or not, I think there's a big divide that came with one of the more recent editions of 40k, where they introduced this thing where they've basically diminishing the importance of morale. And so I think there's just like a different mentality where some people say, well, I have my minis, I painted them, all this stuff, why do they have to be gone? And whilst I understand it from that perspective, I think from a game design perspective, it's more important that Shaken and Routed are in the game than not. And there's always less stand for you to play from the advanced rules.
I also think, I'm not sure I follow the activation priority thing, because if anything, Shaken adds more interesting stuff to your activation priority, because you need to unshake things to stop them from getting routed, and you still activate them, right? And it's just like anything else. So yeah, no, sure, follow that.
Yeah, there's we've touched on it, but I do think that there is such a different insight to take when you're looking at OPR in terms of the fact that it's no longer like one of these what good enough game call them, like a heartbreak game sort of thing, one where you take things. The heartbreak game was someone taking a game design and it becoming a bit of a cult following, but never leaving the ground. And so your heart is broken by this thing that you're passionate about just fading. And now OPR is moving away from that to the point where there are branch heartbreak games coming off of it, of people coming and having this chat about, oh, I really want OPR plus. But what are you compromising on versus what are you compromising on in OPR to enjoy OPR as it is, right? And the step beyond that is understanding that there is a game design operating behind the scenes. It's not just some madman sat on his desk in Portugal pulling random levers and going, hey, let's piss off as many people as possible, right?
Yeah,
there is game design there. We've spoken about like the quick
his levers are just off screen there. His lever wall is just the right of it.
I will say this. I do think, maybe this is a hot take, I do think maybe most players don't or severely underestimate how much thought and game design goes behind every decision. They're like, well, he just did this. And I'm like, yeah, but I did this because of this and this and this and this. And you're not thinking about it, right? A lot of people are like, why the fuck is shaking in the game? And I'm like, well, because it needs to slow down. Like, it needs to speed up the game. And they're like, what are you talking about? Speed? Yeah, because actually, if you look at the curve of playing the game and then you know, and then
there is what it is. There is intelligent design going on somewhere.
Yeah.
Somewhere over there.
Somewhere. Doesn't mean I made it, but somebody's intelligent somewhere. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. Cool.
Lightning round.
Yeah, we're nearly.
Lightning round. Come on.
Hey, we're nearly on the last page. Oh no, but this is the last page. Okay, we've only got a few left. Named narrative and lore-based characters that form a core part of factions gameplay are an unwelcome addition to any war game, especially a mini-agnostic one. The only characters and plot that matters are the minis the players created and the stories they make by playing the game.
This is what I was talking about.
I will say, I don't think this is a hot take. I think this is a very, very valid take. Like, very normal, valid take for a minis-agnostic game. I think it makes sense. I completely understand people that think that way. I'm like, yeah, I get it. You know?
I think it's a bit like DM PCs in D&D, where the DM introduces a super powerful character to run alongside your party. Everyone's like, "Fuck off, lad! I'm doing my own thing. I don't need this stupid character to show up.
This isn't your story. It's my story."
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just fade into the background, please.
And that's why we make them fully optional, because we're like, we know that a lot of people are like, "I'm just doing my thing," and it's like, yeah, do your thing.
Yeah.
You ready for the next one then? Unique heroes should be more unique and useful, not just limited and worthless to add to a unit, i.e. special one-off weapons, reasonably exceeding Balval, or uncommon auras for the army, etc., and or give them interesting upgrades that do so. As they are, they remain uninteresting.
I mean, again, it's the thing that we had before, right? Where it's like, they shouldn't be too powerful, they shouldn't be too interesting.
Yeah.
One thing, though, I will say, and related, unrelated, is I have been thinking about at some point of stripping away all of the auras and stuff from the narrative heroes and making them upgrades, so that if you want to run it more as like, well, this is just like my beat stick guy, but now I wanted to have the, or maybe like making it so that, like, I don't know, imagine the guy comes with Furious aura. Well, no, he would come with Furious, and then you can swap Furious for Furious aura, and then that way you can, because a lot of them are very expensive because of the auras.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I like that idea. That's good. It gives people as well, makes people feel a bit more involved. Whereas if you're told, here's your narrative hero, all the rules, no upgrades.
Yeah.
People like options.
Although some people do like the fact that it's plug and play. So again, there's all types of people, you know?
Immediately. Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Next one, strafing weapons should be at a discount instead of costing extra because they're so situational. You usually can't use them while advancing because of unit separation and base size concerns. So this is crossing strike.
This is what it is.
This should be crossing strike, I think.
Oh, I already have an answer.
So this comes from the misconception that you have to cross over a unit.
All the way, right?
Yeah, which isn't true, right? I believe you just clip the base and then you get the effect.
Yes.
So that's where the second half of this question comes, because it's like I can only use it if I'm within an inch of the person because my base size and their base size and so on.
Yeah, it talks about the Vita. I couldn't say it with your flair. The Vita Aerea from the Vinci.
Vita
book?
Aerea. That's what it's called. Whatever.
That one. My British brain can't handle it.
No.
Because it's on a 60mm base, which is 2.5 inches. And so the minimum, this comment here says the minimum distance it could possibly go is 5.5, because it presumes crossing all the way over rather than just unit strafing, crossing attack unit, go whoop, boop, like that.
Yeah. I mean, I will say one thing. I have had this in my notes. I was actually checking right now for a while, that it's like I want to check the math, because I do agree that no matter what, strafing on aircraft has a much higher value than not, because of stuff like that, right? Like with aircraft, it doesn't matter where you are, you can just strafe over someone. Whereas with the Vita Aerea, for example, you might have a situation where it's like, well, even if I wanted to strafe over this unit, there is a forest behind it and a building on its side and another unit on its side, and there is no way for me to do it. And that's going to happen more often than not, quote unquote, compared to aircraft where it's like, fuck it, you're always going to be able to use it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I actually have something there about tweaking the math.
I mean, it's a bit like it's like speed is the range on the weapon, right? Like, you know, if you've got fast, then your ability to use that strafing weapon is a lot easier.
Yes.
So it should be more expensive if you're fast and less expensive if you're slow and so on.
Although speed, of course, has more value than just the range of the weapon, right? Because reaching objectives and
cool. We've talked about it. Spellcasters are currently neither fun nor balanced. We need a universal attack list so that army-specific spells can focus purely on flavor and utility. Okay, so this is saying everyone has access to the same attacks list, but a spellcaster list per army book is just the utility spells, the buffs and debuffs.
I thought about this at some point, of having like maybe, I don't know, 3 or something, or 4, I'm not sure, spells that are like universal, like every army gets access to these spells. I think it's just gonna be, I tried coming up with some ideas. I think no matter what, people are gonna complain that those are not the right spells. Everybody's gonna say, well, it should have been this, it should have been that, whatever. I don't think it's gonna make anybody happy. I think that's ultimately the thing.
That's a bad point.
Yeah, spellcasting is impossible.
Yeah. It's just gonna
remove
piss
from
off
the game.
people.
That's the solution.
It's just gonna piss off people in different ways. That's it.
Yeah. There's always people being like, I want my spellcasters to feel badass, and there's everyone else going like, I don't want your spellcasters to feel badass.
Yeah.
That's the two camps.
Yeah, 100%.
And the last one that I have here, Age of Fantasy and Grimdark Future should have different underlying points formulas. Counter shouldn't cost the same in both systems, and neither should a 24-inch range gun, since most things in Age of Fantasy tend to want to get close and in melee in the first place.
Again, I will say, I don't think this is a hot take. This is a very reasonable take. I still disagree with it. But I think it's a very reasonable take. I think if OPR was different, then yes, that would make sense. I'm not exactly sure. Okay, there is a thing here, which is, I think this might be actually partly in one of my hot takes, but whatever, which is like, I think to some extent people overestimate the importance of points to some extent. Like, if we did this and we changed it and now all the ranged weapons cost, whatever, 5 points less in fantasy or 5 points more, over the course of your entire game, like, what is it going to change? 20 points, 50 points, whatever. Sure, it's a difference on 1,500 points, 50 points, but it's like, yeah. And I don't think that's actually what changes it. I think truly most of the time that people complain about something in terms of like, it should cost more or less, the solution is not in it should cost more or less, but the solution is in it should work differently. Like, teleport could have cost much more and been better, but I think the true solution, for me at least, was, okay, when it's used offensively, it's less powerful, for example.
It kind of goes back to that aspect of giving each army one unit that is cheaper.
Yeah.
For some reason, right? Like,
exactly.
Something being a different points cost at that level isn't going to change the way your game feels.
Yeah.
But changing the rule will.
Yeah. Okay.
I actually have zero stance on that one. Like, literally zero. Like, I just, I don't think it would add or detract really massively in either direction. Right?
I think if there's one person in the world who cares the least about points, certainly at the moment, it's Harvey. Right?
Yeah,
He's just take it, change it, whatever. Just give me the puzzle and I will solve it. Is Harvey's attitude.
All right.
Brill, give us the Tano hot takes.
All right. I think I have 7, 3, 6. Yeah, I have 7.
Oh, that's good. We'll be done in the next 2 hours.
Yeah, I don't think they are. I don't think that they are necessarily super hot and spicy. Some maybe a bit more than others, but well, whatever. Let's go. First one, very light one. Bane is severely underrated by many players.
So okay, so my thing with Bane, right, is you see it all the time in the Discord. People say Bane is a 16% damage increase, right? Which yes, it is. It's like it's equivalent to one more attack. That's what, there's a number people throw around. People throw around all the time. Regardless what AP you're on, it's the same percentage damage increase because of the way the reroll works, right? Yeah. Okay, so 13%, right?
Yeah.
But my point is, if I said to you, I can give you 13% of a tenner or 13% of £10,000, which would you rather have, right? And the answer is obviously you'd want the £10,000, and that's the actual like the value of Bane is in actual wounds, right? Like actual wounds, and so what that means is if you're fighting defense 6 stuff, then Bane is way better than against defense 2, even if it's like still 12% or whatever, because 12% of 0.1 isn't killing a model, but 12% of doing 8 is all of a sudden we're doing an actual chunk of damage. That being said, Bane still does super suck. I think, Bane and AP4, I think is really, really good, right? Absolutely, right? That's like, with the whole like 6 wound breakpoint thing, it's a lot easier to plan for that when you have Bane, because you're basically starting to guarantee wounds. I think the problem with Bane is it's very low power on its own, like just Bane, right? Compared to normal hits, like the damage you're getting from it.
Are you counting
low.
the ignores regeneration part, or are you just not?
I was going to ask, are we doing Bane or Lacerate here?
Yeah, we're talking Bane. So I mean, ignores regen is such a weird thing to have in the game, right? Because it's basically an endless balancing act between regen being too powerful and things like Bane and Rending keeping it in check. And so it's like a weird tax, right? Where a lot of the time you're like, God, I wish I had Lacerate, and then the other times we want it, you really want it, right? So it's like you don't build your list and you can't be certain you're about satisfied by it, right? Like it's not like you can choose between Bane and Lacerate, so you can distribute it properly across your list. Some things have Bane, some things have Lacerate, and you can't toggle into the one you'd want to like craft your list a bit better. I think that's one of the frustrating things about it, right? Because you're paying this cost, but like if everything in your army's got Bane, when actually all you wanted it was on the things shooting the stuff that's likely to have regen, so like the tough 12s, then you are frustrated by that. And if not, you are the other way around. It's an okay rule. It's not amazing. And what I will say is, as an army-wide, it's really good, but I think that's mostly because armies contain a variety of AP values. Obviously, this is Lacerate, not Bane. But, so therefore, some units can really, really take advantage of it, and overall you
you're
can.
Thinking of Vicious.
Yeah,
Vicious
the Goblin
is the
one.
army-wide.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like the mechanic is really, really good as an army-wide, but you often find it coupled with low AP, and therefore, and maybe actually I've changed my mind the whole of this rant. I think Bane's an okay rule. It often comes in disappointing weapon packages, right? Because actually, when you start to apply it to stuff like AP4, AP2, all of a sudden you go like, that's a really powerful weapon. But often it's A1 Bane Blast 3, and you're going like, well, I was going to murder the Def 6 unit anyway, and now I'm triple murdering it. Yeah. So, yeah, Bane's way underrated. People should be running away with Bane.
For me, it's just really fucking annoying. Like, I've just passed my saves. Oh, I've got to pull out. I was saving on 4-ups, right? Okay, so I can tell you, take away the 1s, 2s, and 3s. Oh, now I've got to find, 2 6s here. Roll them again. Oh, then that fails as well, right?
Yeah,
like,
I pissed them off the table. I fucking know.
It's that... The real power of Bane is the psychology of making your opponent think that they've got away with it. Aha, fuck you, that's a one. Right? But if I see a Goblin player on the other side of the board, I just think, oh, for fuck's sake. And that's probably where the power is. The psychological damage of me knowing I'm going to have to re-roll a 6th of my defense rolls. And it's not even like a 6th of my defense rolls are worse. It's just re-fucking doing it every single time. So... yeah, you know what? It probably is better than people give it value for, but it's just annoying and hard to evaluate.
I think also, if I'm choosing between Bane and AP1, I'm picking AP1 every time, and I think that's probably why Bane feels bad, because oftentimes that's the trade-off, right? AP1 is basically always relevant. Bane feels completely worthless against high defense stuff, whereas taking something from a 2 to a 3 is enormous.
Yeah.
Bane on a 2 is like pointless, right? And that kind of comes back to what I said at the start about 12% of 100 grand or £10 or whatever.
I think as well, Bane is just good for that reason, right? Age of Fantasy goblins and beastmen feel way better than goblin reclaimers.
Yeah, though actually, one thing I do like about Goblin Reclaimers is when you take Instinctive with all their like AP4 weapons, and you have like no control of what's going on the board, and you're just shooting
Good
stuff
luck.
in there. You're just like yeah, I'm just shooting on threes, and I don't care, and I really hope you move your tough 12 thing next to all my whatever they're called rifles.
Okay, moving on to the next one because else we're gonna be here forever. Okay. I don't know how hot of a take this one is. I mean, for some players, this is a hot fucking take. Movement should be measured from the leader, and all models should attack in melee regardless of distance.
Agreed. 1,000% agreed. I think
Star Wars Legion.
I think the least mini agnostic thing about this game is melee strike distances, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense,
yeah.
right? Like,
hold on, Harvey's special interest right here.
Yeah, my special interest is calves. Cav bases are too long for 3-inch attack range, right? It's really, really hard to get 2 inches. 2 inches, yeah. It's really hard to get 2 ranks of cav in. So much so that it's like, if I run square bases, I can just about make it. If I run oval bases, I have to have this really wide, sad formation. And yeah, it should just literally be the leader, and everything has to get as close as it possibly can and go from there. Cold take, freezing cold take.
I will never forget in one of the games we played in like this completely narrative, fluffy, friendly game event, and a guy brought 10 wolves for Vampiric Undead on the basis they came with Games Workshop models and charged into my unit, and I should have just been blown off the fucking board, but because of the terrain and his fat bases, his 10-man wolf squad, he could attack with 3 of them. And he was just so sad as his big chunky wolf unit that should have blown up my chaff, taken a point, just ate shit and died. And it was just like, yeah. So I think you and I spoke about this, Tano, right? Because this leader movement control thing appears to be a recurring conversation on the Discord. I saw someone else talking about it recently. You and I spoke about it, and you went, "Hey, Dave, it's in the fucking advanced rules." And I went, "Oh shit, well, I haven't read it." Like, it's a really interesting point, but I've not played with it enough to give my take and saying it should or shouldn't be core. But you know what it would do? It would make the game a hell of a lot fucking quicker.
I know, that's why I would love to do it, but I think it's too controversial. Who knows? Maybe in 5th edition. Okay, next one. Okay, this one might be a hot take. Insisting on using the correct base sizes is against the spirit of the games.
Yes.
So actually, interesting enough, we had a comment on one of our YouTube videos literally today of someone. So me and Dave played a game on TTS like we do on the channel all the time because we're really big into actually playing the game. And in it, Dave had a Titan Lord thing, and it was 180 centimeters across, or 180 millimeters across, whatever. Yeah. So it was 50% bigger than the recommended base size. And what that meant was Dave could sit inside terrain and contest the objective at the same time, right? And at the end of it, Dave says, recommended base sizes are a blight on the game, and someone commented on it today being like, wait, why is it a blight on a game? Because you literally just won with it, right? Yeah. It seems like, I think that do what you want with your mini bases all you want. I think if you're playing in a tournament, then there should be a level of like recognition that you should be within a certain range, and I think base ranges would be more useful, 25 to 32 mil. Right, like cav bases, let people scale them down, and then within tournaments, people can go like, okay, you need to have the correct base sizing because it does have an impact on the game, and that's just for like real strict competitive play. It can be one of the optional rules at the bottom of the tournament pack guidelines or whatever it is. But yeah, I think for normal OPR, it literally doesn't matter. But it does matter when you have silly 2-inch range, melee range stuff in the game.
So we used to not have base recommendations at all.
Yeah,
and people
it was only recently added.
A couple of years ago by now, but it was like, okay, when people were like, I don't know what base to put my stuff on, and then we did base ranges, and what we got is, great, which one of these should I use? So that's why it's not a range, and it's a specific one, because people are like, 25 to 38, whatever, 240 or 232, and it's like, okay, but which one? And I'm like, whatever you want, and they're like, yeah, but which? And that's the problem.
Which is correct. Yeah.
Tell me how to model my minis.
Yes.
If it were up to me, people would bring the recommended base size minis. I don't think it's too hard to find minis that fit with the recommended base sizes. You can stick things on bigger bases if you need to, right? Like, I think
agree,
it's just
but
more fair to the game. But
okay, next one, because again, it's been 4 hours. Okay, next one, we're exactly at the halfway point. Not sure how hot of a take this is. Not using elevation in skirmish games makes you miss out on one of the most fun aspects of the game.
I think the eternal problem with elevation in mini games is, yes, mechanically you're missing out on like pushing and shoving and stuff and jumping. Practically, by not using elevation, you get to not deal with elevation, which is so annoying for minis, right? It's annoying for seeing where minis are. If things are elevated, it's just a pain in the ass. It's annoying for having terrain, right? In general, right? Like, I guess you could have flat terrain and say this is 2 inches up or whatever, but still, yeah, I don't know. I like in all the skirmish games we played, pushing someone was basically irrelevant, and we did play with some element of elevation, but it was just always like it just dies, right? Like, because I think you have to stun it to be able to push it anyway. So it's like it's as good as dead anyway, right? Like it has to. I think it has to be shaken. Yeah. So it was a bit like, well, yeah. If pushing was instead of attacking, and it was not a morale thing,
It used to be, but then
well, there we go. Yeah. Then it would make more sense, right? But as it was like we just push each other off objectives like once in every 40 games or something like that. Yeah.
The only problem I have, I think elevation's cool, right? It is cool because people like to have dynamic boards where you can go up and down, and in skirmish as well, you're feeling heroic. Your guy runs up, jumps a ledge to punch the guy in the face and Spartan kick him off the edge, yelling, "There's Tyria," or whatever you want.
Yes.
But I will never forget. Just throw your minds back, children. 25 years when Games Workshop released the Fellowship of the Ring Lord of the Rings game, before it was called Middle-earth Strategy Battle, whatever.
Yes.
In fact, no, sorry, it was the Two Towers one. It was when the Two Towers was out, and they had a Helm's Deep set, and your Urukai that came on, of course, the Games Workshop mandated base sizes, and they got the ladders that it came with. And you know what the fucking ladders did not fit? Is the Urukai bases. So you climb it up and you think, you know what, I'm measuring my 6 inches up the 8-inch wall, because of course, why would it ever match up? And what do? You put it on the ladder because there's one picture in the book that shows an Urukai base sitting on the ladder, but it's too fucking small and you can't see the fact that it's glued in the book, and your mini falls to the ground and breaks. And it's just, and the first time I did it, yeah, my Urukai fell to the ground and he broke. But that's kind of stuck with me. And you see it all the time where someone's like, oh, I'm going to put it's on top of this. Oh, but I can't balance my mini's base on the edge of this elevation. So I'm actually just going to put it on the ground anyway. And now I have to remember it's up there and count it's from there. It's cool in theory. In practice, you just lose out.
Yeah. It's too much for pain.
All right. Next one. Players that want unrounded point costs misunderstand what the point calculator is truly about.
Harvey?
This includes skirmish players who are being done dirty by rounding to 5.
It includes everything.
Includes everything. I don't want unrounded point costs. Right? I think I agree. I think the biggest disservice that rounding does is when something's worth like 0.3 points, and because it's an upgrade, it goes to 5. I think that stuff is like it might as well just be rolled into the unit, because it's like it was such a small amount of cost. And I know that a lot of times that does happen. It's a bit like when people say, we shouldn't round to 5. We should divide all the points by 5. You know, people say that, like it should be a 400-point game and everything should be cost 1 point, because why are we doing it this way? And the answer to that is always, yeah, but it's 2,000 points, isn't it? You know?
Yeah.
Well, we're playing war games, 2,000 points. It's the same as that, right? It's like, what number do you want to see? If you're a 1 enjoyer, then you're going to not like rounding. If you're a 5 enjoyer, you're going to love rounding. And it's got nothing to do with actual reasons. It's like, what's the numbers you want to see best? I think we should round to 2.
Here's the point, right? Yeah, you think
Two.
There are three.
There are
3 types
I think that's
of
a nice number, even numbers everywhere, right? Not an odd number in sight. Perfect.
Oh, but then I'll miss out on the number 15, and I know I like it.
What, 2,000-point game? We round to 2. It's all working.
Okay, look, there are 3 types of player, right, who talk about this, and the 3 types of player who want granular points costs, like points per model sort of shit. The nostalgic players who are hearkening back to when they started, and back in my day when I used pen and paper to write my army lists, we did it points per model, points per upgrade, and it was fine. The second one are the hyper detail focused players who really love the crunch. They love that detail. And these two categories of people, they can be the same category. They just love that level of modular granularity. And the third category of people are those who are fucking wrong and don't realize you're just wasting your time and just roll dice instead. Right? Like, yeah, the calculator generally sorts it out. Yes, there is things where it's a problem where it's not accurate. Like the human defense force sappers, by the time that you've upgraded them with guns, you're overpaying by 25% of the unit. Do you fucking care? No, it's a 90-point unit. Like in a 2,000-point game, it's fine. It is a more impactful issue in skirmish currently, but viva la triplification, which will clean all that shit up, right?
Yeah, I think my only complaint with rounding is those 5-point upgrades that shouldn't be worth 5 points. That's literally all it is, right? Like at those levels, it's a shame that some upgrades are so minor and you'd like to have them, but you're never going to spend 5 points on them when you could spend 5 points on a different mini for a different upgrade that is more worthwhile. And so therefore the decision making is gone and replaced with, well, that's like, why would I ever buy that? It's to replace any number of thing, right?
Yeah,
like if you replace 5 shotguns, you're paying 25
shotguns
points
is exactly where you were going.
instead of paying 3 points, whatever it is.
But a lot of that stuff also is changing with V3.6 and for that
exactly,
reason as well.
right.
Okay, we're on to the last two. Okay, this one might be a hot take for your audience. Many players overvalue the importance and impact of a competitive scene on war games.
We spoke about this recently on the channel. I agree. I think the competitive scenes. I said on the channel, right? Like a competitive scene is only good if you are using it to grow the game, right? That's the only reason when it ever matters, right? Because what you want to do with a competitive
using
scene
it to
is
grow the game. You said very quickly there.
Use it to grow the game. You want all walks of people to come and get involved. And what you really want is when I show up to play a tournament on a Saturday, there's 32 instead of 16 people, right? There's just more people, more fun to be had. That's the only reason a competitive scene, I think, is valuable at all. In terms of the actual game, it's completely irrelevant.
What people don't realize is, Dave has gone the whole time without putting this hat on, but I will point out, think about when you are praying for more events and more competitive scene, what is that there for? Because it's not there for you, the player. It is marketing. It is, holy shit, look how many people playing this game has got to be good. Yeah. Or it's for that player experience of, wow, I went and I played 4 rounds of my favorite game in a day. Fuck, I can't wait to do that again. Oh, there's a new army? Oh, that guy's army's really cool. Yeah, I really want to go and get those STLs and play it instead. Or, they were talking about this part of the Patreon. Oh, yeah, I'll buy into that, right? Events and tournaments are marketing. So it's a slight change from that point to going that it's essential. No, but it's beneficial. But it's beneficial for the game. And again, not in the way you think. It's not driving balance. It's marketing. And so saying it's essential, no. And where it is beneficial, it's not for the reasons that players think. That being said, as a very frequent event attender, I fucking love them and will always want more. But I understand that the marketing need has to be there for a company to support it.
Okay, we go into, I have some other stuff, but let's go into the last one. This one, I have the hot take, and then I guess I have a slight addendum to it. So the hot take is this. Lots of people that complain about OPR lore never gave it a real chance in the first place. That is the hot take. And I will have an addendum, which is lots of people that complain about OPR lore have not actually read or looked into the lore. Like a lot of people are like, OPR should do more named characters. How come they have no named characters? And it's like, it's full of named characters. They should do short stories. There are dozens of short stories, So that was the addendum. But yes, lots of people that complain about OPR lore never gave it a real chance in the first place.
I think it's very likely true. I think the lore in Army Forge lets it down, because the lore in Army Forge, I think, is where most people are going to see it. And it's not like, it doesn't grab you at all. It's a bit like like a fact dump almost, some of these, like, and it's all very, very like wishy-washy terms. Which, yeah, I wasn't like, so that was my first experience with the OPR lore, and the second experience with OPR lore was when I won this in a tournament recently. By the way, I won the tournament. And to be honest, yeah, just like, thank you. There we go. It means so much to me. And to be honest, I think this book was a letdown. I really do. Right, like I took it to a park, and I was like, I'm going to read every single word in here, and I just got a certain bit into it, and I was like, nothing in this has got exciting. The first exciting thing I saw, which is going to put me in trouble with Dave, is there was a single named dark elf character, right? And I was like, that's the first time I feel like there's been something in this book for me to actually engage with. And the rest of it just felt like I've been reading almost like a dictionary, right? Like I feel like I'm being told definitions about things that don't grab me. There was a line in it that I sent a picture to Dave of, right? And I was like,
Battle armor.
Battle armor, yeah. The Battle Brothers armor is called battle armor. And I just thought, like, what? Right? Like, why is it not called like Icarus armor or something, right? Like, why are we using battle in like a narrative piece, right? Like, it doesn't, no one's ever used battle as an adjective and gone like, God, I really smashed that. That was such a cool name for this thing. And maybe that is the in lore name for the armor, but it was no more, it just didn't attract me. I was like immediately turned off, right? So yeah, I haven't read any of the short stories, to be fair. That's not true. I did read one, but yeah, I don't know. I think that doesn't help, and I think the Army Forge lore doesn't help, and I think perhaps that is where people are going to see these things first, right? Because if you're going to look into something, you're going to look in Army Forge, right, to see the version of it.
Yeah. I think the problem, yes, my view on that take is yes, people will reject it because they haven't engaged with it fully. There is a point there, which is humans like things that are easy, right? And when they don't get it easily, I'll explain on that in a second, right? And then when they don't get it easily, they'll complain and go, this is shit. And then they'll also compare to other things and go, well, hey, this was easy, and so it's better. And how do you get your OPR lore? Army Forge, which is a primer, or the campaigns and then the stories. And to get the lore from that one, you need to have a series of disconnected encounters. So your short stories, I don't think, and tell me if I'm wrong, because I haven't read all the short stories, but I have not read, in all the short stories I haven't read one about the same character more than once. And then you get that in the campaigns where you do, but even in the campaign books, those characters are subject to the change of you playing the games and the scenarios and so on. And there is a narrative beneath it, but you can't help but feel like it isn't actually a determined narrative and it's not a determined lore. And so you have to put in a bit more effort to get the lore out of OPR. Whereas then you'll take, like, so I've spoken about Brandon Sanderson because I'm fucking mental for his universe at the moment. There is shit tons of lore there, but you're delivered it from a narrative of characters that you're following consistently throughout, and they get the lore dumped on them, so you experience it in their shoes. But that's because you're following a consistent character, and I am yet to experience that in a way that is easy to access from OPR. And then on top of that, and this is a criticism, the best lore in OPR that's easy to access is on the website behind 3 clicks and scrolls down of pages. Right? When you actually go onto the website and dig in to get to the lore, that's where you get the good shit. But it's not, I'm an idiot, shove it down my throat as soon as I click on the website, right? So it's this sort of aspect. It is a bit more broad, but it's because humans are stupid and we want things really, really easy. And with OPR, you have to find it a bit more. That's my soapbox about it.
This is great.
Yeah,
neither of you actually touched upon what hot take was about.
Okay, most people are criticizing the lore haven't read it. I think
no, that's not. No. They didn't give it a real chance in the first place.
I mean that is.
I say yes to that, and I think yes
because I think
they want it immediately.
I guess
to be
no. That's not give it. Hold on. They don't give it a real chance in the first place. Doesn't mean they couldn't find it. My point is, even the people that find it, they never give it a real chance. Because I think.
Okay.
I think what the reality is that most people have an expectation from 40K, from Warhammer Fantasy Battles, from whatever, right? And then all they're doing, they're never approaching it from, well, I just found this thing, let me get into it. They're always approaching it from, how does this compare to that? And I think that's where I feel like it wasn't given a real chance, because it's never treated as a standalone,
as its own thing.
Yeah, it's never treated as a standalone product, which fair, you know.
Harvey
but
says
because of that, I
comparison
think,
is the mother of disappointment or something.
Yeah,
Maybe?
comparison is the death of happiness or something like that. Yeah, but yeah, I think to be fair, there's two things. One is like how much do people owe to it to get engaged with it? Most people get engaged within the first 10 seconds, right? So if you haven't got something to grab in the 10 seconds, then you're gonna lose them, especially in the age of TikTok. So yeah, in terms of like a fair shot, you probably got about 10 seconds. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I came from a Warhammer background, as in 15 years ago. But I've not touched Warhammer lore. I'm not one of these guys who go through YouTube and see it all. And my impression of the lore when I first touched it was like, this feels a bit too generic for me. And I think part of that's the naming. Though I wasn't immediately being sold on what makes this different. And because of that, then immediately I did start checking out. Like while we were reading it in the park, my girlfriend kept being to me just reset your brain and read the next page, fresh page, because you've reached the point now where you're exhausted by this page, so the next page is going to be harder. And so I kept doing that. I kept being like, right, okay, what's on this next page? And then I'd be like, I just give me something to get attached to. I want to feel like when it was like, okay, well, the Dark Elf Raiders are poor people who raid. I was like, so right, I could have got that from Dark Elf Raider, right? I want to know more about how they work, right? There's just a slight disconnect from landing on I think that's a cool idea, Dark Elf Raider, I've got some attachment to that, now sell me on your version of it. And then the first thing I'm told is they're raiders. I'm like, well, yeah, I already have that preconception. I need to know who runs them and why do they raid and why do the poor people get shoved down. And I know it's kind of somewhat included in the book, but it took a lot to get out of it, to Dave's point.
I think
sure,
it's an unfortunate way of the world where the consumer expects to just be
give it the shit.
Again,
right?
the hot take was about the other part of because I agree. But the thing is, I think even if it was, or one day is going to be super easy to get into with all the names that you want and all the descriptions, no matter what, I think still people will pick it up and be like, how does this compare to that? And they will not pick it up from, well, I'm just exploring a new thing. And
I think I've actually got a way more positive view on the growth of OPR in terms of especially the lore, because you are focusing on it, you are putting effort and energy into it, and the more that OPR develops its own mini lines, develops its own lore, the more that people will organically come to the game and find it themselves, and then the merits of the lore will stand on its own legs. But you are right. At the moment, a lot of people will come from other wargame systems, and Warhammer, of course, being the big.
You do bring up some good points about, for example, the short stories mentioning characters. There's also a lot of it. It's and this kind of goes into one of my next points, but those are much shorter and more broad if we have time.
I'm there.
I'm
past bedtime anyway, so I'm in.
People don't understand what's behind the business and how it works and how we get to where we are. So, for example, for the short stories, it's well, we have. Think about it like this, right? OPR here is a thing which has to fit in. Imagine Grimdark Future, right? Has to fit in these 25 armies or 30 armies, right? That have to be all these ways, right? And now we have to develop the lore. And at the same time, so we start and we're like, okay, we have all these ideas for the lore. And then we're like, okay, we're going to do a lore Bible. And then we're going to start writing stories. And it's how do you introduce someone to this? How do you shift that paradigm where before it was people were like, do not give me lore, fuck off, do not give me lore, right? And so, for example, with the short stories, the way that it started was well, the goal of the first, I don't know how many short stories per game, 24 or whatever, was these are meant to be just to get you into the idea that OPR has lore. And then get you into the idea of understanding what our take is on this. So it wasn't about, let me start off by being, here is Dave the Conqueror, and he does this, I like
that.
Right. It was more about well, here is Eternal Dynasty, what is this clan war? Why is this a unit of guys fighting together, but they kind of hate each other, right? So it was about that. And as we move on, you will see that changing. So, for instance, newer short stories are going to be based on existing characters, and I think a lot of the things that we do with OPR, probably to our fault, to our detriment, is we really are into easing things in. And I think for people that are like you, that are like, give me more, it's too slow.
Yeah.
But for the people for whom it's a thing that you need to let them into it, well, it's better because it's not so fast, right?
You just
and I think
reminded me of this.
the world book is also the same thing, where I think there's multiple issues with it. On the one side, it was written with a very different intent than what turned out players wanted. On the other hand, it was written by many people over a long period of time, which was a whole thing onto itself. It took like 3 years to make it because of many reasons. Fuck me. But now everything is very different. Now we're much better at writing books and making things fast, and that's why the faction books are coming out much faster and stuff like that. But also, again, it was written with the idea of this should give you an idea of how things work. And the problem is, I think, exactly that, which is people that care came in and they were like, well, I want to know exactly this thing, because you're saying, well, Dark Elf Raiders, they're Dark Elves, they're Raiders, I get it. I have all these preconceived notions, like, give me more. Whereas our approach was like, well, what if you're somebody that has no idea what a Dark Elf is, that has no idea what raiding means, and it's like, well, I need to even explain to you the concept.
You need to give the history.
Exactly. And I think in some ways, ultimately, that was a mistake, right? Because we basically treated the audience as if they're much less experienced than they are. Of course, it was in part because the idea was we want to not assume preconceived notions, because then, but it's tough. It's tough because it's like, what do you like when we were working on Vampire, on Vampiric Undead, one of the things, for example, one of the questions at the beginning was like, well, which assumptions should be in there? Like, should it be that our vampires, don't like garlic, or that you need to be invited in to get into the house, right? Or all these things. And it's like, how far do we take it? How far can we make it our own thing? And I think that's the big balancing act of making things our own, also, adjusting for people's expectations, and also sometimes just not fighting the waves. But it's very hard because it's like, you don't fight the waves enough, and then you're once again yet another generic, well, we have vampires and they're vampires and that's it, tough balancing.
I think from
act.
I guess for me, that OPR is a game played between friends across a table most of the time, right? Like, or like, in front of you, like, I go to the store and I play there or whatever, right? So the best selling point, so the person who could convince me most of the lore is the person I'm playing with, right? If I went like, oh, OPR lore sucks, and they go like, oh, no, you should read this story, it's really good, right? And I think that's like, I left the book with no opportunity to do that for anything, right? Like, there's a line in about a high elf high oracle, right? And the line is literally like, there was this high elf oracle, and she went to go like raid a Saurian Starhost realm, and she died, and now there are still people fighting for her. And I was like, I thought we were about to get like this,
but again, that's also because those are the things that don't necessarily interest you. Because again, I think that's part of the problem with the book. It focuses on a part of the, like, for me, when I read that book, I'm like, holy shit, let's talk about the inner sphere and how that works, and what's the idea of this ship, and how is this society working, and what's the relationship between the spheres, and what's out in the frontier, and like all these stuff. But people are like
that bit, to be fair, but
me too. But people are like, no, like, give me the name of a specific Ratman captain, and I'm like, I don't think that's not the thing we're trying to do,
right?
I know.
You enjoy the history, the ecosystems, the substructures that actually make the universe tick, right? Whereas I'm there like, I want to know about the Vampire King and the Curse, to take the Vampire Come Dead thing, right?
Well, okay, so did you read the faction book?
Yeah.
So by comparison, how do you feel?
Well, the faction books are way better. Like, I'm a big fan of the faction books because that's starting to get to that point. But my difficulty of getting into it is that you've got the history so early front-loaded, which is, from the perspective of getting into it, important. Foundation before building on top. But for my monkey brain, I look at it and go, no, just give me the fucking story. because I'll read the subtext, and if I'm given like a new novel in a new fictional world, right, and it's from someone's first person perspective, phrase it this way, right? I'm going to paint this story to you.
Okay.
Tano the adventurer stepped
worried.
foot into the tavern. It had been a really difficult Mid-Hallows Eve. Now, what do you know about Mid-Hallows Eve? Fuck nothing. But from that context, you can understand this is a day of the year. And it's a difficult one for you because something is happening within the context that means it is a particular day worth of comment. Do you know what the day is or why it's difficult? No, but you've got the flavor of understanding that this is an important historical once a year moment or once a month moment, and you get that context, right? If I could refer to you and say that the problem is right now is that the region's control over the region it's been slipping since the riots. What are the riots? I'm curious. I'm finding out about what's going on in the subtext of just a normal conversation and a normal sentence, and that's just the way that I ingest things when it's a new story.
So you should get an OPR novel. Because what you're looking for is
exactly,
you're looking
right?
for a story. You're not looking for lore. You're looking for a story that will tell you about the lore.
Way more.
Yeah,
exactly.
I understand.
Yeah.
And I think
but that's a different way of taking it.
Yeah, and part of the problem I think also with how the lore was built and the world books were built is that the whole thought was this is meant to be a setting within which we will tell stories, but people took the book and were like, where is the story? And I'm like,
exactly.
there is no story here. This is a primer to how the universe works. And that's definitely one of those things that we need to improve on because, and again, I think it's a big thing is, again, the point of comparison because people, of course, will compare us to 40K. And the reality is that 40K, in many ways, it's a story, not a setting. It is a setting within which a story is told, but you're always talking about the story, although the story then is whatever. That's its own thing, right?
Yeah.
Whereas OPR is not that.
Are we going to have this conversation in 5 years? Is another thing that I have in my mind, right? And you see people slating the
Tano's
law.
going to be sick of you by then, mate. There's literally no chance. Let's go.
Don't think discharge. Don't bother responding. But like, we'll have way more development and depth on this. That you'll see some of these arguments and these complaints fall away. But right now, we look at what we've got, and so that's where it's going to come from.
I'm going to be honest. Right now, we're not going to do it. But right now, I actually think it might be more beneficial for us to pull the world books, so that people focus more on the faction books. But I think right now it'll be a mess, which is why we want to work on V2 and then be like, okay, well, here's this thing. And even then, I think there's going to be lots of people that are like, well, where's the story? And I'm going to be like, yeah, fucking the stories in the sagas.
We're getting there.
And the story is happening. It's happening in the sagas. But the problem is, I think in part also the thing you were talking about, like we don't communicate well enough about the lore, and we don't communicate about it well enough in the website, and we're working whatever web development stuff, whatever, but we are also working on sections to talk, for example, about the sagas, because the whole point for us was here is the world and our stories in the saga.
Also, for Stephen in the Discord, who, when we released our previous video, said he had a 4-hour or 5-hour drive and that the video wasn't long enough. You are absolutely welcome. Don't say we don't give you what you want.
I put a comment because Warboss Fitz last weekend released like 4 or 5 videos, and I put a comment in his Discord being like, hey, am I imagining it or has he done this? And I think Grumpy Wolf, also a member of our Discord, went, that's what happens if you don't release one 5-hour video every week. It's just fucking great. But it's great fun to sit here and shoot the shit. It has been a 5-hour video, so I think we're going to wrap things up there.
Sure.
Tano, do you have any final wonderful sentiments that you'd like to share with the fair people who've watched this long?
I can't believe you stuck around. I think this is really cool. Honestly, I wish to do more of this even with other channels if possible, because I think this is very important. We've spoken about this before, but it's like already your channel is better because you're 2 people, but it's like it's always this thing where if you have a channel, you talk about something kind of in a vacuum and there is no feedback. It's like, well, things should be like this, and then I can come in and be like, oh, well, actually, the reason it's not like this
Yeah.
is because this, and it's like, oh, okay, now we both have a better understanding of like how we think and why things are the way they are, and then maybe, whatever, there's a suggestion, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
I think that's really good. But I'm gonna be honest, not everybody likes to be on camera, especially a lot of people would be very nervous to have this call, unfortunately, even though I would like to believe I'm a very relaxed guy. But still, there is some power
Nesting
dynamic going on, of course.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing, by the way, you mentioned before, like, like having people from the OPR team like doing a live stream or whatever. I would love to. It's just a lot of shy boys. It's just a lot of shy boys. Yeah.
Get Adam on the live stream.
Adam.
Oof, Adam is also shy boy. So I don't know.
We can trial him here first. We'll get him here for a video, and then you can have him.
Maybe.
Brilliant. Well, thank you. We'll wrap up the video here. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'm Dave. He's Harvey. Special guest Tano. Thank you, Tano, for joining us. We will see you all in the next one.
Thank you.